What's good, y'all? What's good, everyone? Make sure I got this good. Make sure I put this together. Shout out to everyone in the chat. How you guys been, man? Let me just turn this down for y'all. How y'all been, man? How y'all been? Hopefully, it's been a good time for you guys. I know not what it seems like a customary show because this is not a customary show. This is pretty much just a talk, pretty much of a catch up. I got a lot of stuff that I need to work on. Give me a moment. I just realized something real quick. Forgot where I'm at. There we go. That should do it. How you guys are? How you guys have been? I just kind of did this randomly popping up. I've been missing for most of last week. That's why we didn't even have an episode this weekend. Like I said, I've been gone most week. I think I only streamed maybe like once, maybe twice last week. But for those who have been paying attention, for those who have been around, you know that essentially there are new things that are changing up. New things are coming across in my life, personally as well as professionally, and I've been trying to figure out a way to put it all together, figure it out and put it all together. I just got in. I've been home for about maybe 3 hours, and I don't know, it's been very interesting, very interesting week. For people who are close enough to me, then they know that I am making. I have been making strides to different career opportunities that's come up. Very unsurprising opportunity that came up. It's unsurprising the fact that I already know how the business pretty much runs, but rather surprising the fact that they actually did take interest in me. So and then there's always been a question because we're going into the second quarter of the year, and because we're moving into the second quarter of the year, everybody knows that I've been pushing for this whole thing to try to make sure we get the the field and the show of the format of how everything's running on a very smooth trajectory. Because quite frankly, as we've been building this up and as we have been trying to figure out what's the best way to get it going forward, we have definitely run across a lot of hiccups. And mainly, I take a lot of responsibility for that because quite frankly, I am the one who is the content creator of the channel. I'm the one responsible for whatever takes place. And I have been trying to figure out my best way to make it more engaging, make it more appealing for you guys. At the same time, make sure that we keep the format and the mindset is the reason why we have the channel in the first place. We're not here to just be like everyone else because, quite frankly, you have enough people who are experiencing the game at doing that. You already have enough people who are already giving you that. You don't need just another face to do that for you. And I don't want to be just another face to give that to you. So there we are with that. In addition to that, the same way I have to tell people, what's for me, people really don't understand, just don't give a shit. Take it however you want to take that. But we don't make a career, we don't make a habit out of. Uh, I know some people like to fake like they are big time YouTubers. They make a career out of this, but that's not for the majority of people. So I do work for a living. For the most part, I have been very fortunate in being able to build up this channel in the last year and a half, because I do remote work. So I do remote work. It's more hybrid. It's not remote. It's hybrid. I got to travel out far once in a while, to do pitch decks and to do my actual physical stuff and turn things in. And the other part of my job is just making sure I make sure the reports are good, my trainings are good, my coachings are good, all my other reports are good. I'm making sure that the metrics are looking good for the compliance side of things, and then making sure that everything looks good in terms of inventory and in terms of the P&L, all that other shit that's just nothing for you to care about. But an opportunity came up, and I've been really mulling over it for a while. I've been entertaining it, but it requires me to move away from my current employer into a new employer, which means that my time being able to sit down and maybe just even turn the camera on, or to join other people's channels and streams and have a conversation with them on my small bit of free time is going to change, because now I will be physically on site for the majority of my time. I will no longer have that hybrid lifestyle. And it's cut into not only what my plans were for the next quarter moving in, but it makes me wonder, how am I going to make this happen? I want to say, oh, yeah, I could just get it all going and I could still make it work or whatever, but the energy is going to change. The energy is going to change because I also want the format of the show to keep its originality, but at the same time, I also want not to give up an opportunity that will, 'cause the money's good, the opportunity is even better. Um, and I thought I was just going to be doing whatever I was going to be doing, but quite frankly, I did not know just how much they were going to be invested in me so early. So that was very interesting. That was very interesting. I just came in there, started doing my shit. This is also the reason why we did our show for the night of the DVD, and I was super tired because I had to go meet with them, and it was kind of like this whole competition kind of candidacy thing. Who knew what, but also who knew how to work a bit of coding, who knew how to work a bit of um, their AI compliance side of the game. And there was me and there was four other people, so it's five of us all together. And it just so happens that despite all that, I still managed to very much impress them because of not just my technical attributes, but also just how I speak, how I talk to people, how I move around, how I'm quickly able to be engaging to get people to remember me. And the only thing that we had to sift out, I was very surprised because that was on Friday, which is why we never really got to speak with each other on Friday. And then because of my current job that I'm at, we've had people whose roles were phased out. Let me just put it that way. And that because a lot of people's workloads got transferred over. So I had to literally go far out to the actual to actually on site, and that was most of my job. That was most of my day on Saturday. So we didn't even have a show on Saturday. And then while I was out there, I just hung out with a friend and everything. And I just stayed out there until I came home, literally like hours ago. And I was like, shit, I missed out on everything. What am I gonna do? I walked in, and I totally forgot I left that thing on. So that thing has been on all weekend. Funny enough, I was like, oh shit, I left that on. Damn. Um, so now I guess we're just sifting out the a little bit of the things that need to be sorted out. Scheduling, if I'm going to take the job. No, no, don't salute. I haven't accepted the job yet because we're still finalizing my what my asking for compensation. So we haven't sorted that out. But it was a very busy week between meeting with them, interviewing with them, doing my work, sorting out all the new shit that got dropped in my lap from people being phased out. And then yeah, there was a lot of time with no sleep. That's pretty much it. And I kind of wanted to, in addition to that, like trying to squeeze out as much time for the editing, for the building, for the building of things that I want for the future, music, um, music, sound, intros, outros, a whole bunch of stuff, promotions, all the stuff that I'm trying to get into. And now this got thrown at me, and now I'm like, I'm all over the place. Now I'm like, fuck, I feel like I can't focus. And I kind of want to take the time to really to talk with you guys about that, because normally I don't let you guys in my personal life. I tell you what I do, but I tell you what I do. I tell you sometimes even the kind of things that I have to work through, but I really don't let you guys in as to where what is on my mind, why am I doing what I'm doing, and how it not only affects me, but how it affects you guys. Because quite frankly, we build this together. And I don't know. I've been looking for insight in all the areas that can't really provide me anything. So I do what I do best. I try to talk to I try to speak out loud and I try to talk to other people and get an idea of what am I doing. Um, it's a really good opportunity, and I guess a part of me feels a little bit jaded, um, because I left I left full time employment. Was it 3.5 years ago? So I used to work as a freelancer well before I got into full time employment, and then after full time employment, I was in there for about a decade, and then um, leaving 3 years and now being back on my own, um, eating what I kill. I'm like, do I want to go back to be working full time? But the money is really good. That's the difference between working for somebody who's responsible for you versus you being responsible for yourself. For those who know, if you know, you know. Um, it's an exciting opportunity, but it's also under someone else's rules, and I can do that with no problem. That's not the thing. That's not my concern. It's just that I am now subjected to someone else's time clock, which is part of my thing. So I really don't know, and that's what we're trying to hammer out. What's my freedom? Because how do I like? I've been trying to do this for a while. How do I hammer out a deal with my employer? Which, quite frankly, once you sign paperwork, they can feel free to want to renege anytime they want to. That's just what it is. But if it's not literally on paper, they can renege whenever they want. Then there's the whole non-compete, everything else, which is fine because I don't have any other ventures that I'm running into that will be a conflict with the type of industry. Um, but also, how do I find the time to do this with you guys? You know, and then in addition to that, how often can I do it with you guys? Because now I'm set on a timetable. And I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna share more time with you guys. Now, if I accept the offer, once we find out more, I'll know more tomorrow. So I guess when I know, I'll probably let you guys know whether and then I'll have to figure out how much time I have between my current employer and them before before we start figuring out what before I start figuring out what's gonna happen on that side just with them, but also how am I gonna figure out things with you guys? Because do I just start going live more often, um, but it's more at a steady rate, which we've been kind of at a steady rate, but it's only been about a certain amount of days because I get to sit down, I get to have conversation with a lot of different people online, whether it's way early in the morning or late night, depending on you want to look at it, or whether it's an off chance of just being there in the afternoon if I manage to be online looking at something. But now, if I'm gonna a fixed time frame, what it means is that I can only do things at a particular time for a particular length. That's my thing, when you say just go with the flow. Um, the thing about going with the flow, I don't have a problem with it. But if you guys don't really know when you're going to see me, then a lot of people become disconnected. And then on top of that, YouTube is very biased. YouTube likes consistency. And I'm trying to figure out if I can find a way to be consistent. Because that's the thing. If I ramp things up now, what it means is YouTube's gonna hold me to that. And I do this for really not just for myself, but I do this also for you guys to have these conversations because I love having the conversation and I like hearing the back and forth. Um, that was one of the beautiful things that got me inspired to want to do YouTube because when you start working by yourself and you start working alone, you start losing a human connection, and that's something that I've been doing for so long now. So outside of my video conferences and coaching, most of my time is spent with, if not spending time with my girlfriend and my friends when I do meet up with them because we're all busy professionals. Most of my time is spent speaking with you guys, speaking with people online, getting perspectives, challenging ideals, things like that, and I enjoy that as well. But it also means that I won't have the free time of saying on a break where I give people projects and then they sort that out. I can think about conversations that we've had, or if somebody comes to me with a problem, I can think about the conversation we've had. I can write that down, and then I can formulate a whole idea as to what kind of an episode I might want to tie that into and how it's relatable to other people. And then for we have this big, nice conversation that we try to dissect narratives and talking points and how people feel about themselves and everything else. If I am stuck And the truth of the matter is I just don't know. Let's just put it out there. I don't know what I don't know. I'm right now. I'm overthinking it. I'm overthinking it actually because I'm a little excited. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little excited about the opportunity, but at the same time, I'm apprehensive. And I think that if I do this and I feel like if it takes a lot of time away from me, what's gonna happen is that I'm not gonna be prepared, or rather, the material that I want to bring to you guys is not gonna be as it's not gonna be it's not gonna have as much substance as it used to. I'm worried about the quality of what I do with you guys, because I think that's a good reason. One is the reason why we do this in the first place, why the idea and how I take my approach to opinionated is. But also, like I said, I have a whole new format that I want to bring forth to you guys as well. And now I'm like, shit, that kind of might get into the way. And there's no way in hell I'm gonna be like, well, damn this opportunity because YouTube doesn't pay me. And even if it did, I'm a brand new YouTube creator. There's no way I'm gonna be ramping up. We don't have hundreds of thousands of subscribers or millions of subscribers. We're still under 1,000, folks. Like, what are we doing? So it's something, and I'm taking a lot into consideration for myself, for my friends and my family, but also for you guys. Um, I don't know. I see a lot of good opportunities on one side, but I'm trying to look at the other side as well. And the other side is the time that I spend with you, the time that I've gotten to know a lot of you guys up here as well. I don't want to be one of those people that they got a new opportunity and then all of a sudden they just poof up and went away. That's that doesn't sit well with me. So I guess I'm trying to find a way to make that happen, to ensure that we keep a connection, that we still doing our thing. Yeah, yeah. But I also don't like, but it's in a lot of different ways. It's not only the great conversations and thought process that goes into all that, but also it's the I care because I put too much time and effort into this as well. I Again, YouTube doesn't pay us, folks. So a lot of the stuff that I did, it's all out of fun. I know some people are like, oh, I feel like I had to do all this and I had all the big pressure. I don't know what that's like. I don't really don't know what that's like. I put myself on a timetable based on how much time I have available and how much I really like doing it. Sorry, I don't have money where I can throw at an editor or have an assistant or any of that shit. I don't. So literally everything that you see on my show is everything I've done. And I've had plenty of people critique it. Oh, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Why don't you do the whole AI background, AI thumbnails, AI music? And I'm just like, first of all, you're talking about a lot of different services that really require people paying out money. Um, because quality work costs, no matter how you look at it. Oh, when I had more free time before I started streaming a lot more with you guys, and for you guys who knew me before then, before we really started ramping thing off, especially before that 6 month period when we were starting the show, you guys saw. You guys saw when I was putting in a lot of the different time. Hell, I didn't even have Nightbot. I didn't even have Nightbot at all. Um, we were just having on streams. There was some sort of an intro, but we was kicking it off. We was still having the show, being what it was. We didn't have a long time of really having a big community with people. There wasn't a whole bunch of other innovators, other personalities and other content creators coming onto the platform. Where really we was just shooting the shit back and forth. And part of me kind of missed those days just a little bit. But at the same time, I do appreciate the growing community that we've had here, and I don't want that to fall by the wayside because I don't know how many of you see it this way, but the part of the thing that also keeps me motivated to do this as well is because I see us doing something that's different compared to the lot of the spaces that even when I'm in different when I'm in different content creator space and I'm in a lot of different people's chats, even when I see you guys in different people's chats, when I compare what they do and what I do, I honestly believe I bring you guys something different. Minus the time they would have just goes ape shit on on a panel. But outside of that, I do believe I bring you a format and a structure that's just different than a lot of other people because I guess I don't look at my channel as just a panel channel or a debate channel or argument channel or people who just want to believe that they're intellectuals. That's really not what I'm doing. That's really not what I'm interested in because everybody thinks that they're the smartest person in the fucking room, unfortunately. I really do believe I just like to bring forth conversations that that are relatable to many people that don't stick on the same niches that everybody else talks to. Going everywhere and eating the same food. So I try to bring you something that's different that really digs into people's minds that are uncomfortable that people don't want to talk about. Because honestly, if I really saw that in a lot of other people's channels, I would rest easy falling back. Because then I know you guys would actually get critical thought. Just being honest. I do this because I love conversation, but also I like hearing opinions that are actually based in critical thought and not just rhetoric, not indoctrination, not points that I can hear out of 20 other people's mouths easily. Just this channel. Oh, I've heard that before. Oh, heard that. Feel like you're flipping a remote and you just hear the same shit. So when I get up here and I talk with people, even for people who I've heard say literally the same regurgitation, and I bring them a topic and they mention things and they think about it. They don't just fly up at the hip and they actually sit and think and they're actually bringing something new and you can see that they have that aha moment. That's that's great. That's beautiful to me because not only is it something that you can see for yourself that's new, but there's nothing better than when because a lot of you guys don't see this as well. There are so many conversations that we have after the show. Like something like some of the people when the show is ending, some of the people who are on the panel, they leave, and some people stay behind. And sometimes some of the real conversation that we have is just fucking beautiful. Like the way how we dive and we engage and I was thinking about that even on the last time when we had the show. It was I think we were chopping it up for maybe an additional 2 hours or so. And it was just really good talk. Like it really made people think and the way how we were challenging each other and no one had to sit there and do and that's the whole addiction of going live. No one was there shitting on each other, calling each other names. Oh, you're a fucking idiot, and you're a low cow, and that. None of that shit happened. We were able to critique each other. We were able to go really hard on each other, and it was still good. No one felt offended, and that's not something you get to see on the internet now, especially in the spaces that we tend to frequent. Yeah, and that's something I like to bring to you guys, but I don't think we ever get enough of it because too many people are into or rather too many people are used to fast food content. You ask for panels where it's quite frankly long because it can last for hours, but at the same time, it's long fast food. It's slow bites into fast food. It's nice when you see the people that you normally frequent actually engage and move in a way that you haven't seen them before. And I don't know about you guys, but for me, that's enlightening. It's enlightening to for instance, I'll use him as an example. Ruthless. Love Ruthless. Been known Ruthless for years. It's it's nice to have Ruthless come up, have a conversation, and yes, he might go into the whole woman man thing, but then when you see him actually move away from that, when he starts talking about other stuff, when he brings up great points, when he talks about when he brings up politics or how he brings up his own personal experience and how, crime and all kind of stuff. and you see that he has a genuine interest in what he's saying. It's not something that he's just been pounding at for years on the internet when he actually gives a profound experience and perspective that's genuine, authentic. Those moments, I'm just like, that's the real ruthless. That's the guy I want to keep meeting. Same thing. You guys have seen Brick. Brick and I have lots of really good conversations, both here on the panel and after the show. And the shit that I hear from him, I'm just like, honestly, like, yo, damn. He'll say things. And I'm just like, I didn't think about it that way. I'm gonna have to sit down and really mull over that for a little bit. Honestly, another person that a lot of you guys, whether you like or hate or whatever, not nothing I care about, but GS we having some really good conversations. And it ain't about all that shit that he talks about on his channel or where how many people dislike him for whatever. We don't talk about none of that shit. And those who have been on the panels after the shows to see all that, they get to see the guy that they normally don't see. Engaging in shit and engaging good faith. It's not trolling. It's not, and it be like you get to see a different side of people. And I wish we opened up a space. We opened up a space where we can actually just hold people as to who we see, not what we want to see out of them. It's it's upsetting to me that you guys sometimes don't get to see the people that I get to see. When the lights are off, when the camera's off. It's amazing. I know some of y'all are so used to trash TV or argument central or clout central. And to be honest with you, clout is like welfare, folks. It's like welfare. You drag enough shit and you try to get an incentive off of it. You try to get taken care of by it. I know a lot of you probably don't want to look at it that way, but that's the way I look at it. You become a clout welfare recipient. If you are bombastic enough, if you are hated enough, people will pay to see you. So instead of getting better, you dirty up the areas around you. You go to other people's areas and you dirty those areas up too. You are the opposite of gentrification, so to speak. You go to other people's places to trash it up because you're afraid if one place looks good, then the other place is going to look good and you're going to get kicked out. Perhaps we should have a conversation about that at some point, but I'd have to find a way to back that up because that is a very open claim, and I'd have to find some points to actually back that up. To this week will probably be one of my more open weeks because I got a couple of days off this week. But after that, yeah, I don't really know what's gonna happen. I'll be busy tomorrow. I'll be busy a little bit tomorrow, and Tuesday, Wednesday, but Thursday, Friday, I'll be a little bit more open. Friday, kind of like a half and half. Saturday, I'm gonna be good, and we're most likely to get an episode that day. But yeah. But I wanted to kick it up and just get you guys thoughts on a whole bunch of stuff, and just let you know pretty much why I wasn't around, what was going on, and just what was inside my thoughts. I didn't Like I said, I didn't plan for an episode or anything. I when I got online, I was like, "Do I want to get online? Do I want to say anything?" Nah, you know what? I ain't do nothing. I normally don't go online for something. This is normally my day where I chill. I sit back, I watch something, I edit, or I just peruse other people's channels. I don't say shit. I just listen. But even when I got online, I didn't see anyone online. I said, "What? Is something wrong? Is something wrong with my internet?" It had me shaking my laptop for a moment. I was like, "Something wrong with my internet?" Nope. Just nobody was online. And I was like, "Shit, that is crazy." So you know what? Let's start a live, and I'll just talk about what's going on. But also while we're at it, while I was thinking about this new show and how I wanted to start bringing new things into perspective when it comes to it. Now that this different opportunities come up, I've been wondering if I just want to have a normal just kind of thing. I just want to talk with you guys about all kind of stuff. Maybe it doesn't need to be as um structured where I have a big monologue, but I think also part of the problems um, that I do constantly run into is honestly, it's not because I talk with you guys and we kick it back and forth and you guys talk or you make jokes or you troll or shit like that. And my thing is, this, if you're gonna troll, just be fucking funny because some of y'all just really terrible at it. You think you're funny, but ain't nobody laughing, especially me because I love a good troll. But also, I think part of the reasons why, and it's a hit or miss. This is the thing about my channel that becomes a hit or miss. The moment the shows is always become a hit or miss depending on the panel. Sometimes I put up a panel and we have a really good show. It's a decent show. And then other times I put up a panel and it's a shit show. And when I look at the longevity, even when if I look at my analytics, the times where everybody's cussing and screaming and all kind of shit, and you can't really hear what's going on or whatever. Those are actually the days that my streams look bad. My analytics don't look good. Funny enough, because I'm pretty sure it looks probably different if you go to other people's shows. You can't say I'm getting more views if it really just means that I'm on longer. That's not the same thing. Because I have shows where I've been only on for 3 and 4 hours and I've got a lot of views. And then I have shows where I have roughly the same amount of views, but I've been on for like fucking 8, 9 hours. So obviously it's not how long the stream is. And again, I don't have a problem having a good conversation, especially if it eats into my time and I'm thoroughly enjoying the stream. But there are times I'm letting the stream go and I'm just going, I don't get it. I really don't get it. But that's what I'm thinking. What are you guys' thoughts? I mean, outside of this whole work thing, because that's just a me thing. But what are your thoughts on this on the idea of this channel and how we might be moving things in the future, or if you have any ideas yourself? What are your thoughts? Oh, crazy man, what's going on? What? The reason why I say it is because yes, I have to be the one to hit go. Yes, it turns into a bit of a passion project for me and everything because here's the truth of the matter. I could just hit go live. You could see nothing. You could see no intro, no music, no nothing. All that stuff is because I like that stuff. I like learning to edit. I like learning to do. Because before I even got into this whole thing, when it came to streaming, and people like No Chaser would know this, because he's been here long enough. Blind would know this. He's been here long enough. Cellulite would know this. He's been long enough. But like the majority of my early materials wasn't live streams. It was videos. I had lots of shorts. Anyone that looked at my catalog from before, you would see a whole bunch of shorts. That was sitting on my other social medias as well. You would see videos. It wasn't consisting of live streams. Live streams is something that just came later. And I do miss um, editing content and putting things up, but I just don't have the time because of work. Hell, I think if I move into anything else, the idea of me doing that might lessen. I don't know, but it did open up more of the idea of me being able to just talk more candidly with you guys online. Great, what's going on? Appreciate you for stopping by. So work harder. Uh, I hate to tell you this, but this is not my job. I don't need to work harder for YouTube. If YouTube gave me a contract where I was getting paid, sure, I'd work. But no, that's not it. Because I could be going live for hours and the, not really receive anything back from it. I don't have sponsorships or anything like that. So no, that the idea of me losing sleep and cutting into actual life of things that I have to do for nothing, no, 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 no. That is not smart. Yeah, I saw that. That's what made me just say I'll just come up and I'll just talk to folks. It's pretty. A lot's not going on today. You said you like the discussion where peeps are trying to understand. Obviously, I like that. And the key word that you use in that first sentence is the understanding, not the my point is better than your point, rather than getting down to this whole how did you come to that point of view? Well, how did you get there? I like it when the conversation goes back and forth and it flows in a productive in a productive manner, in a productive direction. But we don't get a lot of that now. We don't. You may see it once in a while, and I think the point gets missed because I think the idea of what we have right now is that when people start getting along, someone's like, I don't like this shit. They getting along, and they come through, they get on, they click the link, they come through, and they hit the grenade, and they throw that shit right in the damn room, and then chaos ensues. They come in with the grenade, throw the shit in, and they want to be, well, fuck you. Well, you're an asshole. You're a dick. You're a loco. Making no sense, just sounding like a retard. And the conversation gets lost because they gaslight, they straw man, they all the fallacies that you can think of, and they just totally derail the entire conversation. And then, unfortunately, they do it for a very selfish reason. They do it for themselves. They never consider the people who are benefiting from it, the audience. I say this for a long time, folks. For those, especially for those who have been watching me for a while, whether here on my platform or whether me on other people's channels. I have a conversation with people, but I'm always cognizant of the audience. What are they also getting from it? Same way how if I'm talking to somebody in public, I need to also be careful who might be overhearing that conversation. If it's out in public, other people can hear it. What are they going to grab from that conversation? Sometimes people just they're not ear hustling; they just manage to overhear something. And I just need to make sure that they heard something with clarity and not necessarily making up their own shit. I just let me know. I got it. I got it today, so I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything much of today. Tomorrow, shit, I don't even know. I think we can do an episode tomorrow. So if you even want to chop it up later, it's all good. Just let me know, Marcus. Just let me know. Or if anything, you know what? Hit shit. You got me on Discord? Marcus, if you got Discord, you can hit me up. And that's pretty much it on my mind. I got other things, but they're not nearly as relevant. Look, and my guy's already here. He's starting the challenge. OG. That's my guy OG do dirty. Except he didn't send me here. I started this one up. Appreciate OG for the five starting with the challenge. And if you haven't, please be sure to check out OG. He is rising up right now. He is doing his thing. And if no one else said it, I am proud of him right now. He is doing this thing. He's really stepping up his production. He's building a really good following. Good on him. So I haven't been on Discord. Now that you say that, I did see his message. I am going to reach out to him. Um, Now I really got to think about what I'm going to say to him because when I did want to reach out to him, it was I didn't know about all this news that happened, and that's kind of the reason why I forgot to reach out to him because I got so busy last week. So yeah, I'm gonna take the time and I'm gonna reach out to him. Now I got to rethink some things, but yeah, I'll reach out him to him nonetheless. Thanks for reminding me, a crazy mama. Crab, what's going on, man? But outside of that, I don't have much. Like I said, I was just trying to kick it to my own shit. I didn't have much. I didn't think about anything for today. It wasn't a scripted show. I just kind of came on. But if you guys got anything that you might want to talk about, I'll drop I'll drop in the link right now. If you guys are interested in anything, I'll kick it for a bit. I don't know. I might even do some gaming today. Who knows? Who knows? I feel like I want to relax now. That I'm finally get to be home. Hank, what's going on? Okay. I'm okay. Cool. I don't see the relevance of you bringing that up. Outside of that, you have a love hate for him. I don't see the reason. I want to know how that was relevant to me. Am I supposed to speak for all black people, or am I supposed to care about what his feelings are for black people? I'm not a black representative. If that's what you were looking for, that's not a trigger for me. I don't get it. You could feel free to hit the link and explain to me why you think that information should be very prevalent to me. Why I should worry about it, or as if I'm supposed to be surprised to say if there are racist people in the world. It's not a surprise to me. What's
What up?
going on, man?
Shit, I just came to kick it with you. You're talking about maybe not being around so much.
Well, the idea that I want to be around. I just haven't figured out what the we're finalizing what I will be able to do and what I can't be able to do. And that's first starting off with money, and then next starting off with what are the responsibilities. Because I can't explain to people what I do. I keep my online life and I keep my work life separate.
Yeah, yeah. I was giving you a hard time about that because I know that, bro. I enjoy our conversations so much. I restream them and talk to you like as if you're there. No, you really do. Like you provoke thought, man. Like, and if nothing else, I salute you for that because you've accomplished that. I know that's what you try to do. You do a damn good job, man.
Well, I appreciate it. Like I said, I do it because I think at the forefront of it all, I think there are people that they have conversations that they're very uncomfortable, but I guess they're in and out so quickly that they don't really take the time to have conversation with other people, real conversations. It becomes the same old shit. People don't really want to talk about. Let's just say, even in a group setting, that they're having a hard time with their boss, or that they feel like they're trapped because they want to they want to leave their job, but they have no one that they can really talk to because they have so much responsibilities to people. I don't mind having conversations with people like that. Not that I can give them advice, but we could now have a conversation to get down to ground zero rather than they're afraid to have the conversation because they're afraid of how they really feel. Because if they really get the answer they're looking for, it either means that they will make the decision that will change not just their life, but everybody else's life, or they will scare themselves into being stuck right where they are. And most people choose not to have the conversation. I don't want to talk about it. And they stay stuck. That's what happens with most people. They're too afraid to get the answer. And I don't mind having us talk with them. Say, hey, at the end of the day, let's just talk about it. You ain't got to make a decision, but you should at least have that talk.
You're good at it, bro. I mean, you've done that with me a lot of times, and just like provoked thoughts that I needed to just had the conversation out, and it let me come to a conclusion about things that you may not have even known that I was thinking about. You know, and I
I
know
think it's
it's
go
I
ahead.
don't. I try not to glaze you, dog. Like I'm not trying to glaze you. For I just really like I admire people that are willing to be like, yeah, I want to think critically about shit. You know what I mean? Like to me, bro, that's not even a common thing, man. Like it's a very rare thing now. It seems like.
You know what's so funny? I first got this concept of doing so. It's gonna sound sexist, ladies. I got it from hiring a whole bunch of women.
Oh shit.
I there was a job that I worked at, and I had only 4 guys who were. I only had 4 guys, men, 4 guys, and I had 11 women. Some I
Damn.
inherited, some I hired, but it was overwhelming. And the shit we used to hear, whatever, and but oh, appreciate you, Marcus. Appreciate it. Told you already led him here. Subscribe to the channel. But the ish here's the funny part. The guys, even if the guys had issues with each other, they learned to work with each other. But the ladies, shit. I had ladies not want to come to work because a particular person that they worked with was there. I had ladies who would not show up to work. I had ladies that would not do favors for other people. They were very picnic picky about whatever. But
Yeah.
also, but also one of the big things that I learned was in terms of the communications part is that you know how you know how the conversation, the trope is, the stereotype is, or whatever, that men want to fix problems, women just want to talk. Well, me having a lot of talk, one of the things I was able to say is, you know what? Let's just talk. I'm not here to give you an answer, but let's just ask questions until you get down to that I don't know. And I don't know is a good place to start. And that's
Salute.
exactly what we do. I learned a lot of tactics from just never giving a solution, just asking questions back and forth from women.
I couldn't do it.
It was my job. My job was to get down to the root cause. And sometimes that meant not giving any advice. You just had to sit there and just ask questions to get down to, oh, and you have a problem with this? Why is it you have a problem with this? Oh, I have a problem with this because my job was like, well, you say that, but you knew exactly what that was part of your job. So what exactly about it that's giving you the problem? You give them the whole list. Give me your pros and cons of the things that you love about your job, that you hate about your job. And then they would write down all the stuff that they love. And I said, okay, cool. And I look at all the stuff they hate about the job. It's like, when you look at your job, all the stuff that you wanted to do that would make you the best person, that would get you that promotion, that would get you eyes. Is it sitting on the stuff that you like to do or the stuff you don't like to do? And they were looking like, it's the stuff that I don't like to do. Well, then, what do you think that you should do about it? Well, I don't know. What do you think? No, no, it's not me. At the end of the day, I make my choices. You have to make your choices. What do you think that you should do? And we would just run it down. And then she just says, I don't know. I said, it's not that you don't know. You have more options now than you did when you first walked in this door. Now it's time for you to make a choice. Leave when you make a decision, come back and we'll have another talk about it. And something that would take a half an hour, almost an hour.
Golly.
Yeah, no bullshit.
That sounds terrible, bro.
But I did it. I did it for the benefit of other people because there are so many people that they don't they want something done, but they won't really invest in themselves because a lot of people are afraid of the answer. Let me not even say that. A lot of people are afraid that a lot of people first are afraid of the word no,
True.
even when they say it to themselves.
That's true.
So a lot of people are afraid of the word no first and foremost. And the second part is that a lot of people won't try because, well, actually because of the word no, they'll psych themselves out. But guys do it too. See a bad looking bitch? Now I can't talk to her. She probably got a man. How you know?
Yeah.
Now I can't buy that drink. She gonna throw it in my face. How do you know?
Yeah.
Get off the wall.
Shit, that's true, dude. And you do always do that, bro. It's the first time I ever seen you talking about like your own disposition on stuff. Like you usually do the thought provoking thing, like provoking a thought in the viewer. So I don't know if that's growth or if that's something else, man. But salute to that shit. That's the first time I ever seen you do that.
Well, I get into it once in a while. Like I said, people who really know me close by, like those who got my number, like OGE and I talk, or Marcus, we talk in the background, all that stuff.
I want to link. I need to link up with you on Discord because if you do start streaming less or something, I want to make sure I still have a way to keep in touch with you. Put it in
Yeah,
the
no,
back.
yeah, I gave my Discord in the back. Uh,
Well,
so Crab, you're right. You're right into a sense. Women find a lot of problems, but you know what? They tend to find a lot of the problems that need to get that they run into a lot of the problems that you don't even know they're problems yet.
that's facts.
Like they are the hummingbirds. To be honest with you, sorry, not the hummingbird. They are the canaries in the coal mine. That's what they are. If you just sit back and you listen to them and you just don't think, oh, fucking Vanessa's bitching again. If you just go, what the fuck is she complaining about this time? She can give you a good warning of what the fuck is about to happen. I've learned that. Marcus over here, he says, is he is he on Spectrum cable? Oh my gosh.
What's wrong with Spectrum Cable?
No, it's totally different. What's going on, Sasquatch? Bitching. Yeah, what's she bitching about now? You can, after a while, I don't think they're bringing me a legit problem. In fact, most of the people who I wind up, here's the sad part about it. Most of the people who I wind up coaching are ladies. Most of the guys who come to me for training only come to me after they fuck up. Most ladies come to me before they fuck up.
That makes sense. I mean, chicks can be more proactive sometimes.
Well, it's not about being proactive, it's they are hesitant. Sometimes they get crippled by making a decision. So then it'll force them to talk to somebody to get guidance. Guys will do shit, fuck it up, and like they come to you like, yeah, should I have done that? I tried now. I don't know what the fuck. Like, I don't know how that went wrong. I'm like,
Or
yeah,
just
you ain't talking about it with nobody first, nigga. Like, what happened? Like,
I'll keep trying until I get that shit figured out.
you're like, yo, I really fucked that up. Then I'm like, yeah, you really fucked that up. You should have talked to somebody first. I thought I had it. Like, yeah, you ain't have it though. Like,
Yeah. Hey, that's the scary thing though, bro. Like, with anything is that failure, man. Like that shit ain't easy, man. Especially if you're not used to it. Like that shit can really be like it can scare you, bro. Or it does me.
uh, and that's great. Then that's great, crazy mama. Because most ladies I run into, they get crippled by making that decision because they're afraid to fail. I tell people who I go and coach with, I say, I hope you fail a fucking thousand times. And they think I'm being so mean to them. I said, no, no. I'd rather you fuck up now, especially if you're in your first year, because it's for me, it's accident forgiveness. Because after a year, you can't hide behind I didn't know. You cannot at all. You can't hide behind that shit. I'm
Yeah.
like, get it done now, get it over with right now.
And that's a small dub. I guess if you're training somebody, that's probably you probably see that as like a dub, small W each time, huh? Because every time they fail, if it ain't like debilitating or something, then it's a learning lesson.
Well, I think most people go through life not understanding that there's a lesson. It's like the thing about communication that I had to learn very simple. It's the same way we say about a lot of people who are moving around in a lot of different spaces. Even when I talk about leadership, we find the one thing that made us good, and we stick to it. We don't learn other methods to get better. So before I got decent at communication, is because I had to keep seeing reports, or I had to keep getting emails, or I had to get evaluations that kept saying Resla's good at doing his job, but he doesn't understand his audience. I had to hear that enough. Say, It's not that you were wrong, but the way you made them feel.
Yeah. Hey, well, dude, after our conversation, I don't know if you've seen any of my content this week, but I did a whole week of good communication, bro. This whole last week. And I haven't been swearing as much. I haven't been, and it's crazy because you're right. Like, people really, I think I saw a video that said the 70% of it is body language and how you say it, and only like 15% of it is what you're actually saying. Like the people really, it's not even what about what you're saying, it's more about how they receive it, how you say it. So, and you've been telling me that a minute, Doug, and I haven't really, it hadn't made it into my head until this last week.
We as human beings, and I say this when I had to give up a course. Last year, in the company that I work for with, I ran with the communication specialist. We call her a communication specialist, whatever. Remember, we're not going to get into that, but uh, I ran our project with her where we were teaching people the aspect of communication and knowing how and when to speak to get what you want. And we were at odds with each other because our communication styles are just so different. Her communication style is based on her training as someone who has a degree. My communication style is based on a lot of books, research, and trial and error. so, so when I have a conversation with somebody, I'm saying that you need to do this, do that, and she's like, "You don't want to offend." I said, "The offense is not on your part. The offense is on their part and how they take it, which means that you need to convey yourself and use persuasive languaging in order for them not to feel that way. You know how I get a lot of people to do favors for me? By agreeing with them on something small, asking for big so I can get small. A lot of people will fold on an excuse that you give them by using one simple word.
Damn, that's smart, bro. But that's not, is that manipulation?
Absolutely. Communication is about manipulation as well. See, a lot of people want to hold morals to it, but communication is absolutely about
Well,
manipulation
I
as well.
agree. I agree. I said that one time and got a whole bunch of shit for it here though too. So it's but you're right. That's exactly what it is. You're either like learning or teaching during it, or like giving or taking during every interaction. I
Well,
agree.
well, this is why I say it a lot, and I've said it like, even on this channel and other people's channels. Things that you can't get away from. Apparently, death and taxes is one that got put up for a long time. But also, life is about choices and trade offs, and the choices and trade off can only be done through one thing: people. You want to get rich? You need people. You wind up being poor? It's because of people. You want to move up in the world? You're gonna need people. You want to build. You want to get through a project or something? You need people.
Do you consider yourself an extrovert or an introvert,
I,
Doug?
I am an introvert, and I trained myself situationally to be extrovert.
That me and are you an INFJ in the Myers Briggs personality test? Have you taken it?
Yes, I have.
Me.
Myers Briggs, Clifton Strengths. Yeah, I've done all that.
What do you call it? Yes, I'm the same way. Like I have the ability to be a peer extroverted. Like I can communicate properly when I need to, but I much rather be so like the building a platform is crazy hard, bro. But it's wild, man. Like once you get into the rhythm and find your, like you said, find your audience, and they start feeding into you of what they want. It's wild how much easier it becomes, and I can already see it, like the tension easing up so much, you know.
You didn't miss much. Well, but yeah, yeah. Like I said, a lot of the stuff, even the things that a lot of people will quote congratulate me on, it's it's no different from your values. Um, so a lot of people will say things like, "I'm a good person." I am one of those people who say, "I don't give a fuck what you tell me." Instead of you telling me you're a good person, I need for you to give me a few people around you, and I need for them to tell me that you're a good person. In fact, I don't need you to ask me and say, "Oh, you're a good person." Blind, if you said, I don't know how you feel this way. I'm a good person. I'm like, who are your friends? Tell them to reach out to me. I'm not gonna tell you why.
But let me ask you this, because this is where me and you have had difference of opinion many times. Okay, let's say that we're in that conversation, and I say I'm a good leader. and I say, Resla, I'm a good leader, and you're like, I can't take your word for that. Bring me 3 people that know you, and I want to see what they say. And I bring you those 3 people, and they say that. Then what does that
That's, see,
affect your point of view?
see, you made a presupposition. You're assuming that the questions I'm going to ask are going to be so straightforward that will only be in your favor. You don't know what questions and what criteria I'm going to ask them that will determine whether you are a leader or not.
Okay, and I get that, but I want to know, like, let's say they satisfy your need to whatever that standard would be. So whatever questions you
Whatever
ask,
mentioned. Yes.
yeah, they meet that standard. Then how does that change your point of view about my original statement, or does it?
It would not. It would change my point of view. It would. If they met it, because if the only criteria. What's going on, Bert?
That's
He
good.
let his hair down today.
What's up, Rick?
So, if I'm using the only criteria that I deem sufficient, it would be hypocritical of me, and it would be a disservice to you to renege on the very things that I use to define what a leader is. I would just have to now use that based on my experience and based on different leadership styles, whether you fit in one of those categories. Because if not, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take what you've done. I'm gonna put that off to the side and say there might be a whole new leadership style that we never knew before. And now I need to compare that and talk to other people who are also leaders and ask them for their advice because maybe I'm missing something. Hey, I had a conversation with this guy. I didn't consider him a leader. I spoke to other people around him. They met my criteria. I just need to know based on this other stuff. Maybe I'm off. Do you think he needs this message? If they are even saying yes, then regardless of how the fuck I feel, you are a leader because there's a consensus.
Salute to you for that, because to me, that the whole conversation seems to be more of and I understand why, but it's kind of more of a humility type situation, that it's not proper to make statements like that. And I get it that it's not, dude, and it's a provocative statement to make, but what do you call it? I don't know. I just want. I mean, I appreciate you being able to say, like, yeah, then that does change my point of view and stuff like that. Like, what do you think, Britt?
So I mean, well, first off, I mean, so I kind of scaled or pulled it back to where you were talking about kind of your personal thing there, where the job might change and things like that. So I kind of just jumped into this part of the conversation. I don't really know where you guys are going with it. I want to say that, you know, whatever happens with that, when I see you, I'll see you. You know, I'll be here.
I'll be on. I just see. I think the saving grace is that.
Yeah.
The saving grace is that most of my shows have already been nighttime shows. With the idea of the new shows format, I was really thinking about scaling back the days, but then in the days that I go live, it will be multiple times in the day.
Gotcha.
Which now, because of this new opportunity, I can't even do that. If I take it, we'll know more this week. But
okay, yeah. I mean, I'll look for you. You know, if I see you and I, you know, I'll hop on. You know, and I'm sure it'll be just as valuable as it has been.
I don't plan on disappearing. I just need to sort out what's what. That's all.
Yeah. 10-4. So where were you going with the conversation there, Blind? What is that kind of that topic there?
Oh no, we're just kind of just gently touching on the topic that we had touched on the other day. But I just asked Resla. I said, if somebody declares himself to be something, whether it be to be a leader or smart, I think Resla had said originally, what do you call it? And you doubt it, and then it gets reaffirmed by the people around him. I asked Resla if that changed his point of view on the original statement, and he said that it does. So I didn't have any further commentary, because that was all that, to me, that's the most important part, is acknowledging what the reality is and not letting the statement itself change how that is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I like the way that you put it when you say the reality, right? So reality for me might be different than reality for you. So if someone tells me something um, and I don't have any reason to believe them, yet somebody else comes to me and says the same thing, and then another, and then another, and then another, then it gives it more weight. It begins to become reality for me. It doesn't mean that it actually is reality. I mean, I could still be taken by a cult following, but it certainly does give more weight. That's the
Right.
way I.
Well, and that's kind of what Resta said too. I feel a little bit different, like only because I met people that are very off-putting, that have hardly any communication skills, but they have whatever ability, and sometimes people are provocative, sometimes people are arrogant, sometimes people will say, and you don't really know. So I honestly, you know how y'all said that like somebody upping themselves don't make you reach that level of the standard. Well, neither does like somebody downing themselves or upping themselves. Like somebody's commentary on what they are doesn't change what they are either way.
Well, I think the point I was making in that particular episode, I'm trying to recount some of the conversation we're having. Part of the thing I was saying is that people who self-appoint themselves without anything behind it are the people that we were having. I was
Is the
talking
microphone?
about.
Is that me? It
No,
comes.
it's Resla. Your microphone is a little low. I don't know if it's because you
You
had
said
your.
it's low.
There you go.
It was
The
like
Oh,
gain.
cutting out.
The gain was low. It's good now.
oh, fucking Mike. Um,
But you're good.
uh, what I was referring to is people who, because the issue with a lot of people, the same things like values, right? We see values that we like, or we see values that we deem to be very important, and then instead of attributing attributing those things to ourselves by trial by fire, we see something. So let's just say Brick is a motivational speaker. He got the water in the background. He be talking. Birds be seagulls be fucking turkey. I'm like, damn, I want to be like Brick. He's so motivational. You know what? The values that he mentioned, those are my values. And I want to walk around the streets and I want to talk the same way how Brick does. And I say something. Well, I think you need to do this and you need to believe in that. And I get punched in the mouth. And I go home like, I don't get it. I learned this from Brick. Why it didn't work for me or whatever? And I'm doubting myself because I never tried it. That be getting hit in my face. If the moment I turn away from it, that's not part of my values.
But you recognize there's a whole different type of person too, right? That they do that exact same thing. They get hit in the face and they realize they knew how to fight. Or
Most
so,
people are like that though.
Well, see, and here's another factor: is you don't know how many times Brick got hit in the face.
Correct. Like so, for instance, because now we're talking about something that's very important that didn't get brought up, versus what was being expounded upon when you self-proclaim confidence. Confidence is not the same that you. Confidence is not the thing that you can proclaim. Confidence is already is because you had already done the thing.
yeah,
You can't fake
yeah.
confidence. You can't do that. See, if I tell you, Blind, get mad right now, you're gonna be like I got nothing. That means to be mad. But if I elbow you in the fucking chest, you got something to be mad about now.
Brick can make me mad.
But like you can't just become confident. You have to do the thing to first become confident. You can't just become confident without doing the thing. And we have a lot of people out here who will turn around and say, I'm a leader. Based on what? Because I said so. You know what? I'm a Michelin star chef. Because I fucking said so. Come on.
It don't work. I agree.
It doesn't work that way.
Agree with what you're saying. I completely agree with what you're saying. And you're right. You can't have the. You're right. You are right about that. I was thinking of it on a broader scale, but you're right. You can't have the confidence that you've done something, that you're capable of something that you haven't done. So yeah, you're right about that.
And I've learned that. I've learned that through personal. I've learned that through hiring. Because I'm on the concept, even when I talk to somebody for hiring, everybody lies.
Yeah, of course.
When I'm hearing somebody talk during an interview, I don't care about what you're saying. And I say this all the time. It's not the fact that you said something; it's how you said it, the words that you chose, how you can explain the thing that you did.
Yeah.
If you spoke in jargon, if I make a face, the fact that you recognize that and you're able to then explain it all out to me in a way that I can understand. These things are indicative of, again, I didn't say anything. I just made a face, body language. But you taking that as a cue that someone didn't understand, pausing and saying, sorry, spoke hyphenated. Let me spread that out to you. Spoke with an acronym. Let me give that what it is. Okay, cool. And then expounding on the point. These are the things that are very important. These are the hallmarks of people who understand their audience. These
Yeah.
people who understand their job. These people who understand because they've gone through it, which means that it inspires confidence.
But I would say, like, just touching on the specific conversation, I would say, like, when it comes to, well, I guess that's a very unique, the whole leadership thing is a unique conversation, I feel like, because it's a little bit different. To me, it is because in order to, you have to have a reason to want to, like, okay, like when we had the, I'll just use the specific conversation. When we had the conversation, I have no reason to desire you guys to understand it. So like when y'all say, okay, well, how is that so? There's no reason, there's no, I have zero motivation to actually help y'all to understand it. So like there, when it comes to the leadership conversation, just uniquely, to me, I feel like only if you want somebody to uh, acknowledge your leadership as a potential follower would it be important. Because to me, that wasn't about moving forward. That was about things in the past. Because I don't.
But I can tell you right now how we can relate this to something else. Normally I don't go there, but let's just, since we got 3.5 men on the panel. So
I love that avatar though.
Freaking fired! I know who the half guy is here. Sure.
Gosh.
So we can switch it up. Let's just say you were talking to this nice woman, right? That nice little baddie, right? How are you going to be explaining to her that you that guy that you can put your shit down without confidence? If you never been the type of guy that can pound the heifer into the mattress, how are you going to be able to relate to her to convince her that she's going to be the one that want to go home with you? It's the same thing.
No, you're talking on confidence, though. I said that the leadership conversation was.
But what did I say? But what did I say? Even about the leadership, about anything, you have to first do the thing. A lot of people self-proclaim with no experience just because I was born a man, as a man,
or as a half a man.
Just to be clear, I never said that.
No, you didn't. But even part of that conversation in that stream where there are people, this is why I was even saying as part of that conversation we were having, that I sat on a panel with a bunch of people, and why no title, no showing of any record, they just said simply by having testes.
Yeah, I have heard
like a divine rights that they were all this and that. And I said, what?
As they are led around by their mama.
Yeah.
Can I oversimplify this?
No.
Because it's going to be insulting to just about everybody.
Go ahead, John.
So the concept of being a leader is the thing you do. Has nothing to do with your feelings, has nothing to do, doesn't even actually have anything to do with confidence, right? Like this is all of the concepts of how we go about describing the thing after it's taken place. But generally speaking, you're a judge because you sit on a bench and you basically sentence people. You're a firefighter because you're the idiot that runs into a burning building. You're a person that saves other people because, like I say, like a doctor, because you basically run around with a switchblade and open people up, whatever the hell thing that doctors do, right?
He said a switchblade.
It's brain surgery.
But every aspect of it is if you think about it, the idea of confidence, like whether you're leading your family, whatever it is, right? The idea of confidence, if you're looking at it in that moment, you're going to fuck up because you're basically like, oh, I know what the hell I'm doing. generally speaking, everything that's worth being done, you have no clue what you're doing. You're kind of winging it the best you can. You got some kind of idea of a direction, but that idea of you absolutely know anything, no. You're figuring it out as you go. And it's really that simple. There's nothing more to it. What we seem to do is we get it confused with this, like, I guess this whole, God, I hate blaming the red pillars right now, but this idea that we can like talk our way into bullshit. That's really what it is. It's like, oh, look at me. I get bitches. I got money. I got money. I got a bitch. I will sell her faster than fuck, right? I mean, just, but the idea is it doesn't matter. None of that shit gives a shit. And what are you doing? You're talking to other people. The idea that we're all sitting around talking about it means we're actually not doing the damn thing.
Yeah. And that was I agree with every word you said, bro. That was the reason why I didn't take that offensively, because whether or not I mean, I get it, and it did kind of get Resla did kind of get under my skin because he is so steadfast in his contrarianism. But what do you call it? Like, bro, I have an older brother that's kind of like Resla. That I've always been the leader of our group. Like, that's just been the way. That's just the way that it is. Like you said, like a firefighter is a firefighter. That's just. I feel like that's a burden more than a privilege or whatever, you know. So
that's because we're always going to sit around talking about the shortcut, or at least when we're like future tense, looking in a direction, right? We want the easy way. At the end of the day, we want the shortcuts. We want all the easy shit. But when it comes down to actually doing the damn thing, you're going to bust your ass. Whatever it is, the thing that you want to do, you're going to bust your ass.
See, that what Josh mentioned is very important, because he said that would be for the majority of people. And this is why I say where your leadership qualities come in. He said most people want the shortcut. Most people, here's the problem. When most people get into a role of leadership, they're taught the shortcut. All the little intricacies to get to the thing have been skipped because most people don't want to show them the long, boring way. Me saying I'm a hunter and I can shoot a deer down, and then saying you get to clean the deer. Okay, so I just gotta rip out all the stuff, right? Not knowing that what I'm cutting to can ruin the whole shit, and now I got shit all in the inside of my deer because I don't know how to properly dress a buck. That's all the long work. And so the shortcut would be if Josh just told me, shoot the fucking deer, open him up, and clean the deer out. Not showing me what was important to pull out. It's like blowfish. Cut the fucking blowfish. Cut the shit out. You cut a blowfish the wrong way, you got poison all over the place.
But I feel like there's, just to give you a little bit of pushback on that, I feel like
pushback.
There's different types of people, because you're right about the specifics, but there's some people that you're like, okay, you're starving. Are you gonna kill an animal and eat it, or figure out a way to kill an animal and eat it, or are you not? And that's the difference between natural and it's not even leadership. It's just like
between vegans.
Well, as an avid hunter, there's a major difference between like basically watching a YouTube video that will actually, believe it or not, actually dissect the concept of where you're supposed to cut. At least on deer, I don't know. I've never watched any of the rest of them. Right. The big difference between watching the video and actually even guys like giving really good details, and the difference of putting your hands on the tendons and learning where to cut. You could actually do the shit with your eyes closed. You're actually doing it then, right? But the idea of you're watching a TV or watching like a YouTube short on how to do it, they're not the same things. It just is what it is, right? But that's the thing, right? It's I watched a video on how to do it. Now I'm a graduate of YouTube University, right? And then I'm going to tell other people to no, bitch, you're going to get out in the damn woods. You're going to fucking fight off ticks and all this other bullshit. Lyme disease if you're up in the
fucking
Northeast.
Ticks. Jesus.
Right? You got to go through all of the bullshit, and then you're going to basically drag that big, heavy-ass thing home and cut it up. And
good luck.
You
don't want to talk about it no more. You're just like, give me that, I want to go home.
Let's look at this from a whole different, because that conversation is about dead. Let's look at this. Desensitization. So, like you're right, Josh, you can't, it ain't the same. But what about all the kids that watch the, like Grand Theft Auto and these video games that supposedly desensitizes them to violence? Do y'all think that that's a real thing?
Oh no, you understand? You understand, blind? All you gotta do is pull up in your car, give a little bit of change, and drive it to you, and then your car rocks. That's
Yeah,
all you have to do. It's
you gotta honk the
simple.
horn. You gotta honk the horn. Yeah.
Damn, I want to honk the horn and then throw money out the window, right? Like that just. Damn. God.
That's what they learn. It's easy.
Desensitization is how we are on life. Period. Like that's not just I don't know, violent video games or however you want to do. We're desensitized on life. How many of us actually know how to change fucking spark plugs on our vehicle? Change the oil, change a damn tire, right?
Change your diaper.
Damn.
Oh, now you're an asshole. Now you're fighting dirty, right?
Hey, but y'all are onto something. Cause dude, check this out. My sister's husband, bro, like 30-year-old guy, man, old enough to throw a full-grown man tantrum, dog. Ripped the fucking door off the hinges. And this was a long time ago. But I come home from work and my sister's there screwing the door back onto, and I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'll fix it. But what happened? And she's like, dude fucking threw a fit and whatever and didn't know how to put it back on the hinges. And I'm like, wow, Russ, a full-grown man, dog. Like, but that's the reality, bro. That you're right. People don't do anything hands-on anymore.
Well, let me piss Resla off. As a man, you'd best know how to put some damn doors back on hinges, right?
I can. Wait, I can. You know what? You know what's funny about it? Here's the funny part about that, Josh. When I first moved into the place I'm at, there was no door there.
Damn.
I built the door and put it up on the door, and it opened and closed with no problem.
You built the door too.
Yeah, Resla moved into a crack.
And you know how I was able to build the door? Home Depot, and because when I worked at the place I was working at last time, we have a whole carpentry department. I cut the bitch and everything, sand the bitch and everything.
Hey, well, do y'all think that the desire to, because, bro, I enjoyed doing that shit as a kid. Like, we learned how to do everything because we had fun doing it. Like,
and the funny, Josh, you know how I learned that too? It wasn't from that job. It was when I worked production because I used to work in carpentry and building sets.
Did you like it?
I loved working production.
Hell yeah! Building.
I used to work out of a whole. I used to work out of a whole college. We worked in the theater department, and then when they opened the concert hall, I used to work there too.
Tight. Hey, y'all, those are the people that, cause like we have this huge fucking amphitheater or whatever, and every Halloween they turn it into a haunted house, and you're talking about. Yeah, well, I always wanted to be a part of it, dog, like to build the sets and stuff, because it's like elaborate Freddy Krueger shit and all that. That you're talking about, like the people that do that for the theater.
Yeah, we did all that stuff.
I gotta ask this question, and I'm actually kind of slightly offended by the damn question. Like the whole concept of a leader, the topic itself pisses me off.
Good.
Because I'm kind of like part of the red pill community to a weird fault, right? Like I'm extremely sexist. It's just my personality, I guess. But the idea of being obsessed with what is a leader, who's not a leader, to me is just strange. Like, why would you care in society who's a leader and who's not?
I think it's important.
Wait. Let me tell you why. You red pill guys care so much because you want to believe that your dicks are free, but you can please other men's dicks.
Hold up. There's no such thing as a walking person on planet Earth that's free.
No.
I don't know of a single person that
wants
is
the
not
freedom
subject.
to do what you want with your dick, but you want to please everybody else's. You want to say, I can have a harem of bitches I want to fuck, but you can't because I think you're a loser.
I think that's the biggest crap of bullshit I've ever heard because I don't know.
If that's the biggest crap of bullshit, then why is the manosphere so heavily split between people who all say the same shit?
Because people talk shit out their ass.
But they all manage to say a lot of the same shit out their ass.
They say the same.
Wait, you know what? And I'm gonna say it. It's gonna piss some people off. People, hide your kids, hide your wives. You know what you all sound like? You sound like people who have different denominations all reading out of the same book.
Damn.
Yeah, I would say too, if you're looking for a leader, it's because you're looking to follow.
Now, I actually
Ouch.
I think it's an important notion because some of us strive to be a great leader. If we strive to be leaders at all, that is the idea. Just like Malcolm X or John F. Kennedy or anything like that. I think it's an important concept. Man. I don't ever think about other people's leadership or anything like that. I just think of it in that personal way.
Well, and so here's why I say that we must be, or at least if we're in the concept of talking about it, right? We must be concerned with who else is a leader, because when you're trying to define that term, we're using everybody else as examples of what we agree with or disagree with, or we're basically using everybody else but our own selves to define it.
That's true.
We can't seem to actually put our own selves on a chopping block and try to figure out like what the hell we're doing. I thought that was the whole point of life, is to try to figure it out the best way you could.
I've been trying the last week to like dissect that whole conversation we had. I don't know if Resla's seen. I've been going over that shit like every day.
I haven't seen it. I don't know. You know what? I don't know why. I go to your. Wait, have you been leaving your lives on your show?
I have 2 channels. Are you even subbed up to
No,
my?
I probably don't know the second channel because I'm not. Yeah, you know what? Drop it in the back chat. Because I'm like, because somebody else said we were talking about I was talking about something, and I can't remember who it was. Fuck. I don't want to say Peace Dino, but if somebody mentioned it and somebody said, me and Blind were just talking about this, and I went to your channel and I didn't see that.
Kev, dog, me and Kev just had like the craziest live stream last night.
No, yeah, I didn't know you had a second channel, man. Yeah, drop in the back and I'll sub to it.
Yeah, dude, watch, bro. When you do get a chance to see it, if you get a chance to watch any of it, you're gonna see like all the growth since our conversations back on my other channel.
That's a fact. Yeah, all right, I'll take a look at it. I'll sub to it right now to make sure I get it.
Hey, because I really try to use it.
I'm surprised. I did not. Yeah, okay. I'm sub right now, man.
Take a look. I try to use this stuff for growth, bro.
Oh, you motherfuckers! You took a look at that shit too.
What?
Lil Nas? Okay. Oh, damn.
Yeah.
You know what? No. I'm not. I'm gonna take some time. I'm gonna watch it. I'm not even gonna get myself hyped up.
I even put you on one of my thumbnails.
I see that. I saw that. I was like, oh shit. Oh shit.
Yeah, it was fun times. But yeah, I try to use this stuff to grow, bro. This is like fertilizer for the soul for me, bro. Like we have these talks, and I really do try and like put myself in an uncomfortable position to grow instead of just like, I'm so cool, I'm so blah blah. Like I really do try to grow, you know.
Well, that's rather kind of the point of the channel. Like I try to do a lot of subliminal messaging, but at the same time I realize people don't get it, and I understand why they don't get it, because we all look, there are things that YouTube pushes very heavily and something YouTube doesn't push very heavily. Like I've seen pet channels. Do you know what they get labeled under? Entertainment. If you push your channel and you push it under, like, say, blogs or whatever, it doesn't get the same shine as you putting it under entertainment. If I'm trying to have an intellectual conversation, let's just say if I did a whole shit under nothing but interviews, that's all it was. I didn't do panels. I just did interviews. In order for it to get really heavily pushed, I'd have to put it under entertainment. It's sad, but true. The one thing that does not get pushed heavily, that gets pushed on other platforms heavily here on YouTube, is gaming. People are trying, but it ain't working.
True. Twitch is the king of that shit.
Well, Twitch, you know what? I'm not even going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about it.
You and Twitch got swoop or what?
No, as someone who's right now streaming to Twitch, I got nothing to say about that.
Right. Yeah, bro. I started to, and then I don't know. Like, I really want to lock down like the YouTube stuff first. This is the most important platform to me, and I don't know why. It just seems like it is. You know.
I have nothing to say. I see. Unlike a lot of people, I read all the boring shit in contracts. So YouTube, I have nothing negative to say about you at all. You gave me an opportunity. You gave me an email address. You gave me an account. It is what it is. I do have my own critiques, which is not a bad thing to give according to your own guidelines. But I am not going to shit on your platform.
Yeah.
Are there things that you can do better? Absolutely, but you will
Nah,
get to it in time because a lot of other platforms that I've been on still have not caught up.
YouTube and StreamYard, bro. I have an inside guy at YouTube and StreamYard. The StreamYard one is a fucking crazy foot weirdo, but but what do you call it? I love him, dog. I like you. You just gotta learn how to.
Did you just bash the man for having a foot fetish? Is that what?
It's beyond the foot fetish, bro. You'll see. Just
I don't know if I want to see. I'll take your word for it.
well, you know what I've
We'll
been
let that topic low.
doing the balance, well, because I've learned like you have to find the balance. If you try to do something that's like beyond normal good, then bad stuff comes, like trolls and stuff come. But if you try and do something that's like trolling, then people want to shame you. So like I've been chopping my segments up into like thoughtful time and then like trolling time, and that's why this whole week, bro, I've been on good communication mode, haven't been cussing. But on Tuesday, I'm roasting everybody. I'm even gonna do 30 minutes of roasting myself, bro. Like we turn up. Like we just try to find the balance energy wise though, because that seems important.
So don't go on your show on Tuesday.
Tuesday, it's gonna be slow.
I think for me, there will definitely, like I said, I don't know how this is going to turn out. We'll know more when this week happens, and I'll probably just do another live like this where I'll explain what I'm thinking, because right now everything has been the precursor. I've been going through a lot of negotiations. Last Friday was my last where I put in all my last inquiries, so I'll know more because over the weekend, everybody, it's the weekend. It's the weekend, nigga. We gonna chill for the weekend. But so I'll know more starting the weekday, what is and what is not, and then I'll let everyone know. After I think about it, I'll let everybody know what's gonna be the next move.
So what worst case scenario, or not even worst case scenario, but like
I'm not walking away from content creation. Let me just say that. Let me just say that right. Let me just get that right there. I'm not walking away from content creation. I put too much time and effort, and this is actually something that I like doing. Because for those who don't know, who haven't been around me long enough, I started YouTube not because I wanted to be a content creator. It was an outlet, and I'll just tell people like so. For those who have been here long enough to actually know, so a lot of you guys came in way later into my content, but originally I used to, I was a leader in a company. I was building up different divisions. I used to go and assess other people's places, whatever. But I didn't have a lot of time to, especially when the whole COVID thing happening. I didn't have a lot of time to hang out with friends and everything. And just like myself, a lot of my friends are also industry professionals, so we don't really have a lot of time to hang out with each other. So unless we say, hey, literally, there's a Mets game, there's a Yankees game, or whatever, that was the only time we can find time to hang out with each other. So outside of that, it's like, hey, can I go to your place? I can. I gotta go do Gary for work, or we're all in management, so we're all needed all the time. So what happened was that after a while, especially when COVID happened, I got into different roles and I started building up two different blocks at the same time, and I didn't have anybody to relate to. No one in my management didn't really understand what I was going through, and no one really understood. And they didn't care because everybody's worried about their own paper, and I get it. I get it. But what happened was I needed someone to talk to because I felt like something was happening. I had just turned 40. Shit was just all weird for me, and so I started seeing a psychiatrist. Thank goodness, never had to prescribe any drugs to me, but I started seeing a psychiatrist because I just didn't have anyone to talk about on a business level, on a professional level, a personal level, what was going on with me. And after a while, because here's the thing, most people on COVID got furloughed. So they all had to sit at home. They were all taking unemployment. They were all getting the STEMI checks. I didn't get none of that shit, by the way. I was still working. I had to be remote. So while many people had to be furloughed and they were getting a STEMI check, I was working. I was quoting it like an essential worker for my job. So I would be the person that let people in. They would walk around in hazmat suits, we all were the fumigating areas and everything. Yes, I was up there. So when we all came back, like everybody who was enjoying their little STEMI check, they were getting a little 700 or whatever the fuck it was, whatever. I didn't see that. I didn't see it. I was working the entire time, and then on top of that, I was taking care of two divisions. I was working with that company on maintaining the standards and trying to get us open for one branch, and I was doing a build up in a whole different borough. So what happened was later on, I was like, I need someone to talk to because this was the first time in a long time I had started sitting home a lot to myself, no one to talk to. I was told I could not contact my coworkers because they were furloughed. So technically they weren't coworkers. they was pending if they had a job waiting for them. So I couldn't contact anyone to say, hey, this is what I'm thinking. But they were reaching out to me. Hey, was wondering if we're going to open up, do I have a job to go back to? And I'm like,
damn, that's a tough position.
I can't say shit. So I started seeing an online psychiatrist. And then after going there for a while, we did this even after we opened up after COVID and we started back out. I stayed on with her. And then after a while, she was just like, I'm going to let you go. And I was like, why? She's like, don't get me wrong.
You're too crazy for me.
Your company's paying the money. It's nothing like that. Of course, incentive-wise, but there's nothing to say to you. You know what's wrong. You know what to do. At this point, I would just be taking up your time that I can really be using to somebody else, which was surprising to me. She was one of those honest people because she could have just kept running the bag up. Because the thing about psychiatry and therapy is that it's an addiction where people who don't need it still keep going and paying for it. So she let me go.
Sure.
She said, you know what to do. Instead of you talking to me, you should consider just talking to yourself. So prior to me even getting on YouTube, I used to vlog. I used to vlog to myself. I was doing photography I was working at a job. I was a compliance leader, and I was also doing photography. So I would be in studios. I would be doing headshot portraits. I was doing maternity, which I realized I hated maternity. But I was doing maternity shots. I would do all different stuff. But then on the off time, I would be the same very camera right now. The same very camera, by the way. The one that's up here. Different lens, but the same very camera that's up here. I would be doing vlogs. And after vlogging, we eventually were back on and everything. And then when the time hit me and I was losing my shit with everything, my girl said, I'm surprised you haven't left yet because I can see you're so unhappy. And I was like, no, we're good. I'm good. And months came by. And then finally I just went to work one day and she said, Resla, how you doing? And I was like, I think I'm going to quit. What? Wait, stay right there. They left. It was like an intervention. They came back with like 3 other managers. I'm sitting there with 3 managers in a small interview room. Why are you leaving? Why did you think that you want to do this? Are you sure there's nothing we can do? I've been talking to you for almost a year. We're in 2022. I've been talking to you all 2021. We're in 2022. I'm like, I just think I'm ready to go. And they're like, no, you don't need to go. What do you need? I don't need anything because I've asked you guys everything and you say, we can't help you. The moment you said that, you sealed my fate. So I left. And then they were scared because I was the guy who was in charge of a lot of shit. So instead of me, when I say like, hey, I'll put in my 2 weeks, they said, no, you can leave today. You have access to a whole lot of real serious information. We can't afford you to have 2 weeks in process. I can see in their mind. They're not saying it back. You have access to a lot of sensitive information. You can really fuck the company up if you wanted to. You can go today. We'll just do without you. So I packed all my shit up. I had people outside. They're all looking like, "What's going on here? Did you get fired?" I said, no, I'm leaving. They're like, "No way." Yeah, I'm leaving. No way. Yeah, women crying. "Oh, no, you can't. And I'm just like, come and bring it in, bring it. It's all right. Yeah, you gotta come back. You're not gonna see us again. No, you're right. I'm not gonna come back.
No,
I'm like,
no,
oh my
I'm
god,
not coming back.
I'm not coming back. Like, and I had people who like they were on the clock. They were on break time. They were on lunch in the elevator, walking me out, staying with me in the front of the fucking office, waiting for my Uber. I'm packing shit in the fucking Uber, and they're just like, "Yeah, you got to hit me up." I got home, and within the hour I was home, people were hitting me up. Not in New York, not just in New York, in Connecticut, in New Jersey,
For a
in
job,
in
like,
Arizona. No, people already got the news that I left.
damn.
And because my business is international, the internet business, people are I had a person reach out to me from Sweden, from Arizona, from Atlanta, from New Jersey, from
From North Korea.
Connecticut. What happened? Are you okay? Do you need whatever you need? And I'm like, I'm good. And that day was my first YouTube video called Figuring It Out.
Damn. Salute to that day then, man. Shit, that's cool.
That was my first video on YouTube, Figuring It Out.
Is it still up? I want to go back
Still
and
up.
watch that.
Still up. It's the very first video
I'm gonna go back and watch that.
where I left my company.
Hey, I guys, I'm enjoying this conversation so much, but I have a previous engagement. Thank you, Resla, for the talk, bro. I hope to see.
No problem, blind. Don't get it pregnant.
I'm gonna comment on one of your videos, bro. I want your Discord so that we can link up somehow.
You know what? Drop your Discord in the back. I'll invite you right now.
Okay, let me do it.
Snow, what's going on? Snow says Wrestler and the panel's blessings all this Sunday. Appreciate you, Snow. Appreciate you. That's what's up. Oh, Ruthless of the channel. He says, what's good?
Good.
What's good, Ruthless? I was actually talking about you earlier. I was actually giving you a lot of props.
You guys,
All right, Blind. I'll invite you in a moment. Just be on the lookout for that. But yeah. I was giving you props earlier, Ruthless. Oh, I think what did he do? Did he invite me to his Discord? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Want to take advantage of
Yeah, that's a Discord server. Yeah.
Yeah, he invited me to a whole server. All right. You know what? Fuck it. I'll accept it. It's not a problem. All right. So I'm in his server. Yeah, what's good, Ruth? Oh shit, we got Joe Cool is in the building. What's good, Joe Cool? Not Noah's Ark. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you say Noah's Ark? That look like a prison back there. That look like a prison at sea.
That is a
That's Alcatraz.
Some type of cargo ship. That is Jacksonville Beach. That's why it looks so dismal. That's the way it always looks. Not very big waves typically.
Not very big waves, my ass. You see all that water?
It kind of it's like super salty.
It looks like the sea. It looks like the sea.
Yeah, it's very sea like. Even though it's the Atlantic Ocean, it's very like you can.
That looks like if you dip the chicken in it, you're gonna have a lot of salt and a condom.
You might, bro. Jacksonville Beach, I'm telling you. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, I don't go in it like anymore. Well, I'm not there, but like when I was there over the like about 3 years ago, for about 3-4 years I lived in Jacksonville. I wouldn't go in because I'm grown now and I know what that is.
I'm grown now. That's what it is.
When I was a kid, I'd go in.
We got G-Ops in the building. What's going on? Imperious walked in. What's good, Imperious? What's going on? Josh, remind me. So, I don't know if Locksmith, you still in here?
Where is here?
Oh, he's still in the chat. Fuck you. Yeah, Locksmith is in here. Locksmith, sorry, I got quiet on you last week. I got busy with a whole bunch of stuff. I know you came in late, so you didn't hear it. I'm gonna try to reach out to you later. But you and I, Josh, we should talk a little later as well. I got a lot of changes coming up, so I think you should know about it. He's never far. Stalker.
Do I want to know about it?
Yeah. It's nothing. It's nothing super.
You're already making my workload bad. Well, hell, I just got reset.
You've been off for roughly a week. I haven't said shit because I haven't been online.
I gotta rebuild all that shit I did build because I lost it.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, that part's not exactly your fault, but yeah, I'm already behind. I'm not particularly. I'm pissed. I'm actually still. I'm quite upset about that. Actually, I can't believe I didn't take a backup. Throw it on a cloud or something. I'm kicking myself right now. Like I'm more pissed off at myself than I am them. Like I know better than to do this crap, and I just didn't. Anyways, so what is this like recap week? We've been going over the last couple topics. Is that what it?
No. Oh my god. Hold up. I got someone reaching out to me actually on Discord. Hold on.
I don't know. The leadership thing bothers me. It bothers me because, and this ain't you, Resla. This is just generally all of.
I know, and I know it ain't me because you know what? I'm a leader.
I'm gonna find Mama and break his ass. That's what I'm gonna do. It's the concept of being so obsessed with what a leader is, how to identify him. It's like, why the hell do you like what? Well, hell, I hate it, but I have to agree with Brick. Like the idea of looking for like leaders out there just automatically implies you're a follower because you're just looking for somebody to follow. And I can't figure out why people are not absolutely just living their life and trying to get through that motherfucker.
I don't think a lot of people know how to get through something that they never had any experience about. So a lot of people, this is why I was saying even earlier, a lot of people will look at something and say that thing is them. They will expound that practice, that idea, that those virtues that someone else has been presenting to them is their own. They never actually did trial by fire to see if it's theirs. It's nice to be inspired by somebody else's words or someone else's values. But until you try it for yourself, they're not yours.
Maybe I'm highly cynical, but I think people...
Sure you are. That's why we get along.
I think what people want is they want the descriptions so they can repeat the descriptions to describe themselves to other people.
Wait, but that's my point. That you're literally hitting it home. Literally, it's not a home run, but it's a good double. But but you're literally... But
I'm not even getting the score on YouTube. Fuck you, Resla. You're an asshole.
But like literally, people will look at shit, think that it's something that's great for them, but they don't try it. So they'll tell other people that's them. If I am around other, so for instance, if Ruthless is a playboy, shut up, Ruthless. I'm not asking if you are. If Brick is a playboy, and I hang around them, if I'm the entourage basically, and I say I'm a playboy, but I don't have none of the skills that these two do, but I'm just talking shit.
You're just a wingman. Yeah, you're just a wingman.
But I don't want to say that I'm a wingman.
Of course not.
I want to say I'm one of the boys.
So this leadership thing is interesting, right? To JJ.
Before you start, you can go right after. I want to say thank you, Leo, for the $4.99. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. And by the way, folks, if you have not already, be sure to actually subscribe to the channel. Thank you for everybody for actually helping me get to over 800. I'm surprised we got up 800. I feel like for like 3-4 months we've been stuck in the 700s. thank you. We're on that rise to 1,000. I know it's a slow grind because, quite frankly, we are doing it the right way, the long way. But thank you very much, all the same. Go ahead, Ruthless.
She likes it like that.
Leadership was mainly formed out of survival, right? So back in the day, right? It was a lot of people robbing, stealing, taking, right? So people formed in groups, and because not everybody can think under this type of duress, right? So this is where leaders were formed, right? People who had the wherewithal to think and give direction, so that the chance of survival goes up greatly, right? On how to, build protection, how can we go and get resources without going in a group. So this is where the leadership thing was formed, right? Most people, unfortunately, are not great at protecting themselves. Most people are not great at, I would say, detecting when there's danger, or when or everybody also don't know how to work together within their own selves, right? If you just leave people I'm gonna build this company up and y'all just figure shit out, right? And then we're gonna make money, right? We know that company's gonna fail. So leadership is formed, right? To delegate, right? This is your role. This is how this company's going to succeed. This department, or this is how we're going to survive. You guys are the stronger guys. You're going to protect the borders. Anybody that comes in or looks fishy, you guys go investigate. You people are, the farmers. So it's all structure, right? And this is the leadership's one put this ideal. They put the vision out for the people, and then people say, "Oh shit, okay, right." And this is why it is important that you have leaders, right? It's just important. And the title, I do agree, is for some people who are haters, is very disturbing, right? People like Brick, but it's okay, right? You're going to form under some sort of structure to be able to at least exist in a place where you can, live day to day without a lot of chaos, right? If not, you'll be ostracized, and who wants to be out there alone? And this is why leadership is the epitome of why America or other countries or other forms of government or other forms of I would say people working together, because the leader is the one that comes in to problem solve when there are problems. And he kind of, the vision, kind of, and also he's able to, these people are gifted with a ability to help people to work together without killing each other, without tearing each other up, right? He brings
Actually, yeah, I like his point, because he actually made this point before, and I wasn't really sure on it, but then he actually kind of clarified it. The division, right? The division is necessary when there is combat, when there is fighting going on, and a leader is able to get in there and break it up and say, "All right, guys, let's slow down. Let's talk it out. Let's do something different." And you've seen it time
I
and
let them
time
bury
again.
each other. I see who rise above all the dead bodies. I let them fight.
I mean, that is an option, right? But no, he is right. So it's the quote unquote leader, the person who steps in and recognizes diversity, recognizes a difference, the two, right? That person who steps in and says, "You know what? You guys just ain't gonna get along. And you need to accept that. And if you don't accept that, you're going to continue to fight." So actually, I really like that point, because like I said, he had mentioned it before. And when he mentioned it before, I'm like, no, wait a minute. Diversion, right, is not exactly the thing that I'm looking for, but it actually is. It's the ability to recognize different points of view, right? And so, yes, I really like that point.
Yeah.
So you're basically
Sorry. So GT, he said something. No, nothing was funny. My aligners were hurting my teeth, so I wanted to take them out. Nothing was funny. I just couldn't take them out. I didn't want to take them out on stream. That's all. Uh, I was like, I wanted to pull him on. I said, shit, I can't pull him on. Shit,
I'm gonna step away and make a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Fuck you. Now you're gonna make Josh get a cup of coffee.
That
Well,
will happen.
I'm listening on the phone though.
I got you. So something that GT said, because I thought it was very interesting, because most people don't pay attention to this. You said leaders are not born, they are created. Now, this was actually part of the conversation that I was having on my last one. Yes, I was talking about the self-aggrandizing of a lot of people who turn around and say that just by virtue of being a man, just by you being born, just because you have testes, you have testosterone coursing through your balls, that makes you a de facto leader. But the point that I was making was that even among anyone who was born who have testes, there are people who are different upon different among the fray. Not everyone is considered the top dog. And this is what the point I was making when I was on a panel where they said that there was 9 of us, and they said that we all up here, we all alphas, we all leaders, we all whatever. And I'm going, no, we all natural born, but no. And it fucked with them because they said, "What do you mean?" And from the moment I said no, everyone turned their back on me. Because it's the same statement, and I've said this before, this is how I got the annoyance of, as a man, when you question the point of someone's masculinity, someone's point of power, they will even cop to other people just to save face. And so what do I mean by this? When I spoke to that group and I said, no, we're not, because not everybody is quote a thoroughbred leader. No one, because now we're talking about the difference between talent and skill. There are plenty of people who are talented, but skill is the thing that wins at the end, because talent will take a rest day. Skill will keep working at it. Skill's not comfortable because they know that talented has already got giftedness, but talent will eventually lose because skill has developed something that talent doesn't have: diligence and consistency. Not. I am not a thoroughbred leader. People on the internet will have you believe that if you have not been born with the concept, with the innate ability to lead, you will never be a true leader. And I take umbrage with that. Because like anything, like communication, I'm not a natural communicator. I've been said that I was an introvert. I'm still am an introvert. But I am a natural introvert. And this is why I have no problem working hybrid and even being with myself. Because I like being with myself. Most people have a problem who are extroverted who have a problem being by themselves. I was like, no, let's go out. No, let's go have a party. No. Because they cannot be by themselves. I am the motherfucker who can go to a freaking movie by himself. Ladies, you know why a lot of y'all are failing and are fat who want to get slim, who want to get in shape? Because a lot of you, no disrespect to you ladies, but I'm calling out the difference between introverts and extroverts. A lot of you guys can't do something without someone else there with you. Just saying. If you were an introvert, you'd have no problem working out on your own. You don't want no one else judging you and looking at you. You do all the hard work by yourself. But the fact that you can't go to the gym without your girlfriend, which is why you fall behind. So when I talk to these people, when it comes to leadership, right, I say, not everyone's a thoroughbred. You can learn leadership characteristics. You can learn to be decisive. You can learn to be objective. Because let's just be honest, leadership is not the person who can just talk the good game. The leadership is the person who can make the decisions that other people cannot, who is willing to even sacrifice other people. If you are highly emotional, if you have high EQ, and I've seen leaders get walked on because of this, if you have high EQ, you're not suited. Because when the time comes to have someone amputated, you say, I can't sacrifice them, I can't do it. And you're going to fail. Because you can't get beyond the needs of the group versus your own personal morals. That's what makes great captains. A great captain goes to everyone in his group and lets that person know that they are the most important person of that group. Doesn't do it to everybody at one time. I go to the gunner and say, you know what, gunner, you are the most important person in the group because you keep all the firearms, you keep lost check, you make sure all the weapons are good and cut. I go to the sniper, yo, you are the best, you are the most important person in the group because you can see from afar, you make sure all the shit is good. I go to the freaking recon, you're the most important person in the group because you make sure that we don't run into any ambushes. You make sure that I go to the medic, you're the most important person in the group because we will all be dying out here if it wasn't for you to help patch us up. And you being the captain makes you the most important part of the group because you let them know just how important their roles are rather than them sitting there finger fucking themselves believing that they are the best person and arguing amongst each other as to who's more important. That's your job in leadership, is letting other people know how important they are for their position and never having your position compromised because they understand that the only reason why they're fighting so hard is not just for themselves, but also with the idea of knowing that you have their best interests at heart. Congratulations, when you're in leadership. Most people don't come to understand this. And most people don't understand that that's not just one way of doing it. There are multiple angles of leadership, and most people don't come to understand it. So the one area that they think that got them there, they think it's the one area that will help get them to the top. And that's where they fail. Go ahead, argue, tell me I'm wrong. Say, fuck you, Resla. Fuck your glasses. Fuck your glasses. Fuck your bald head. Fuck your stream. Fuck everything. But I'm not wrong.
I just wanted to point out that when Mama hangs out, right, and Mama's telling Resla how important he is, right? I'm starting to think about this now.
Go ahead. You know what else she thinks is important? Why you to run?
Mama.
Don't call Mama now.
I need somebody's skirt to hide behind. Damn.
That good point. That was a good point. I agreed with everything you said for the first time in a while. Usually I'm arbitrary pushing back, but I agree with everything you said. That is a form of style. That is it's a style that is an effective style, I think, right? Because it gives people a definition, right? That they can stick to. So when chaos potentially may hit, they understand the definition and what part they play into make this ship go even when the waves are shifty, right? So yeah, that is very effective leadership. That leadership style is probably the most common. The only thing I think it messed up, the only aspect, and I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm saying the only aspect I think it fucked us up is in the relationships. Because men went to women. They took them, you know what I mean? They took the same philosophy, right? And put that in their women. So you're the most important, you know what I'm saying? And that just conflated the ego.
Ruthless, your own. God damn it, ruthless.
I got
damn it.
I got to throw some little.
Damn it. You were doing so good. God damn it. And you know what's the funny part about it? I'm gonna kind of agree with you. And here's the reason why I'm kind of gonna agree with you, because it's not the men that change their position on that. And the reason why I'm saying this is because in the aspect even when it comes to leadership, and like I said, that style of leadership, when I tell everybody that they're the most important part, is that the idea that you make people understand the importance, the necessity of their role, because too many people on the internet says that men need to be the top dog rather than tell men that you need to be happy being fucking good at what you are. If you are the best welder I have, I don't need you to be a fucking supervisor over man. You're the best fucking welder I have. If you're the best negotiator I have, I don't need you running the company. You're the best fucking negotiator I have. If you're the best bomb disposal agent I have, I don't need you running in the fucking entire team. You're the best fucking bomb disposal unit that I have. Why am I gonna put you in a position of something that you're not necessarily suited for just because all men should rate? You can not all men can be. It's the same as this. Imagine if God said, "You are all leaders. You're all me." And all men will believe that they're God. They wouldn't submit. The problem that we have online is that men are not told where's their. The same way they have no problem telling women where's their place to submit. Men are not told where's their place to submit. I've been my first. No, I'm not gonna tell you who. I was on a platform for the first time, one person platform, and they were having a conversation. In fact, hey Josh, you were on that platform. That's how we met. You don't have to say what. Don't say what platform, but that's how Josh and I met. We were on that platform, and everybody who was up there was religious, minus Josh, and I guess and myself. Everybody was out there harping, saying that they were men of God, men of faith, and all arguing with each other about the Bible, about the place of the Bible, about all the stuff. And I came in and I threw a fucking whole grenade in their conversation by asking them a very simple question. Because they were all arguing about free will. And I said, instead of arguing where free will is, who has free will and why you don't have free will or who doesn't have free will or whatever, where does free will begin and where does it end? And most important, to challenge these people, I said, if you believe that you should have free will, you get to choose the best life for yourself and when you can end and when you can begin and everything. Wouldn't that give you the very powers of the divine himself? And these motherfuckers, yeah, I said what I said. These motherfuckers in there, well,
Man, what I said.
I don't feel like I should be doing that because if I did, wouldn't I be submitting? And I said, are you telling me you won't submit to the Most High? Oh, they weren't confused by the fact of submitting. They were already indoctrinated by the word submission. By you being a follower of Christ, I already see Brick is eyeing me. he's eyeing me. By you being by you saying that you submit to the Most High of Christ, you should be okay with the idea of submitting. You follow his lead. You follow his doctrine. But the idea that there were men up there, several men up there, who said, I don't like the idea of submitting. I said, what makes you think that you would be on deity status? Because that means everybody would live the same life. And keep in mind, if you will be living the same life where you said you get to pick when you get to live, you get to pick how you get to die, you get to pick that you will live a great life, how well would you be compared to Jesus himself, who did not choose a life of luxury?
Well, I tell you, you're on point, man. It is so
fuck them up. And Josh and I have been friends ever since.
Yeah. It is so difficult to have a conversation like a conversation about leadership without bringing religion, more specifically, the leader, into it, right? People out there who are believers have to bring it up, because they recognize it from their point of view, who their quote unquote leader is. And it is valid. He is their leader. And for me, it is true. It is the case that he is.
Wow. I can't stand you. How dare you? That was crazy. Josh, can you handle her? That was crazy. You can go ahead and argue with her. That was crazy. How dare you? That's blasphemy.
But that is the dichotomy.
Consider it handled.
Got muted.
This motherfucker here. That's great. I hate you. Now I hate you for that.
The dichotomy of man.
That's your favorite word, Brick. You all use that.
I do use it a lot. I do. It's a dipole, right? North Pole, South Pole. There are always two sides, right? It for tangible things, right? Now, when we get into metaphysical ideas, things like that, people call them thoughts, right? You could even go down the rabbit hole of rights, religion.
Spit it out, Brick. Spit it out.
All of these
not you, Russian. Not you.
Because I just want to attack him. Right? I'm on attack right now.
He said, "Brick, land your plane, Brick."
Without God, you will end up with two sides in idealism, right? In all the isms, you're going to end up with I believe or I don't believe, at least. If nothing else, that. But if you believe, right, then you go to this quote unquote higher power. That one is always right. So there's no dichotomy there. There's no difference of opinion. It is whatever is supposed to be fact or actual or real. And so when it comes to the ideal of leadership and it comes to the ideal of religion and who each religious figure follows, there's always a factual allegation.
So
it's always a factual allegation.
Here's the question I have for you. Is free will a such thing?
I do not believe that free will is a real thing. I believe in choice. I do believe we have choices, I should say.
Okay.
I try not to say I believe in, because I believe in the saving power of Jesus Christ. That's what I would say I believe in. But I believe that choice is real and that we were given choice.
So wouldn't that be a paradox?
No. So there's an interesting point. Okay. People want to say it's one or the other, but they never consider the middle, or perhaps something on the outside of the coin, right? Space-time exists outside of the coin. There is matter inside of the coin, but all people look at is heads or tails.
Could you explain it? Because Leo even said it. Isn't choice like free will? Can you explain to him? Because I know what I'm thinking, but I want you to explain.
No problem. So free will, the way that you're saying it, you're free. Your will is exponentially to the point of infinity, free of consequences, choices. You have no matter in front of you. You have no time, no space in front of you. It is free. It belongs to you. Your will is over any other will. That's what free means. Freedom, the dominion of free, right? So with God's will, that is actually opposite of that, where now you're contending with God. Supposedly, God's will is like a train, right?
So
it runs.
I'm with him right now. So the idea of free does not mean free of understanding consequences or having consequences. So could you? Because I'm with him. He's like, he doesn't get it.
Okay. So the word free. Do you understand what free is?
Free to, well, in context.
Could you explain what free means? Because free, the idea of free doesn't really hold the same for everybody. So could, from your point of view, what does free mean?
That is actually a really good point. It's good to define terms.
So this is where context matters, right? Because free in that context of free will is different than, hey man, let me go get a free ice cream at the store. So yeah, you gotta break that
Can I
down.
oversimplify
No cost.
Right, Ruthless. But the idea of even free at a store comes with conditions in order to have that freedom.
Yeah.
So it means no cost. There is no cost to it. When you do something at your will, there is no cost.
Okay.
Not death, not money, not fame, not fortune. You will lose nothing by exercising your own will. Not even life.
So that would be choice then, right?
No, that's
Wait. Well, so that just means
free.
So when you say free, that means free of just you can make a choice without free of consequence.
No cost.
No, that's not what free means.
It's
consequences
lack of
would
cost.
be covered under cost.
Yes.
So let's go all the
No
way
limit,
back. Let me
no restriction.
oversimplify this
Sorry,
because this just goes way too far down the wrong rabbit hole. Free will is effectively the belief that, and it would be unfortunately, it would be a belief because there's a lot of contention there, especially among the religious. Free will would be the determination of the result. It's basically like saying, I have let me turn it like a light switch. I have the ability to control when a light comes on or off. That would be the concept of free will. The choice is your ability to turn that switch up and down. You have no control. Believe it or not, you have no control other that light switch coming or that light coming on. Because there are so many factors prior to that
you
don't
already
get counted.
You already killed your own argument when you said that there's a determination.
There is a determination.
Determinism is the opposite of the free will argument.
If God set something into motion, this is cause and effect.
That's called determinism.
That would be the determined. That would the effect would be the determined.
Josh, he's not wrong about that. If you're saying there's the cause and effect, especially based by God, that's literally determinism.
There is always a cause and effect.
But that is determinism. That is
right.
the argument of determinism. That everything you do is determined by some factor.
Right. No, free will would be the thing that says that I have the ability to control the effect. The cause
because
would
there
be
is a
me.
control
The
factor.
effect would be the result.
There wouldn't be a control factor. The idea. Here's the thing about free will, and I'll say from my point, just I'm being as vague as possible. I'm not gonna think too deep on it. The idea in most people's mind about the idea of being free is to make a choice, not even understanding or knowing what the adverse effect will be, but being able to make that decision clearly of their own volition without any manipulation or any constraints placed upon them.
Facts. That's what free will is. That's why that's why I thought it was paradoxical when he said, "Oh, free will is different from choice." I thought they were lining up as the same.
So there is one constraint that you cannot change, no matter what. Nature. You cannot go outside the bounds of nature within your human body. You cannot do it. It is just not possible for you personally to go outside of physics.
So, Brick, here, now that you said that, right? Because now that's another paradox, right? Because then is it selective choice, selective free will, right? What, like, for example, right? And then I'm going to turn it back over to you so you can. So, can I choose my parents before I'm born? Or can I choose what race I want to be? Can I choose how long I want to live, right? Maybe I say, hey, I want to wake up one day, I want to live forever. Do I have that option?
You don't have that option.
Can I just be a millionaire just because I want to be? Can I just wake up, I'm just going to be a millionaire, right? So those are the things that I guess maybe conditional free will, conditional choices, because those are things you can't change, those are things you can't do anything about, right? You have no say in those things. So the problem we have here is this gray area, right? Is, well, one must say free will choice, but that's only over what though? It's not everything. Like I said, you can't pick your parents. Can't. Like when you're born.
Can I mention something that's very important most people hold it the same, but like I said, it's one thing when we talk about Start over. Because this is what I say. What we say is what we're thinking, but how we say it is just as important. And I want to go to what Peace Dynamo said for the 5. Said, we have free will. God just already exists at the end of our choices. So know them. God is all time, right? I got you. Now, there's a difference between and I'm gonna say this, and I want you guys to pay attention here, not only in the chat, but also here on the panel. There is a difference between what we say as free will and a difference between what we say as free choice. There's a difference. Most people don't think about it of that, but there's a difference between the two. It might be slight, it might be minuscule, but it has such heavy decisions, heavy weight. And most people don't think about it. And I get it. I'm diving into that 4th layer. Like, I get it. It's deep down there. It's down there.
It ain't that deep.
It is. Most people don't go
I'm just joking.
Got muted.
there.
Oh, there it is.
I'm sorry. It's down there. It's in the 4th layer. Most people don't go there. I'm gonna be honest with you. Most people go to the first, the 2nd layer. They normally don't go 3, especially the 4th layer. People don't know there's like at least good 7 layers.
I agree.
Okay, so I would say
It's scary down there.
we have to then, since you said that layer, right, which brings on another layer, because it seems like we're having a problem with authority, right? Of how who's running what, right? So
Question,
we have God.
Do we have a question? Do we have a question? Do we have a problem with authority, or do we have a question with things we don't understand?
Both.
Ooh.
Both things can be true.
Down
right?
into the hole you go, bro. Oh my
So
God.
I'm trying.
I've been here, bro.
I'm trying to see if you can
I've
get
been
there.
here.
So now we got to break down, right, who's running what, right? Because it's just as we talked about for leadership structure, right? We have to have a definition. So we got God, the creator, right? He everything belongs to him, right? Then below him is, us, men, right? Then there's nature, then there's animals, right? There's all these things that coexist with us, right? But do not have the same functions as we do. In matter of we're able to speak and articulate, where animals just act on instinct. They're based on basic instinct. So free will and choice, you have to be either one side or you have to be the other. God runs it, right? God either runs everything, or man can override God in certain instances and do what he want to do and override God's will or God's plan for him in that instance. So it has to be. There's no middle ground. There's no gray area.
I'm not gonna disagree for the sake of the fact that we have all not been to the garden. I'm just gonna put it that way.
Sure.
But our when we say like the reason is because man cannot understand animal, that's not necessarily the truth. Because if you want to go back to garden times, animal did understand man. Man lost his ability to be understanding of animal when they left the garden. If Adam or whatever gave command to the animal understood and knew how to obey. I put it to this as well. When we as human beings here on Earth today decide that we want to try to communicate, even with chimps can turn to understand based on how communication has been brought between both species, correct or not?
I don't know how to answer that.
We can teach chimps to sign language, can we not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, dogs can understand through training a human reaction and response, and even be able to pick up on. So who's to say that there wasn't actually a time where human beings were able to converse with the animal kingdom? We were all one.
No. I'm not trying to. No. I'm just saying function, right? Our functions are different, though, right?
Our purpose are different.
Yeah.
Not that our functions are different. Our purposes are different.
Okay, that's a better way of putting it, right? So that's where we got to come down to who is the boss of bosses, though, right? Is God the boss of bosses, or is man and shareholder or partner with God. That's where we have to. That's where we have to find.
Glad that you asked, because here's where we fall. Here's where we, and we can only say we as human beings, as our species, falter with that. We cannot ask because we are incapable of asking other species who do they see as the prime directive. We as human beings argue amongst ourselves as who was the prime directive.
And we automatically assume that the animals are subjective to us.
There you go. There
Now-
you go.
Now, according to the language of the book, it is so. However, there are people who don't believe there are the vegetarians, right? There are the tree huggers who believe that the trees themselves are literally equal to us, right? The flowers are equal to the human being, right? And who's to say that they're wrong?
I don't know. So I might have some contention with the word subjective. or be subject
the
to.
problem with that is that for some reason, let me tell you about something that was never proven, but something that was said in a Jurassic Park movie. God creates Earth. God creates animals. God creates man. Man destroys God. Man destroys man, and unfortunately, woman inherits the earth.
Damn, I remember that.
Just saying.
Was that that's the
It
tall
was
guy,
in
right?
Jurassic Park. It was
Yeah,
That
it
was
was the tall
Jurassic
guy.
Park.
What, I forget his name, but yeah, black hair guy.
But the thing about it is, I think this is a very, very we're treading dangerous waters when we talk about free will and choice. Because if you have the power, that kind of power, that will make you a god.
Well, that would be why the
Well,
conversation
no.
takes.
No, it doesn't make us a god. Let me tell you why. Because when they left, and this is just my open thinking, I haven't thought too far in this. I hate going into the whole religious talk, but I'll entertain the conversation right now. When they left, biting into the fruit does not mean that you understand the tree. The tree bears fruit. It was what? The tree of knowledge, not the fruit of knowledge. You understanding the tree is how you understand what comes from the fruit, the roots. Biting
I like
into the fruit, biting into the fruit does not mean that you understand the roots and the foundation of the tree. You may have information and intelligence that may be of God. Does not mean that you are equal to God because you do not understand the foundation of the knowledge that you got from it, which would be the tree. And they left the garden without any study.
Okay, I agree with
Man has walked away from the garden. I can't believe I'm doing a religious talk. Man has walked away from the garden, not understanding the very foundation and roots and the fertilization of the tree of knowledge. So therefore, they will never be at the same level of the deity of the Most High Himself.
Well, let me hold on, Ruthless, because I understand
Damn,
completely, Resla. Let's bring it back away from in fact that religious topic, because we can actually apply this elsewhere, right? So the foundation of the United States, right? The founders of this country wrote documents, right? Now we can go read those documents, and when we read them, the documents themselves, the actual legal documents, we can have an understanding, but it's not a full understanding. If you really want to gain a little bit more understanding, but still not the full understanding, go read the Federalist Papers. Then you might gain a little bit more into their mind, but still you're not going to have the full foundation, right? And so when it comes to relaying a message, regardless of where that message came from, right? That mind that you're trying to gain that from, you are not that mind. You can't be that mind. You can't have the will of that mind, right? So we go back to 1776 those guys had their own will in mind when they wrote those documents. They had their authority that they wanted, and that's the will that they chose to continue with. Juicy. Yeah, I had to read it too, bro. He's so crazy. But understanding that foundation can lead you closer, but still, you're not going to fully understand the will of the individual who wanted whatever they wanted. And so for each and every individual on the planet, if we all say to each other, I have free will, and then you say, I have free will, and they were all bumping into each other physically, how is your free will a thing when we're all just walking around bumping into each other's will? It just doesn't work. At some point, your will be stopped.
So God is the organizer of this world.
Maybe.
No,
well, keep in mind, God gave you what, and this is why I want to make the difference, because people get stuck on the idea of free will is that they can make all actions, and this is why I said free will and being able to make free choice. God says, I enact free will, but what does He say? By the way, thanks Terry for coming onto the platform. But He says He freely wants you to do what? Not acting will. He wants you to freely choose Him.
I don't think He says that.
Oh, no, sir. He does.
No, He doesn't.
He wants you to freely make the choice to follow.
No. So if you put on the foundation of the Bible, that is not what God is. That is not what He says. But
then if that was the case, there would be no free will. We wouldn't even have to talk about free will.
Can I just ask a simple question, right? For those who genuinely don't believe we have free will, who are saying that this is all determined, all this kind of shit, are you then going to take the stance that judicial systems trying to even enforce the law is immoral?
I don't believe in morality, nor do I believe in determinism.
Because how can you ethically hold someone accountable that didn't have agency over the situation, that didn't have a choice in the situation? How can you ethically hold them legally responsible?
You gotta let us answer the question you asked first.
So we actually were delving into this just earlier. The fact that some people don't look at the coin and see outside of the coin or inside of the coin. They only see the two sides. I brought that up, right? They say either it's free will or determinism, heads or tails. They don't consider anything outside of the coin, and they also don't consider anything inside of the coin. What we're discussing right now is free choice versus free will. Determinism is not free choice.
Correct.
Okay, but there has to be articulation, because we set up
that was
literally ruthless. It is literally put in that the idea that God gives people freedom to choose whether to believe in Him or not. That's literally free choice.
So I'm not.
And keep in mind, I want to make sure that we try to remember this in the forefront of everything else that we're saying. The distinction between the will and the choice.
So once again, right, you're telling God, are you saying God has given people the ability to think like Him, or to be able to figure
Never what I stated.
out?
Never what I stated.
Well, you have to, because you said
never what I stated. No, I don't have to.
For you to choose,
I don't have to. I never what I stated.
No. What I'm saying, for you to choose God, right, you have to have the understanding of who God is. Right?
Well,
you have to.
Firstly, you motherfuckers dodged my question, Brick. You didn't actually answer my question. And then, Rootless, I genuinely think you do this shit on purpose to try and wind Resla up. There's no fucking way that you thought that was like the next line of question.
So what I'm saying is, Resla made a clarifying statement, right?
Yes.
Yes.
God put people on this earth to choose Him.
According to the scripture, yes.
Yes, the scripture.
What is will?
Hold on. No. Hold on. Deuteronomy, hold on. Deuteronomy 30,
Here we go.
19, if you want to look at it, look at it. I don't care. We're not talking religion. We're talking free choice versus free will at the moment.
But what we're doing is we're clarifying, right? What is free will, free choice?
Yeah, we're definitions.
Right. And to clarify that, we first have to have a consensus on who actually
they're right, Rick. They're right. They're right on this part. If we're gonna have this conversation, we need to provide context. They're right. I'm gonna agree.
So what are you talking about? What is free will? What's the difference between will and choice?
So this is a question maybe you need to ask yourself. What does free mean?
Well, there's context to that, right?
No.
Well, I asked you just straight up, Rick. What is your definition of free will?
So can I land my plane?
We don't need a lesson.
The word free.
I won't let my plane, Brick. I won't let my plane. You asked the question, Brick, and you cut me off. So
you're literally veering it off.
Free will, right? In the context of the two words, they're not one word, right? It's not one word. It's a slash there, right? Free will.
So each word has a meaning. I got you. Yeah.
Right,
cool.
right. So in context, it's an act of power, right? It's an act of power, which you have to make the choice to go left or right.
No.
Right?
No. Okay, I'm gonna put it straight up because apparently we have to think about the distinction of what is presented in front of us versus the actual action of itself as to what we do. So for instance, when I talk about free choice, I'm talking about having multiple options available to you and the ability to be able to pick one.
And that's your will.
No, that's choice.
Right.
I literally said multiple
Okay,
options.
so then what's will? What's will?
Free will is the inherent ability to choose the different courses of action.
What's
that's the same thing.
Yeah.
you said the same thing, Resla.
No. You
guys
don't listen.
There's a difference between understanding the choices ahead of you. There's a difference between understanding choices in front of you and acting upon a choice.
Yeah, but Resla, can I just quick and Rootless, correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe we're slow. Maybe we're genuinely slow, okay?
Right.
But you literally just said free choice. One second.
We've all taken a test before. I'm gonna assume we've all taken it.
But what I'm saying is this is what I heard. This is what
you understand. You seeing multiple choices on a test is you being able to read and understand what multiple choices are. You being able to that is free choice. You picking upon which one of those choices is your enacting of free will. One is the understanding, one is the enacting.
But it's the same root.
Yeah.
No. The choice is the ability to discern and understand the difference between them. The enacting, the actually going forward and making a decision is the free will.
Okay.
This is what determinists do, just to try and invent this bullshit postmodernist category.
Bro, if you don't agree,
it's a distinction without distinction.
But you're not willing to go down the rabbit hole to.
If it was deterministic, it would not matter.
Okay, one sec.
Just saying you're wrong is not going to work.
If you want to say let's go down the rabbit hole, I've got my tinfoil. I've brought my tinfoil hat with me. Let's go down the rabbit hole.
You're wrong, dude. You're wrong.
I don't get why you're being so hostile, bro.
Because you're not listening. All you're doing is interrupting.
Words mean things because all you have to do is turn around and act and just look at the difference between going into an act of choice and going into an act of will, and they are not the same. Which is why I say words mean things, and also why I say this. And how many times I said it, because I even said it earlier today, say it in so many different shows. There's a difference between what we say and also what's more importantly is how we say it.
Okay. So
what I'm saying, can I just clarify? It's one sec, let me clarify. I understand what because it's like a communication thing, right? Because again, I'll admit I'm a bit slow, okay? I'm a bit slow. That's why I brought my tinfoil hat with me. I said let's go down the rabbit hole. Basically what we're saying is that it was let's say this temperature. Now we're saying it's in Celsius, and you're like, no, it was in Fahrenheit, right? And
no,
it's the same temperature, okay?
Choices, bro.
You're
saying no other choice.
Calm down. We agree. Rootless, we agree. Yeah, it was this temperature.
Options,
whatever way you want to say it, it's the same thing.
You, it's only your two options. Correct?
Yeah, it's choice either way. Can I just explain? Let me just explain. I'm
gonna ask you a very, very simple thing.
Yeah.
Is the concept in the word of will and choice the same thing in any dictionary.
They're synonymous, yeah.
No, they're
They're
not.
You're a
used
liar.
interchangeably.
You're a liar.
I'm not a liar. I'm not a liar.
Pull up any dictionary right now.
Right,
Pull
and
up
I'm
any
gonna
dictionary.
interject here. Let me interject.
Because in order to prove will, you have to prove that there was another choice on the table.
I love how you just
No, you
shifted from
don't.
what I just said. Look up the word will. Look up the
Yeah.
word choice. Tell me if they're the same.
Okay.
Yeah, can will exist without choice?
Not what I asked you.
So let me
Yeah,
interject.
I said they're synonymous.
Eric, hold on,
No,
one minute.
they're not.
1 minute. Let me
Yes,
interject.
they are.
Just saying
Hold on,
it
hold on,
is
1 minute,
so
1
or
minute,
is
1
not so is
1
not going to
minute,
work.
Yeah,
Teriyaki.
they could be used
So-
interchangeably. You
so-
cannot have will without choice.
They
How do you
cannot.
prove?
Wait,
How many?
hold up. And I'll add you right after I ask this question. How many sentence structures have you used where you use the word choice and will interchangeably? The words, not the meanings, the words.
So
Not in the last.
Words.
Your Honor,
Wait,
Your Honor,
wait,
Your Honor,
words
I
have
had
meaning.
no other
Words
choice.
have meaning. Wait, words
yeah.
have meaning, and
Yeah.
words have
I can
meaning.
give you an example.
How many-
I can give you an example.
Sure. I would love for you to give
Yeah.
me a sentence structure that,
Order.
that we normally would use the word choice,
So, yeah.
but you
Yeah.
use will instead.
Yeah. A typical example you'd see in court regularly is when a place is getting held up or robbed, a bank's getting robbed and all this kind of shit. Technically, it's the bank teller that opens up the safe unless the motherfuckers rob
Bro,
the
that is
place.
not even
And the
close to
reason
me.
why
I
we
didn't-
don't
I didn't
find
hear, I
him,
didn't hear yet.
the
I didn't
reason
hear
why
yet.
we don't find him guilty is
I just
because
listed
his
your
will was
I haven't
breached.
heard it.
Your
I
Honor,
want-
I had no
He's
other
not actually
choice.
answering
I
the
haven't heard.
I
question.
was at gunpoint. Rootless.
You're not
answering the
wrong.
question.
I'm wrong,
Yet.
Rootless.
Jury,
You're not
I
answering
haven't
I'm
the
heard
wrong.
it yet.
question.
I'm
Stop
listening.
looking for
Jury, I have
confirmation
not
from
heard
other
it
Yeah.
yet.
people.
You're
Just
not
answer
listening.
the
Let's-
fucking question.
I'm listening.
Wait,
Jury, I
first of
have
all,
not
Brick,
heard
you didn't
yet.
answer my question.
Answer the fucking question.
Jury, I have not heard it yet.
let's ring it
Rootless,
in.
am I wrong?
Let's ring it
Am I
in.
wrong, Rootless?
Why are
big
you looking
ears.
for confirmation
I
from
got
another
big
man?
ears.
I
Why
have
don't
not
you
heard
go
it
down
yet.
the logic
I'm not
hole?
looking for confirmation. I'm
You
just saying,
are.
like,
You're not,
you
bro,
you
you're
guys
not
are saying
going
you're
logic.
listening.
You're going
I
other
was
man's
basically
view.
said, Rootless, were you listening?
It's a fallacy, bro. On
Yeah.
its face.
I got you, Terry. I got
Even
you.
if my
Look,
argument
I love
was a
how you
fallacy,
say- I
even
love
if
how
I
you
was to
say-
grant you
No,
that, Brick,
even if it's
just
a fallacy, it's
retorting
right,
that your
because
argument's a
I'm
fallacy,
Teriyaki and I get
that's
to
the
say whatever
fallacy
I want to
fallacy.
say and it's totally true.
You have
Yeah.
not,
Bring it in.
not given me the distinction
Take a
between
deep breath.
both. I literally asked you of that, and you have not done so.
So
That's my point.
Time
My
out.
point is that they use interchangeably. Like in terms of like distinction.
Stop.
Yeah.
Did I ask you for a point, or did I ask you
Yeah.
to make that distinction using a sentence that you can use either one of those interchangeably? Which one did I ask you?
You asked me for a distinction, but I said they're used interchangeably.
I asked you to explain how. Give me a sentence, what I said, that you can
Yeah.
easily use the word will instead of the word choice, and you have not given it to me.
Yeah. So like I said, that example that I painted, where it's like the bank teller is held at gunpoint, you'd say, "Your Honor had no choice," or "Your Honor, he broke my will."
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Broke
Yeah.
my will. Wait.
Yeah.
You
The
know
English
what? I'll
language
make
is
it better. I'll
sophisticated,
make it better. Wait.
It's
So,
complicated.
Wait.
Yeah.
Chat.
Did I not answer the question? Did I not answer the question?
There are more of you present in the chat than there are people on the panel.
Yeah.
Let me know how many people ever said, you know what? He ruined my will rather than he ruined my choice. Let me know.
Yeah.
How many people say that?
Okay. When
would
you
it
die,
interchangeably?
when you die,
How would it
when you die.
interchangeably? Wait. I just I need to know.
One sec.
Peanut Gallery, please let me know
Yeah.
how many of y'all use
Yeah. Go ahead.
that logic.
But Resla, real talk. When you die and you want to like tell everybody your choice on how to break up your land, your choice, what do you leave? You leave a will.
So can I let me interject here?
Yeah. Which is the person's choice of how the assets get split. Is that correct?
Go that way,
Is that will and choice being used interchangeably? All this song and dance.
How does
okay?
your will work out?
That's will and choice. Ruthless, am I wrong? Because I'm being Josh, you've been quiet. You've been very quiet, Josh. Am I wrong? Am I wrong, Josh?
Sort of, yes.
You know,
but
you know what? Yeah, that's right. Let's ask the commie.
Oh God.
Well, technically he's not a communist. He's just a full-on authoritarian. He's basically one of those choke me harder daddies. Like
I have
Me harder daddies. Wow.
yeah, like that. Let's be real. If you want more authoritarianism, man, I don't get like what like
Are
did you not see the shit that went down?
Teriyaki, or are you just here to stir up shit?
Wait, stop.
How am I
stop,
stirring
stop.
shit?
Wait,
I'm answering questions.
Stop, because I said all this shit earlier. I can have this conversation. I just needed to be literally genuine in how we are listening to the actual things being posed. So when I ask a very specific conversation, when I ask for a very specific question, I would like that question literally answered in good faith. It's not a I gotcha. It's not a debating shit. It's literally.
And Resla, what I've said is, I'll grant you the argument.
Because here's the truth of the matter. Because I don't. Again, people have not been watching me for too long. People get to understand and get to know who I am over time a little bit more. Newer, I get new people all the time. But if I hear something that makes sense, you know what I don't do? I don't shift. I acknowledge. If it makes enough sense, I will literally state that you are right or wrong. And I have a history. It's documented. I don't delete videos. Videos I actually fucked up and I deleted. But outside of that, I keep all my shit documented.
And I have the floor after
but can I ask you a question, Resla? Just real quick, right? I will grant you whatever you want it, way you want to define free will and choice, distinctions, all this kind of shit. I will grant all that, right? My question, and I think both me and Rootless brought this up, was like, how can you, like, if we take the example of it's predetermined or it's determined, we don't really have a choice in the matter. It's just whatever our like brain chemistry or whatever the fuck. There is no will. There's no actual choice going on. That's just an illusion. You would then also have to say judicial systems are bullshit.
No,
because how can you hold someone morally responsible that doesn't have a choice or doesn't have a will?
This argument, I posted this link twice here. Everybody wants to talk about it. Nobody actually wants to read it, right? So
I was looking at it. It's rather wordy, but I've been looking at it.
Well, that's because it's 2,000 years of philosophy.
It's got a lot of chapters.
Yeah. So 2.2, section 2.2 is effectively what you're asking.
Hold on, I gotta get.
It's a problem that can't actually be determined because it would require time travel to do and memory of that same concept. We don't have
1975 to be specific. 1788. Jesus Christ.
So I want to get this victory, man. I want to get this easy victory. Can I get this easy victory?
Your problem is
wait. You're making my point. The idea instead of actually getting down to a point, you just want a W.
Well, I don't really want the W, but you guys are making me have no choice.
Zero
is he wrong? Is he wrong?
Ability to affect you.
So watch this.
You alone have that autonomy over your own body.
Let him cook.
I want 30 seconds. No. I want 30 seconds, right? Put yourself in a position of a violent confrontation, right? You have a gun. This guy owes you $10,000. He doesn't want to pay you, and you take the gun and you shoot him in the head. Right? Then comes the authorities to hold you accountable. Right? You cannot you cannot separate your choice. You cannot separate your choice from you. You can't separate them. They're all the will, the choice, all of it's one, right? Because that's what you're going to be convicted with, right? Murder.
I think you're a sucker. I think you're a sucker for loaning that
definition is going to be a really bad one here because you can actually commit crimes that actually aren't crimes and be forgiven them based off the concept of intention. This is purely a philosophical question.
No, I'm not talking intention. I'm just saying is you can't separate your choice from your will.
Yeah, but the concept would be
go there and shoot that guy in the head, Josh.
That's the thing.
You shoot him in the head and kill him, right? When you go, when the convictions come down. Right?
No, because you're trying to apply a legal definition into a philosophical definition that actually includes intention to go with it.
It doesn't
Whereas
matter.
in the legality, they separate the two.
No. So what I'm saying is
it doesn't matter, bro. You've given up the argument.
It doesn't matter. Now, the only thing that to Joshua Jones' point would matter is what degree, right? First, second, third, fourth degree, whatever, right?
No.
You said what are you talking about? You just said
okay, I can rob a bank even though I didn't intend to. Somebody held a gun to my head or somebody kidnapped my kid, right? Threatening to kill them. I've now committed a crime, aka robbing a bank, right? But I won't get convicted under that because I acted in duress.
No. What I'm saying, okay, you're not hearing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
that proves their case.
No. If Resla goes in that bank, right, and draws a gun down and says, "Give me that money," right? You cannot separate that act, which is a choice, from him. It's one. They're both getting convicted.
Yes. I'll give you the
No,
example.
you won't get
The
convicted for that.
separation is
Yeah.
if somebody kidnapped
Yeah,
your
you're
kid
going to jail.
or did
You're
something
talking
to
to-
threaten your life. You
you're talking
acting
to a
under
former-
duress is
I didn't threaten
separating
nobody's
you
life.
from.
I want the money, but I used the gun to get it. Force and fear, right?
Yeah,
So
but
I've been to jail for 10 years for these crimes. So don't tell me what. But what
you're
I'm saying is,
implying the concept of the intention with
No,
it. That's
no, I'm
the
not. No, I'm
problem.
not.
There
What I'm
is the
saying is-
separation.
no. What I'm saying is, you can't separate my choice from me.
I can absolutely separate you and your choices. Yes.
How?
I just gave you the example. I hold a gun to your head, tell you to go rob a bank.
No. That's
funny. Here's the funny part about it, because even in your legal system, when you get counseled, you know what they try to do when they're in there?
What?
They try to separate you from your choices.
No.
Wait,
You
he's
just
done-
saying the same thing.
No, he's done something. But I want you to look at the man, not the act that he did.
No, that's not what they do. That's not what they do. That's not what they do.
No, that's literally what they do.
doing- No, you're talking about a guy who went to trial. So this is what the council does, right? The council they had me on camera, right? So there was no way of the only thing I went to trial about is what level of offense were they trying to charge me. But the point I'm making is my counsel went in there and said, look, we'll plead to the bank robbery, drop the gun. Because the gun was they had a fingerprint, but it wasn't mine. So, but other than that, I was guilty of a robbery, which I did through my choice of robbing the bank and taking the money. That was me. That was all me. You can't separate and say, well, my will said one thing and my choice did not. No, they were one, right? They go in together, period. And I did the 10 years. 10 years, got out, was served probation 7 years after, right? I had to report to a probation officer for the crimes, which
Can I just put it
Could
really
be my
simple?
choices.
Because apparently I'm gonna have to bring it. I'm gonna have to really break it down. Like, the will is the why, the choice is the what.
Ruthless, you can't talk and listen at the same time.
Okay,
Do this.
Literally the will is the why, and the choice is the what. I don't understand why this is so hard to break down.
No, it's not. It's
Because one sec, because you're saying the same thing. Because like what Rootless is saying is
what
correct.
and
Like
why are the
technically,
same thing? Oh, I didn't
technically-
realize that.
yeah, like what Rootless is saying is correct. Like you cannot separate.
First of all, even in Rufus's point, the will was the reason, or rather the determination behind the decision. The choice was actually to take, like I said, taking the action on acting upon. Just because we think about shit doesn't mean that we do it.
well, it
Just
doesn't
because,
mean-
just because opportunities are
agree.
presented in front of us doesn't mean that we all take them. There's a
That's not
I agree.
distinction.
you're moving the goalposts.
No, it's
No,
not.
You know, we agree. We agree with that. We agree with that, right?
Yeah, but no,
I agree
no,
with
no,
that. Rootless, I agree with that.
No, you
But
do.
hold up.
But go-
Let me land it. Yeah,
Because I said an act which was done, right?
yeah.
A committed crime. Or what I'm saying is
Before
you
you
can't-
committed the crime, there had
No,
to be an
no, see,
opportunity.
Yeah,
That's
but
another argument.
Rootless,
That's a whole other
Well,
argument.
yeah, Resla, what Rootless is saying is that you cannot separate will and choice because the way how do you determine if someone is under duress?
The way that he
Joshua's
was able to
example.
get to a choice was through an opportunity, and he was.
It's still
I
me,
don't
though.
understand. Wait,
Okay,
I don't
nobody's doing that.
I don't understand. Words have meanings.
Yeah. So
Wait,
how
we don't
how
just
do you
end up-
prove-
wait, Rufus, you didn't just end up in jail. There were literally determining factors that got you there.
Like
You
what?
didn't just wake up one day
Yeah.
and you was there.
Well, Resla, how do you prove that someone was under duress? How do you
What
prove
I'm
that?
saying is- what I'm saying
Were
is,
there not? Wait. I love the fact you said. Were there not mitigation factors that put that person in a situation to be under duress?
okay, but I'm
But
talking
no,
about
answer the
That is
question.
a yes or no. That is a yes or no.
now you're telling me that psycho.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. But what I'm saying is, like, you're not answering my question. How do you prove that someone was under duress?
What were the circumstances they were under? Give me a scenario.
There would be.
Yeah. So
factors.
what I would say, one sec. What I would say is that the way you prove someone's under duress is that you prove that they had no other choice. As if they did not do
But that's
what
not
the
true.
person said,
Oh, no,
their
that is
family was
not
getting a
correct.
bullet.
Hold
You
a break. Wait, hold a break. Prove to me that a person had
Yeah.
no other choice.
That's how you prove duress.
No,
That the person had no other choice.
No,
that's not duress.
Break. Hold on.
Yeah.
Terry, I need you to prove to me that this person had no other choice.
Yeah. So, like, do you ever see the?
Hold up, guys. Hold up, guys.
I'm trying to answer the question.
Hold up,
You
guys.
asked me the question. You
No,
don't
I
answer my question, and then
no, I thought I heard somebody else interrupting. I just need you to prove to
Okay.
me that person had no
I bet.
other
Yeah.
choice.
Boys, let me land the plane, okay? Right? Did you ever see the movie Taken?
Oh my god, bro.
Yes.
No, I've never
Thank
seen
you.
it. I actually have never seen
I'll rest
it.
my
And
case.
I never want to
Your
see
Honor. Your Honor, I'll rest my case.
Let's just say
Want to
people.
see
Wait. Let's just say people haven't
Yeah.
seen Taken. Make your point.
Yeah, movie Taken.
it. Ooh, good point, bro.
Let me understand this. So you're saying if a person
Like they want the quick answer. I give them the quick answer, and then they
No.
look at me as like
This
because
is
they've seen the movie.
Resla, this is coming from
Like, real talk.
break. Because I'm gonna have to ask very calibrated, clarifying questions. Do people make the decision to fold, to upend their life?
The people like make mistakes.
No, not make mistakes intentionally.
Talk about suicide.
Come on, bro.
Sure.
Like, yeah.
No keywords. Say on the line.
You said sure. You said sure.
No, because there'll be some people like that slip and like fall down the stairs. Think about that. Like that's not a choice.
No. I didn't say accident. If you slipped down the stairs, that wasn't. No one intentionally slipped down the
Wait, you
stairs.
did say accident.
No, he said intentionally.
Intentionally.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I was thinking the opposite of that. Yeah, like, what I wouldn't say is like that. Like that would be an example of something that's not intentional.
Let's just say it this way: you're in your home. I am decided that, you know what, today's a good day to pick up the book. Today's a good day to be a jihadist. Tell me, where's the distinction between my will, which is the reason and determination behind my decision, and the choice to actually go ahead and say Allah Akbar and go into your home? Or are they both the same?
Wait, what? What? Like, what?
Well, is there a confusion
understand
there?
it because they've never considered it.
Is there a confusion there?
Yeah, one is like one is a serious choice, one's a particular choice.
No,
I think of it like a multiple, like a link or a chain of.
One is the decision and
choices,
planning.
yeah.
One is the acting upon.
Well, Resla, I apologize to you because you guys just made an argument against free will.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right?
Like, are you real quick?
The whole time.
Like Resla, Brick, and Joshua. Are you saying that you are determinists, or are you saying that you are pro free will?
God's will is the only free will.
Let me break it down. Give me a chance
You're
to
gonna
speak.
hate my answer, and I'm a centralist. I don't even believe in God, and I don't agree with free will.
No, I'm just saying this.
Wait, so Joshua's against free will. Brick, are you determinist or free will?
Neither.
Let me break his
You're
point
neither.
down. This
Okay.
is why your guys are making an
So we
argument.
don't have free will.
Sides of the coin,
This
bro.
is
You
why-
don't realize that there's a middle to it.
Resla, do you think we
realize
free
there's
will?
something
Real quick.
outside of it.
Can
You
I
always
do the hat
see two
trick?
sides.
Let me answer his.
Bro,
Real quick.
Ruthless. Am I allowed
Guys,
to get
calm
into this
down,
conversation,
calm
Ruthless?
down, calm
At
down.
all?
Just,
All
like,
right.
I will shut up
All-
after this question. I will shut up.
all
I
over
genuinely will shut
everybody,
up.
bro, right now.
Resla, do we have free will? Yes or no? Real quick.
I will tell you what I've said many people online for a long time. I have no fucking clue. I don't think about it.
Okay, and that's okay. That's okay, right? But that worries me because,
No.
like, you share the Americans,
That-
you know.
There's no free will.
You got muted, Resla.
Yeah, they've doubts at least.
Resla, you're
They
muted.
have like significant doubts on free
Resla, you're
will.
muted.
We're fucked. We're fucked, Rootless. We're fucked.
Muted, Resla. Muted, Resla.
That's your computer talking to you.
Check. All right.
Like, I would have thought free will is fundamental.
Let me tell you why. I'm not hung up on knowing everything. Wait, let me say that again for you in case you didn't catch that. I'm not hung up on knowing everything. I'm not hung up on knowing what the end of the story looks like. I'm not hung up on knowing what's next.
Okay.
I'm not hung up on trying to be on DA status. I'm not hung up on questioning things I do not understand. I have to worry about the life that I have now. I'm not too concerned about the next one.
Yeah.
I am the person who's okay understanding that I don't need to know everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so then,
But what I'm saying is logically.
The fact that you're uncomfortable with that, guess what?
No.
Not my problem.
But the thing,
I'm not uncomfortable with it. I'm just saying, philosophically,
You
right?
are,
if you
bro.
put the
You're
argument
very
together,
uncomfortable with it.
Philosophically, I just gave you my
Yeah.
answer. If you're uncomfortable, guess what I would
Yeah.
say? That's a problem between you and you.
yeah, you're saying you don't know, but what I'm saying is like when you think about Flo's answer to this, where it's like realistically the whole kind of concept of like free,
Flo's
yeah,
answer?
flow,
I
yeah,
don't know what Phil's answer is because you know why?
yeah,
It's his problem, not mine. I
Yeah,
don't know what his
but-
answer is.
yeah. And anytime there's a free will debate versus determinism, he says the exact same thing. It's like both sides act as though free will exists anyway.
Wait, why did
Oh,
you?
wait, I'm happy. What? And if that's his answer, cool. What the fuck does that have to do with me?
Or anybody else on this panel? Why are you bringing somebody
What does
else?
that have
Isn't
to do with
straw
me?
manning?
How, like this is what you were saying the whole argument to get about.
Wait, stop,
There
stop.
was a difference between free will and free choice. Am I wrong?
He
Flo
tried to
speaks
do it
for
earlier.
anyone else here on
Called
this panel. They speak for
confirmation bias.
himself.
It's called confirmation bias. It's a
Does
fallacy.
he
He
speak
tried
for
to do it
anyone
earlier
else
with
on this
Resla.
panel, or does he speak for himself? Are you the Flow representative?
This is also coming from
I'm
the same
giving- I'm
guy
giving an
who
example
said Zelensky
of an
never
argument.
asked the United
I'm quoting a
States for
source.
help.
I'm quoting a source. What is this? This
Zelensky
gaslighting
never
ruthless. This is
asked
crazy.
the US for help.
You know what I'm saying?
Carry
Yeah,
out.
okay, go ahead.
Carry out. Wait, and
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going to put you on the large screen. Does
Mhm.
he speak for every other man in existence?
Wait, one sec. Listen, all I can account for is my Lucky Charms. I
Does
will admit
he-
that you are correct. You are correct.
You can't say that, but
Okay.
then you quote the man.
Listen. Right. I got a wee pot of gold. Okay. I got a wee pot of gold. Okay. What I'm saying is, right. I agree. Yeah. Okay. Like they're their own people, all that kind of shit. But it's like sometimes people like come with like it's a Socratic method, for example. You want to quote a source. It was from this dude called X. Okay. What I'm saying is like, would you not concede that like
No.
we as a society act as though free will is an actual thing? Because
No.
like the judicial systems are built, principles built on it.
If I just give you my answer, how can you turn around and ask that question to me? I just gave you my answer.
That you don't know. Yeah.
Wait, that I don't know, and what else? I said so much more.
You can't claim that we know everything, all this kind of shit. Yeah, like Socratic
Whoa, whoa,
method.
whoa, whoa. Did I say
Socrates.
that? Did I say that?
Yeah.
Did I say that? Did I say that? Did I say the words, folks, that we can't claim that we know much more?
Or it's the same concept with Socrates. Yeah, it was.
Or did I speak only?
The only thing is now that I know is that I know
did I
nothing. It's like to acknowledge your own kind of like humbleness, all this kind of shit. It's like, yeah, 100%.
Specifically to me, that I don't know, I don't care, I don't challenge it, and I don't proclaim to want to know what happens next. I'm not concerned with the next life.
Yeah. That's fair.
Those are my words. Do not put anything else out there that I did not state. Do not bring other men up to speak for men that never opened their mouth to it. You sitting here, you sitting here cradling the balls of what someone else said, and I have no.
I was quoting the source. I was quoting the source.
What the fuck was being said?
Joe, can you show me where I'm going wrong?
What good?
I'm not wrong.
What good, Joe? Cool.
What's up?
He over there quoting your man. He over there quoting your man's like scripture.
I can point out where
quoting
you're
a source.
going wrong.
Can a man not quote a source anymore, Joe?
It's not a source.
What age are we living in?
You're quoting another person as if we're arguing with that.
It's a good
person.
point. It's a good point.
not.
It's a good argument.
It wasn't.
Free will
was
is the
not.
thing. I'll say it. Free will is real. I'll say
Preach.
it, if that's what it's
Thank you,
about.
Joe.
What
Now,
is
somebody
free
want to
will
debate me on
defined?
that shit?
What is free
I
will
don't give a
defined?
fuck for the
ability to
debate.
make your-
The fact of the matter is
the
that
ability
people
to
come
make your own
up. The
choices.
fact of the matter is that people come up here with the idea of debating, and I'm like, did you again? Came in here late, no idea what the fuck is going on. Gonna come in and just basically kick your feet up on other people's fucking shit, not knowing what the fuck is going on. When I said literally in the beginning from all this, I get it. Came in the fucking door late, and they seen people on Negro time, late as fuck. Coming in here and then thinking, debate me, bro. I don't give a fuck. And then ask a question and I give you the answer, and then you quote another man in opposite of what the fuck I just told you seconds beforehand.
I want to take.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut
I
up.
want to take. I want to take Joe's. I want to take Joe's argument or challenge.
Talk about
Yeah.
not listening to understand.
Your definition, Joe. Would it also include like you said the first half of the definition, would it not also include the capacity, the capability to act like independently of both internal and external constraints?
Yes.
Yeah, in that case, yeah.
I don't know what
cause and effect just destroys that instantly.
I'm not sure I even understand what you're talking about with internal and external. I couldn't, if I'm locked up, I can't go and buy weed. So that's external. I don't have free will there, if that's what you're talking about.
Right. It would be the
But
same concept.
whatever definition we know as free will, it'll do.
Yeah. In which case,
It'll
then,
do.
yeah,
Free will
it's not really a thing. It can't exist by definition because it's constraint. And all you have to do is point at constraints. And that's what denies
how
it.
is it constrained? I can go buy a cigar right now. I can go buy an apple juice.
Yeah,
how am I constrained?
You just gave one. If you lock somebody in a cage, they're incapable of doing something. Thus the constraint. If you give somebody a frontal lobotomy, right? Like they're incapable of doing certain things, right? It's just this weird concept of the constraints. The moment that a constraint is presented, that nullifies it. That's the problem with it.
So
well, I
like
think when we have a definition of free will, we know it means if you're a paraplegic, you can't get coffee. We don't think that means what free will. No one thinks that what free will is.
The problem that we have with the term is it's a philosophical term that people want to use colloquial definitions to apply. That's the problem.
Right, changing the meaning
Your
of words.
definition sucks.
Let me understand that. Let me understand it. I'll move to Greek mythology, right? Atlas, the motherfucker that has to turn around and hold the whole world up under a constraint. Does he have free will?
No.
Oh no, you can't say that. They're vouching for free will anyway.
He's a mythical character. How does this argument make sense?
Wait.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Joe.
You cannot demonstrate.
Joe, I just got gassed the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy.
Josh. Wait. And I'm gonna say this, Josh, as someone who's the Christian atheist nerd,
Christian nationalist.
Wait. You're still atheist. Either way,
Christian.
So how according to you, how mythological is Atlas compared to the very deity that they claim that exists in
the incapability of, by definition, that globe, that world, that thing that he's holding up, right, is the thing that also holds him down. Yeah. That's the constraint. The existence of the alternative is the constraint. That's the problem.
I agree. And that's the point I'm making.
Though, right?
That's the point I'm making. Wait, not for nothing, Joe. Plenty of people will simply state that the person that you claim, the Sky Daddy, is also mythological.
So we're back to free will, right?
I didn't.
Can I broach this topic or like just shut the fuck up?
Okay, so I'm gonna go. Then you can go after me, Tarat, then Joe Cool, right?
Yeah, so, you go ahead.
All I want to say is this, right?
Thank you. You know what? Thank you. Hold up. Let's get to the issue. So apparently, this has become ruthless show. Everybody, I'm gonna make a whole thumbnail. We just take over. The ruthless truth. Fucking show.
Well, I'm just saying, right?
You got to put all of us underneath him because this is his show.
I'm just getting my guys who are going against your guys. That's all. So, as free will and choice, right? For Resla side, you guys are making an argument against free will, right? Because you can't when a person commits an act that everybody or whatever it is, whether it's righteous or wrong, right? People do not separate the act from the man, right? They say, look at that act. If he murders someone, they're saying he's a murderer. They're not saying, well, let's look at his, no, you're going to get convicted, whatever. You're going to go to jail or get the death penalty, whatever, right? The consequences determined by your actions, which is your choices, which is also causes as you as a person, right? It defines you as a person, which is what you could say your will, right? So therefore, if you say that it's not that, if you're saying that under duress or if they didn't, you don't know the psychological behind it, then it's argument against free will. Right. That means this person had no choice but to do that.
No, Yeah, I'm the one that pushed back on your position, and the reason why I pushed back is because it was a definitional problem. You attempted to use the legal definition that comes within it, which is not the same as going to be the philosophical definition. What you get held to, like, say, within punishment is not going to be the same from a philosophical standpoint. They are not one and the same. They're
Can
not
we
even
go
in the
with
same hemispheres.
free will? You have a choice. Otherwise, it's predetermined. Can we go with that? Because that's the way most people think what it means.
Yeah, that's what that's what this started off was. Free will versus free choice.
Right. But that's the thing. The fact that you even mentioned that, right? You said free will means that you have a choice. Whoa. The fact of the matter is that people
Yeah.
conflate that, Joe Cool, is the thing that we were talking about. There's a difference between free will and free choice.
There's four
the
concepts
idea
here.
that you think it. Wait, for instance, and I'm gonna say this very nastily for those people who are out there. The fact that you have dirty
I
thoughts,
like that.
the fact that you have dirty thoughts, nasty thoughts, things that you know you shouldn't do, doesn't mean you act upon them. The act of doing upon them is
Right.
different between your will to be able to think about these things, conceptualize these things, and what you would do, versus actually acting upon them is the choice. The difference between them. But so many people put these two things together and say that they are one in tandem, and they are not.
Now, Resla, if I agree with you, right? Let's say I agree with you. So that means your mind, right, is separate from your body, right? You could be brain dead. Let me break it down. Let me break it down.
Yeah, you lost me, Rootless.
Let me break
I
it
was
down.
up with you. I was like 100% in line with you. Every single word you said, Rootless, I was on board with until that moment.
No.
I was like, where the fuck did that come from?
Let's break it down. Let's break it down. So
that's the train meme where it's like in the background, it just and it's like explodes. It's like, where the fuck did that come from, Rootless?
Let me land my plane. That's all I'm saying. You gotta let me land my plane. All I'm saying is watch this.
That's crazy.
So that's the thing, right?
That's
I've had dreams. My mind works when I'm sleeping, right? I've had dreams and I've seen visions of people I never met in my life, right? My mind also thinks of things that
I don't know about
I'm not necessarily interested in, right?
Yeah. Not for nothing. You need a prescription.
Can I land it? Let's have a conversation. All I'm saying is the mind is opposite from the body. We understand that, right? Because you can be brain dead, or you can be legally brain dead and still be living, or you can be living and brain dead, right? But
wait, no, you can't. Wait, stop. You are declaring when you are declared brain dead, you are not declared living.
But if you're on a machine, you could be.
No, even on a machine, you are once you are declared brain dead, you are not considered living.
The body parts can still live.
No, stop. Well, no, I'm gonna tell you from people. I watch plenty of medical shows, and I know medical people. If you are absent without a heart, you are considered to be on bypass. Okay. Your brain is still active. You are considered living. The moment your brain ceases to produce electrical signals and neurons, you are dead.
But your heart can still pump, right?
Have you ever come back from being brain dead? Your
heart still pump?
Wait, you're not on. You're not.
God.
Wait, not the brain.
Has anyone ever
come back from being brain dead?
Coma is different from brain dead, just so you know.
Man.
No. Can you?
Here's the funny part about it, Ruthless. Here's the funny part about it, Ruthless. Even if you're in a vegetative state, there's still neurons firing in your fucking brain. You're considered to be alive.
Yeah, that's
once you are brain dead, you are everything dead.
I give you that, right? But my point I'm making is,
hey, Resla,
has anyone
ever come back from being brain dead, Resla? Because you say you've watched a lot of medical shit. Is that a thing?
The answer to it is the answer to that is that it is very slim, but yes, it has happened.
What I'm just saying is,
it has happened, but what we don't do, the same way how we do everywhere in every other facet of life, is that we do not make the exceptions the fucking rule.
No, that is the answer. No one has ever survived brain death.
All right.
That is actually very much the actual truth. You can look it up.
In fact, we worry so much about we worry so much about brain death that even on bypass, you know what's something that's considered to be more important than actual bypass? Suffocation. How long the brain goes without oxygen?
Yeah, it's the oxygen.
We know that shit. We know people been 20, 30 minutes without oxygen. We know that now.
Fuck no, they are gone. Because just 1 minute
That's
is
not
enough
true.
to fuck your entire life. 30
You
minutes.
haven't heard anybody fall into you haven't heard anybody fall into cold water. They be under there for more than half hour when they come back healthy, totally healthy. You haven't heard of that?
Yeah, they can, but they are still receiving oxygen to the brain from the blood cells. There's still
because
oxygen in the system.
You freeze, the oxygenation gets stuck within those brain capillaries in your fucking brain.
Right.
They didn't go anywhere. They're stuck.
Not to
Now
mention,
you're not because now what you're talking about is a process of thawing.
Yeah, but still, the guy is going 30 minutes without oxygen. If you're saying if I choke a motherfucker, the oxygen's still in the body.
yeah, there are a couple.
And you're saying after 60
Yeah,
seconds,
there
he
are a
dies.
couple cases where
choke- if
people
you-
have been in frozen water for like 47 minutes and come back. The difference being
Yeah.
that is their body had slowed down to such
Thank you.
crazy
Slow
whatever.
down decomposition, slow down the actual blood pumping, which means that where the oxygen stops in those areas in the brain as well. If you choking out a motherfucker, guess what happens? You're not slowly choking air into the areas they add. You're slowly taking away any air they have even coming in.
But keep in mind, those people that were in those like 47 minutes drowning in a frozen ass river or some shit and were brought back, right? These are also very rare exceptions. The conditions have to be really damn spot on.
Yeah, their body has been
But
trained
we
for
have
it
to
as
talk
well.
about the rare exceptions.
muted,
to,
Resla.
to help
No, you
argue,
do not
uh,
set.
But
You
even
do
as much
not
as this,
set
Yoko, but
general
even as much
rules
as this,
based on
those
exceptions.
people who are frozen, the majority
outside.
of those people still do not come back in great health.
I would agree with that. I'm just trying to go with what's his name's point of perhaps thought is outside the brain. Because if
I
your
will
oxygen
agree.
argument
I
is
will agree
motherfucking
that
need
there are
oxygen.
some miraculous things that happen
Yeah,
when it
that's
comes
the
to human
tangent.
beings. But again, I will go back to my earlier point. The exceptions do not disprove the rule.
But we cannot control our brain, right?
Lord Jesus,
Like, it
save
doesn't
me.
need to go
Mary
there,
J.
Rootless.
I
It
don't
doesn't
know
need to
where
go
that
there.
would
Like, you
go.
can grant their whole kind of like argument.
No. Listen, you
to them.
cannot control your brain.
I don't
This
know,
is-
bro.
this
I
is what
literally
mental
move
health-
my head left,
this
and
is
then I
what-
move it
this
right,
is-
and that's the
Like,
brain.
we don't need to
where I
bring
want
up
it to go.
mind and brain and like
This
talk about
is-
lobotomies and
These are not bad
listen,
arguments,
listen,
Ruthless.
and
These are
choking a
bad arguments.
motherfucker.
Keep going.
Like,
This is what mental health is all about, right?
Apparently there are some of us who have done enough study about mental health in
Mental
the
health,
brain.
or mental health is saying that there's people who hear voices. There's people that have anxiety or depression. These are things that people can't control.
I love the fact that you said that. Are all those things that you mentioned just related to the brain?
Good
No.
question. Anxiety, yes. Depression, yes.
Really now?
Yes, you'd be depressed.
I
What does it
think
link to?
you should learn more about the body.
I mean, what else could it be linked to?
As a-
I mean, if
Well,
you're
there's seasonal depression.
if you're
There's
depressed about
depression in
something,
Alaska when they don't have the sun.
Because
There's
you're
seasonal
assuming that all of the actual things that come forth to even bring forth even depression, even off anxiety, whatever, is all things that are stimulated strictly because of the processes and the actual chemicals that are firing off in the brain.
Synapse.
When there are literally other chemicals that can fire from your muscles, that can fire from your heart, from your lung, from your liver, that can flow into the brain,
Yeah,
that
the
can
entire
flow
body.
from those areas into the brain and cause a chemical reaction.
Okay.
You have a nervous system that runs throughout your entire body.
You're
okay, so then,
I love
when
the
you
fact that
old-
people, I get it. Maybe you stopped at junior high school or high school, but your brain is not the only place that
no.
produces
I'm just saying this. No.
enzymes and blood and white
No, I'm
and
not
blood
saying
red
that.
cells and cortisol and everything else that goes flowing throughout the
No,
body.
no.
In fact, when there was the most thing that we turn around and say that you should turn around
Okay.
and actually get sleep
So what
upon,
about-
because your brain is the only area that produces the actual fluids that goes to circulate throughout the entire body that tries to reset the body.
Okay, so what about
Outside
memory?
of that, your body, your other organs produce so many other things that can affect every other organ in the body,
Okay, Dr.
including
Resla.
clots, embolisms, everything.
What about memory?
What about what you said? Niggering?
Where does memory
Is that
come
what
from?
you
Right?
said? You said niggering?
Memory.
Oh,
Where does
memory.
the
I said,
where
wait,
does
what?
the mammary gland?
I said,
Right?
shit.
So
What the fuck?
Does memory come from the brain? Right? Remembering people, remembering things, right? So when you get a certain age, like really up there, like 80, people become what? They don't even know where they live at no more. They don't.
But I love that you say that. Are brain capillaries only affected by things that come from the brain?
No, matter of fact, about
I don't know
when
what
I
they
graduated psych, they had
But-
cured 12 different types of, like, I guess Alzheimer's. That was really just nothing more than like this plaque buildup that builds on top of it.
I'm happy he said it.
But my point is, it's not the point of. I'm saying we can't control our brains. What I'm saying.
I'm saying that the rest of your body can
What?
do shit
Left
to
and
fuck
right.
up your brain.
Move my head left and right, bro. Here I am in control of it, left and right. I go with
Your
the brain.
your heart, your lungs, your liver, your kidneys.
You cannot control that.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't know that I moved left. I didn't know.
I just feel like I wasted 15 minutes.
Come on,
Literally,
Yeah.
they can influence.
You
It's
can't.
indefensible.
If people die of heart attack all the time, right? Can't control. You can't control.
What does a heart attack have to do with your brain?
What
You can control your
are
diet
we
for
talking
50
about?
years before
Wait,
you drop dead.
but not for nothing. Do you know what can give you a heart attack? Your lungs, your liver,
Listen to you.
your other arteries.
Listen to you go crazy on me. That
This
give me
is
a heart attack.
crazy.
My
It's
point
not
is
my,
this.
it's not my
Nobody
fault
is
you have not
saying-
done enough
Listen.
biology.
Russell, you keep conflating the argument. You're talking about what causes.
It's not
I'm talking
conflation.
about- yes, it
Only
is.
one of us know what
Ruthless,
we're
you
talking
keep
about.
moving the argument.
Only
I know.
one of us know what we're
Okay,
talking
yeah,
about.
I'm trying to get a victory here. So,
Yeah.
yes,
You're
You're giving
are.
them good
I
arguments.
know. I get it, Ruthless. I get it. You keep making enough L's, and maybe if you put it together, you'll get your W at some
Thank
point.
you, thank
At
you,
some
thank
point.
you.
Exactly.
Bend your
Thank
L's
you.
enough to get
That's
a
what we're
W.
doing here,
That's
Resla.
the only way.
That's how you build a great win, right? So you take a bunch of L's, you win. So what I'm saying is this, right?
Two L's do make a W.
So what I'm saying is this:
Bold.
the,
Put them all
the
together.
humans
Four
cannot
of 'em.
control
Get bold.
their
W.
body, right? They cannot control their brain. They cannot control their heart, liver, right? They can't even control their
Can't
body.
even control your arms and your legs, bro.
I can't
Listen.
stop my liver. If that is your argument right now, I can't just tell it to stop functioning. If that is your argument.
Right.
Wait. No, it's not his argument because you're still telling your liver to still function.
But wait, you've got free will, so you can totally control it.
No, you can't.
Oh, you
Wait,
don't have free will?
wait. I want to put this out there. So what about the Tibetan Buddhist monks in the mountains that can literally think themselves to death?
I don't know. They're crazy.
Haven't seen them, but I believe it's possible.
Crazy or not, if they're able to do it, they can control what?
They're not controlling nothing. They're dying just like we are. So mental health right now is so.
No, Ruthless, you don't need to go down this route. You're trying to go like you're trying to go like a completely different angle, like bringing up this what I'm saying is you can
taking
grant
bad
them their
angles.
whole argument.
Tell you what I'm showing is what I'm
You
showing
can
is
just grant.
Terry,
Human
this is what I
anatomy.
mentioned this earlier in the stream. Motherfuckers won't say anything. Nothing.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's like I can grant that. It's like, yeah, like we agree. Like the way you were saying, we was like, yeah, I agree with all your points, all this kind of stuff. Let's go with that definition of free will. But what I'm saying is that I can grant that position to say, here's what reality would look like if we grant that perspective. If free will doesn't exist, then judicial systems can't function.
That's not
Because you
true.
can't
By the
hold someone
secondary-
morally responsible if they don't have a choice.
Well, I don't
Yes,
believe
By
morality
the secondary
is.
definition.
You talk about morality as if it is a tangible thing. It exists outside of the mind, not metaphysical, but actual.
Yeah, but this is what Root is saying with the mind
Wait,
and the brain, and
morality
kind of
exists
conflating the physical
outside
with the
of the
metaphysical.
mind.
It's metaphysical.
Morality can exist, Brick. Morality can exist outside the mind, but Rootless's assertion that thoughts or something can exist outside the mind sounds crazy to you?
Listen. You guys,
Facts.
you guys are stuck. Really, here's the thing, right? You guys are stuck in this place of wherever your doctrine came from, right? And you're not trying to go outside of it. And that's okay. You don't have to believe me. I don't have to believe you, but we can have a conversation about our beliefs.
We're having one now. Why are you stating the
Okay,
obvious?
right.
We have one. Why are you stating
Real quick.
Brick has made a very solid case that I think is very important. We can have our conversation and try to come to a point of consensus without having the whole change my mind session.
Well, you and Brick was windmilling.
No,
nigga,
bro.
he was doing this the entire time. The entire time, nigga. What was talking about?
Rufus was doing the spaghetti shit. Throw shit against the wall.
The reason I say, look, the reason I say this is because when I bring up my metaphysical point, my ideology, a belief that I have, you say to me, prove it. That is a fallacy. I cannot prove it to you. You can listen to my viewpoint and either accept it or don't.
Now
that you have that decision. I cannot make that choice for you.
So,
now, when it comes to the ideal of free will, what I'm telling you is I don't believe that will is something that we have freedom of. Right? It's not something that we don't have a cost.
So
to. If my hold on. Hold on. Let me land the plane. Let me land the plane. If free means no cost, and I say my will has no cost,
no one should be thinking that. No, is anybody thinking that argument that free will means you can do what you want and not suffer consequence? Is there anyone on this panel who thinks that is what we're talking about?
Hello?
No.
Bro.
This is what I'm saying.
You're saying that that's what
you trying to prove me wrong.
About. No one's talking about
or you
that,
want me to prove that I have some perfect ideal. I don't get it.
Prove an argument that no one is making. Go ahead. No one is saying that whatever the heck you just said. That there's no consequences and we think that's what free will means. No one thinks that. No one thinks that's the definition of free will. I can go murder a motherfucker and no one and the cops don't get me. That's free will. No one thinks that is the definition of free will. No one's
There are people who believe that free will means that they can just do whatever they want with no consequences.
Now that is a very rare person.
Any of them on panel? Any of you guys believe that?
It's far less rare than you believe.
Because the structure, right? We live in a structured society. So everybody understands if I walk into Walmart and pick up a bag and start shopping and walk out without paying, there's going to be somebody to meet me at the door. So ain't nobody thinking like that.
No, you go walk right past that motherfucker and say, I ain't got a receipt. Fuck you.
And my Walmart walk out.
Look.
But we understand, Lucas, we understand.
If we agree that words have meaning, and then we say the word free means no cost, and then you say, I'm going to add it. Hold on. Yes, no, it actually does mean that.
Argue with no one else.
What does free mean? What does free mean, Joe?
No,
you want to talk about fallacies, Brick?
The point that Joe is making is that no one has said that on panel. So if you're gonna go forward with the whole no cost, no one's arguing against it.
And if you want to talk about fallacies, Brick, you're bringing up the false equivocation fallacy. Like you're basically saying it's like, oh well, technically when you say free also has this other definition.
No, free only has
like that,
one
but like that's not what
bro.
we mean. We're taking the full concept of free will. We're not taking free
wait,
will, splitting it into two words.
Well, okay, wait, stop. Because we're creative. Brick has not said the word. Brick was not advocating for the term two words, free will. He only advocated for the one word, free. And free being the exact thing of being no cost. He didn't add will. He just said free. I'm listening.
He ain't added it yet.
Well, we'll have to wait for yet.
We'll have to
wait for yet.
Free means, if free means
you
no
give
cost,
me an opportunity to talk.
Free will means.
If you give me an opportunity to talk, bro, go ahead. Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't know if I agree with that concept if nobody believes that you can't, like, there's no cost to
nobody up here
in action. Because I can tell you now, you can sit in family court, you can sit in criminal court.
Nobody up here.
There's a lot of people at one given time.
We're moving we're moving up goalposts about something that what he said. He didn't talk about consequences. He's talking about in the act of what people already know is what the idea of the word, the understanding of the word, not of what the the aftermath of it, the precursor of the word being free, which means
Free of
no
consequences.
free
In
of
my-
consequence.
Yes.
Wait, make this very clear. Because if people made a decision thinking that something was going to happen if I make the decision, it wouldn't be free.
So free will doesn't exist.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Only
This
if you
is like
take that
what
arcane
they what
definition
yeah.
of free
So,
will,
like that's a
free
straw
will
man and a
is
half.
I don't want to
That is a
argue
straw man and a
I
half.
argue
Definition
that
really
you're
valid.
Did I say the words will? Motherfuckers need to y'all need Q-tips. We need to start fuck chat. We need a Q-tip
Yeah, man. This
fund.
is gaslighting.
You got muted again.
It says
We need
the conversation
a
is free
Q-tip
will.
fund. People cannot listen. I didn't hear the word will come out of my mouth. We need a Q-tip fund. People need to clear their fucking ears out.
I need some. Can you send me?
Yeah, okay, we'll never have freedom. Okay, okay, Mr. Braveheart.
Can you send me some, please?
You can never take our freedom. Like, okay, right? Okay, we won't have freedom. We're talking about to the point free will versus determined. Okay,
all right.
Like I said,
we talk about what free will is?
Yeah,
people think
free
will
willy.
is.
We won't agree
that all of your decisions are predetermined. That's
if it's free will, how was it predetermined? If it's free will, how was it? How that literally goes against the words itself. If it's free will, how was it predetermined?
You've never heard
exactly. That's what we're saying, Resla.
That's what we're saying.
So here's Resler's argument that every word and phrase, when you put two words together, must mean what the individual words mean. That's not the thing. When I say it begs the question, no one is literally begging. Or when I say sit on someone's shoulder, no one's literally standing on shoulders.
You know what, Joe? You know what, Joe? You know what, Joe? I'm sorry, nigga, that I have a dictionary in my house. I'm sorry, nigga.
You don't have to apologize.
Put a dictionary in your car, nigga. Put a dictionary in your car. God damn it. I like words.
Hey, niggas like me write the dictionary. Wrestler.
Let me
niggas like me write the dictionary.
Let me take a shot.
They get the words shield and max to the max. They get all that shit from me.
Yeah, on the outside cover, nigga. Do it within the actual dictionary. Not on the outside of the book. That's inside, nigga.
Go look in the urban. How about the urban dictionary? You got that?
Here,
let me
ain't a word.
Write the definition inside the book, nigga, not on the outside covers. All right.
Hey, I'm a street nigga. Russ, look in the urban dictionary for me and see if I made it in the urban dictionary.
So
I literally write that shit.
You mean spray painting on the walls, nigga? You spray painting on the walls?
Okay.
I didn't get it. I didn't hear it.
Joe, cool.
Spray painting on the walls, nigga. We don't do dictionary reading off the wall.
Look in the urban
dictionary. Your description was determinism.
This,
however, the alternative argument to your description would be compatibility.
Baby,
compatibilism.
In an urban dictionary. Hold on, Josh. It only take a second.
You said lonely baby
in an urban dictionary. Blow me, baby. Look it up in urban dictionary and see if I'm spray painting on walls or if I'm in the book. Now, Josh, go ahead.
Get him.
Don't waste your time looking it up, Wrestler. You're gonna embarrass yourself.
You want my address, Wrestler?
Don't look it up, Wrestler.
Astor, did you want my address? So you can send me those 3 tips?
I know what both those two words mean separately. The idea that someone will put it together for blow me, baby, that can go so many different ways. This is the internet, my guy. This is the internet.
You get to the corner.
Yeah, so I would like to actually define free will according to the dictionary. Let me read it to you.
Wait, Rick. I gotta ask: is it defining free will or free and will? Because apparently they only want to take forth if you can bring two words together to make a meaning.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna read it. This is from Oxford Languages, right?
Okay.
It says the power of acting.
I guess not urban. It don't count.
Oh my God, man.
without constraint. Oh,
say the whole thing.
Without constraint. Without constraint. That also means without consequence.
No, it doesn't.
Constraint. That means you have. No
I can go choose. I have the
constraint.
Wait, I
Okay,
have
Look
to
at this,
free
man.
will.
This is
Strength
tap
to
out.
go
dancing.
vote for
Jesus.
Kamala
You said tap dancing?
or Trump.
Yeah, this is Michael Flatley right here, right now. This is tap dancing around this whole thing.
Constraint
It is.
means
This is flat earth
limitation
arguments,
or
bro.
restriction.
Yeah.
There is no limitation. There is no
Mhm.
cost when you are talking about free
No,
will.
no. It didn't
Where
say
did cost come up
consequence,
in
did
that?
it? It didn't say
When
without
you
consequence.
No
see what I'm saying?
It didn't say
limitation.
that, did it?
No restraint.
This is like some
Did you
David
say
Blaine shit
nature
where
is
he's
a
just like
restraint?
sleight of hand
Yeah.
throwing in
Hold
costs.
on,
This is
teriyaki.
just
You know what I'm saying?
Teriyaki.
this is
Teriyaki on a
just a
stick.
motherfucker stuck in his
Chicken
incorrectness.
man, whatever you want to call yourself, the frog, is
Chicken
restraint
hands. What the
or
fuck? Where
limitation
chickens
a
don't have
cost.
hands. They've got wings. When the fuck do you eat a
Yo,
chicken hand?
this is
I'd like
crazy.
one chicken hand burger, please.
Teriyaki
You know
chicken
what?
on a
You know
stick.
what, Brick? I don't even know if you should say anything more. He said you doing this.
Twang,
Tap dancing.
twang.
That's what he's doing right now.
He
That's
said you
right.
tap
That's
dancing.
right.
That's
I don't know,
crazy.
You are
I'm
tap
finding a
dancing like
fucking
Michael
word,
Flatley.
bro.
He said you're not making no sense whatsoever, which
Yep.
is crazy to me.
It's amazing
Free
what it
will,
looks like.
simply
Like,
put, means
It
we
looks
where
don't
like
know
a
one
tap
could
dance,
have done otherwise
but
in
it's
the same
not.
scenario.
It's just another
Okay.
fucking
So
show.
So Brick, so the definition you read, it said free will means without constraint, right?
Correct.
So we know that God has constraint on this creation, correct? But there's a time you got a appointed time to live and die, right? You got an
Yeah,
appointed
nature.
time, right? Just
Yeah,
like
physics.
basketball players can't
These
play
are
forever, right?
horrible arguments, bro.
The body only has so much time to perform at a high level before it breaks down, right? So yeah, there's a constraint, there's a limit. Every human has limits, right? So they can go, right?
Yeah.
Look at LeBron James, great basketball player, but now he's 40, he's not the same. So
Can't
yes,
grow wings. You don't
So
have
free
the
will-
ability to fly.
free
Nope.
will
nope,
does
bro.
So
not
if you
exist.
can't fly, you don't have free will.
Well,
If
if
I
you don't
can't
have the
beat
ability to
LeBron
even
James
grow
on
That's what I'm
wings,
saying.
court,
The gaslight
I
free will,
don't
bro.
have free will.
So free will does not
I didn't
exist
know flight.
because
I didn't know flight determines that.
free will
I mean,
does not
you don't have the
exist
ability
because
to turn
there-
into another
right.
animal.
You
You just
can't
don't have
Therefore,
that
we don't
ability.
have free will.
you can't fly. You
Your
just can't
boy
jump
done
in the
went off
air.
on a limb alone,
You
Resla.
Go
cannot
cool.
change certain
Yeah.
outcomes. That does not mean determinism, which is the other side of the argument.
Well,
There's something
Determinism
outside of both arguments. There's something inside of both arguments. What people do is they look at both sides of the coin, right? And they say, that's the whole coin. There's no other part to the coin, and there's nothing outside of the coin. Guess what? God exists outside of the coin, and our choices exist inside of the coin.
No, it doesn't.
Free will. Just because Ruthless said it doesn't, now it just completely doesn't. I guess. Now it's, bro. I'm completely
Jonathan.
convinced we've built a bridge, and now let's burn that motherfucker down when the next person comes up to talk about free will.
Mm.
So choice implies
No,
choice implies no restraint.
choice does
Like-
not imply no restraint.
No.
No, that is not
Yes.
even accurate
Yes.
to a small
Yes.
amount. Bro.
Oh my god.
So let's play the scenario. God wants you to die at the age of 60, right?
Okay.
You can defy him by saying, no, I'm going to die at the age of 80.
And God's will
That's
is
it.
like a train; it will happen.
Okay, so then there's restraint.
Yeah, there's
So
restraint. Yeah.
your choice is actually where God wants you to go.
No. What?
Either you're overriding
Bro,
God and what he
you're-
wants you to do, or you're not. Which one is it?
I'm
Bro,
too
you're
sober.
melting
I
the
feel like
argument right
this
now.
is crazy.
It's just like this, right? Everybody
I
can't
know.
be an
Let me
engineer.
smoke. Fuck that shit.
Everybody can't be an
It's
engineer.
crazy.
Everybody can't be a millionaire, right? Everybody can't be black. Everybody can't be white. Everybody can't be what they want to be.
But here's the question though.
By
Everybody
Brick's
even-
definition,
everybody
you
even
don't
trying
have
to be
free
those
will.
things.
Everybody can't.
Wait, if not everybody is trying, then yes, you can say everybody can.
But I want to go to the NBA, but I couldn't make it because unforeseen circumstances.
Wait, but that would have to be an indication that everybody at least is trying for that thing.
Yes, we're trying, but doesn't mean you're going to get there.
Everybody's trying to be an engineer.
No, I said everybody can't be an engineer.
But if not everybody is trying, then you can't even say that. If I'm going to be
Right.
hyperbolic about it,
No, what I'm saying is everybody has a desire put in them to do the things they do, right? But doesn't mean necessarily that all that's going to come true, right?
Right, and that's
So-
called will.
Right. No, that God has a plan for everybody, right? God has.
Yeah.
This is why you
So
say
that-
thank you, God. This is why you said thank you, God, for the blessings, right? For when you get money, you thank God for providing that for you. When you get a girlfriend and house and family, you thank God for putting that in your life, right?
Eh.
Do you thank God for this or no? Or you thank
I
yourself?
thank God for a ton of shit. I don't know if that
I,
means
I, listen, I can
I
be
don't
honest
have
with you right
free will.
now. I did not thank God for YouTube. I did not thank God for meeting you, mofos. I did not.
I literally thanked him for meeting you, motherfuckers.
What did we say? Like,
Do you bow
yo,
to God? Resta, do you bow down to God?
I don't bow to anyone.
And then that's where you made your mistake.
Cool. Yes, you know what we call that? Your
Cool beans.
perspective. Cool.
You will bow to the Almighty.
Cool.
And
You
he'll
know
show
what?
you falseness.
But
And he'll show you
who
falseness.
but you know who I'll never bow down to?
Who?
You nigga. You
Oh, yeah, I
nigga.
know what you bow
I
down
knew
to.
that
I know
was
what
Like,
coming.
you
I
nigga.
know what you bow down
You
to.
nigga.
I'm not asking that. That's not a requirement for me. Right? I don't require people to bow down to me. But God does require for you to bow down to him. Let that
Really?
Whose will is that? Is that your free will, or is that God's
Stop,
will?
with God giving free will, and I need you to tell me where in the scripture that you're going to point to specifically, sir, that God says I need you to quote in the words bow with the word spell to me.
Oh my
You know what?
God.
I'll even accept the word kneel.
Okay, Neil.
Yeah, like, can I answer this?
God.
Type me in.
He asked me a question. Let me answer the question. God demands worship.
You did not
Worship
answer
does not
this
mean
question.
kneel. Thank
That's
you,
the same
Joe.
thing. That's the same
Thank you,
thing, Joe.
Joe.
Worship
Thank
is
you,
bowing
Joe.
down.
Thank
Worship is
you.
bowing down. Even
No,
Satan,
it's not.
even Satan
Not.
bow down.
It's not.
Even
I love how
Satan,
you try. Wait, what have we been saying this entire time?
okay,
We've been
here's the
arguing
scripture.
for the
Yeah.
past
I
hour
got
and
the
a half.
scripture. I got the
Where's me?
scripture. I got the scripture. Every knee shall bow, and every tongue shall confess that Jesus
Man,
Christ is
Where's
you
Lord.
don't go.
scripture?
You don't go
What's
to
the scripture?
Revelations.
What's the
That's
scripture? What's the scripture?
Yeah, that's
What
a
is
bad
it?
one.
Don't tell me scripture. What is
Let me
it?
find it. Let me
Every
find
scripture has
it.
a passage.
Let me
Tell me
read
what
it.
it was.
It's
Tell me
in
what
the
it is.
book
You
of
ain't gonna lie to me,
Revelation.
nigga.
He's,
You got
he's
to
quoting Revelations,
provide
Don.
No, it's
evidence.
in there.
Tell me.
It's
After
in, I'm gonna give
Jesus
you
come back,
hold on,
every knee
relax.
shall bow.
It's
But that is
Revelation,
not
but
what
that's not
God's
Yeah,
okay.
but it's
saying. I want you to
Revelations,
do.
Joe.
Yeah, I know.
It
It's
is
bad.
Revelations.
It doesn't
But
help when
I
people
don't want.
quote
But
Revelation.
the thing about it, and what we do here when we do critical thought is that I need you to actually explain it. Tell me where. Don't just say. It just said it because I got a tingle in my balls and I think I remember it. Tell me the fuck where. What's good on track?
Yeah, can I answer this? Can I answer
Yeah,
this?
Brody.
No,
Please.
he's making Ruthless stand on his shit. No.
Facts.
Go ahead.
Go Google some shit, Ruthless. Not in Revelation, please, because that's just going to extend the
Don't tell me I
It is in
heard it.
Philippians
Don't
2.
tell me one time I heard it when I was smoking and he told me on the mountain. I need you to tell me where.
Rest off.
Not just for
I'll
me,
go there
for
for you.
everybody else to also be able to reference. Don't tell me you heard it one day at the bottom of a bottle.
Don't
Tell
lose
me,
all your hands.
don't tell me. Do not ask me to make your claim for you.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you for having me, but I don't know how Sunday turns into Bible.
Church.
It's
Really?
a day that
You
I
can't
woke
figure
up.
that one out?
It's a day that I woke up and I
To be
get to
honest
enjoy
with
it with y'all.
No, to be honest with
So
you, is the Sabbath really Sunday or is it Saturday?
I'd love to. I'll let track finish. You're right, though. I'll let track finish. But you,
it's another day that we get to exist. Hey, people are arguing about the Bible as far as what day it is. Um, what about the calendar? What about the calendar that decides what day it is? What about the moon, where
I
it is? What
agree.
about the
I
sun
agree.
and the stars?
I'm not
I
sure
agree.
any of that shit has anything to do with what we're talking about with free will here.
Well,
True,
keep
Joe.
in
That is
mind
true.
the fact that
Uh,
we started bringing God all into this and everything else, and the idea of that we can't even really just make a distinction on the fact that words have separate meanings
Okay, I
for
got the
those
scripture.
words.
I got the scripture for you. Isaiah 23, 45, 23.
Okay.
Chapter 45, verse 23.
Read it out loud.
You said 25, 23?
Isaiah chapter 45, verse 23. Damn, the quiet ain't been this quiet in a long time.
We waiting for you to read it, bro.
Because unlike probably other people that you visit,
I
I am a
was-
researcher, sir. I will look up shit.
Yeah,
And I'll read
Resla
it.
find it before he reads it.
I'll read it out loud. I'll read it out loud.
With good due diligence.
It says,
Peace.
it says right here, God says, I have sworn by myself, and the word has gone out of my mouth in righteousness, and shall not return, that unto me every knee shall bow, and every tongue shall swear.
It's talking
Allegiance.
about
Swear allegiance. Yes, I'm looking at it right now.
yeah, it's the same prophecy. It's just replicated in Revelation.
I
It's
said,
quite
don't
literally
read
the same
that
prophecy.
the problem
This is
It's the
either.
book of Isaiah.
Wait. But I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop right now. And this is gonna be the only time that motherfuckers catch me on YouTube saying this. I will concede to Ruthless.
Oh, man.
Of all the times this motherfucker has faltered, he caught me one time. I will concede that Ruthless won this one. It's 1 to like 50.
Hey, sometimes you got to admit it, but here's the funny thing about that. So when you say that this is the scripture, whose will is that? Is that a man's will or is that God's will?
God.
Man,
Okay, so then where's your free will?
There is none. I just told you that.
It's right at the start of the Bible.
There is no free
Eve
will.
chose to eat the apple,
That's
Of the
choice.
to have the knowledge
Just
of
said
good
it
and
out
evil.
of your own mouth. That's choice.
Yeah, because if you have
Choice
the
is
knowledge
free
of good and
will.
evil,
Bro, you
then
conceded.
yeah,
You conceded
exactly.
your own argument.
You will bow to God. God
This
said
is
he
what we're
will-
saying.
Is
This
it
is what the
okay
whole
to
center of the argument's been about. This whole concept of like,
Yes.
do you actually have a choice?
Yes.
is it
That's
okay to
all it
say
is. I
cool story,
Googled a
bro?
bunch of free will.
Untrackable. What's up, man? Where you fuck you been at?
I agree.
Yeah, I was gonna say cool story, bro.
I agree.
Fuck untrackable.
Hey, I Googled a bunch of free wills, Brick, and all of them had our definition. None of them said without consequence. All of them said predetermined.
So
Yeah,
just
but I
out of
looked it
Yours
up in
didn't
the
even say
dictionary.
without consequence. Yours
But I
didn't
looked
even
it up
say
in the
without
dictionary, bro.
consequence.
I looked it up
In the dictionary, it's still, and it didn't say without consequence. I'm still looking for that. You said
No,
without
it did.
consequence.
It literally said
Not really. No,
no constraint. Without
that's not
constraint.
consequence. I'm
Well,
gonna get like
I'm sorry, I
Resla.
didn't realize that a consequence isn't a constraint.
Consequence can be anything,
A consequence is
right?
a constraint, bro. That is it's an effect.
So I can switch. Are they interchangeable? Is constraint and consequences interchangeable? No, they
constraint
are
has
not.
has a more in depth.
Wait. With Joe,
So
when it
the
comes,
answer is no.
Joe, when it comes to society, what do you want to look at how complex it is in philosophical questions? A constraint is considered something that is binds you away from free will. Yeah, it could. If you're free of constraint, you have free will. That means no consequence.
So consequences
Wait.
are constraints.
Good.
But not all
Very good.
constraints
Wait.
are consequences. Consequences
So
no,
they're not
interchangeable.
no. A constraint is
Very
to
good.
keep you
Because if
from
I
doing
leave my
something.
woman, if I cheat on
No
my woman
shit.
and she
A
leaves me,
constraint
those
keeps
are
you from doing something. A
consequences
consequence
without
is a result
constraint.
from doing something.
A constraint is look. Do I
So-
really?
so
is
for
my
instance-
go
wife
down this
leaving me.
fucking rabbit hole of definitions? Okay, limitation or restriction. That is what constraint means. Okay, a consequence is a limitation. It is a restriction. It is
It
a
is.
constraint.
It is.
Nonsense. Let me ask
Absolutely
you this.
not.
If my woman
Well,
leaves me,
do you
is
have
that a
handcuffs?
limitation
You
or a
have
constraint?
handcuffs on you.
No.
I got to
You
define
have
consequence.
handcuffs
So
on
stop
you that
trying
prevent
like
you
they mean
from
the
punching
thing. They
somebody in
do
the
not.
face. Or do you have
Right?
something in your brain that is preventing you from
You know
punching
what?
somebody?
I
You know what?
spit on my boss, lose my
You know
job.
what?
I
We
am
should
not
make
being
this. We should make
constrained.
this better. We should make this better. So, folks, in case you was wondering, this is no longer a religious argument because I hate religious. We're arguing over the actual dictionary. That's what we are. We're arguing over words. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Pull out
Let's do this.
Everybody in the chat, get your dictionaries, get your thesaurus. Make sure. I don't care. Merriam, Webster, Urban, what Oxford, Get them all right,
Yeah.
because apparently we're going to argue out what words actually mean. All right.
We
Can
do
I
that shit
get brought
every
up
day.
to
It's not
speed?
nothing new.
Bring me up to speed. What are we even talking about?
Just free will
Look,
exists.
We're arguing the difference between two people, between two different sides. Let me say it this way: there are a side that keep conjoining words, free will, and then there's another side that keep talking about the difference between the both words
Oh,
itself,
let's ask Do.
free,
What is free will,
free,
Do?
and
I would
will.
say
The same
this.
way
I would
we've been
say
arguing,
this.
we had to go through a whole argument earlier about free and choice being two different things. But for some reason, the idea that everybody want to keep merging the word free will and what exactly does that
Yes.
mean when it comes to not only religion? I hope we walk away from that, but we haven't. But also in
I,
forms of
I,
regular choice and how it looks for society, all that bullshit. So,
I
Do, what does
apologize.
free will mean to you, Do? Due diligence.
No,
Free
but
will.
I apologize. And if
Hold
we
on,
all
Trey.
have free will,
Okay.
however, if I use my free will to constrain you and to detain you and to restrain you and use all these other words that
Yeah.
immobilize you,
do they have
um,
free will?
it doesn't take away
Well,
your
no
free
free
will.
will is a real thing
It,
because the first thing out his mouth was, if I use my free will.
if I use my, so let's say I'm the government, right? I'm a representative of the government, and I put handcuffs on you, and then I put you in a room that is locked. I have constrained you, I have detained you, I have restrained you, I have done all these things, all these words that have removed your ability to have your free will. You still have free will within that room. However, you
I
are
agree.
now in a 6x6,
you don't
and
have
You're
good luck.
restrained,
Good
but
luck.
you have free will. Yeah.
no. That doesn't exist.
That's why they're not the same damn thing.
As soon as you put a restriction down, regardless of whether it's a
It's
physical box or it's a mental
yeah.
capacity, because here's the thing, you could be literally talking about someone's mental capacity to add numbers. If they do not have that mental capacity, how can you possibly say they have free will? If you don't have
Yeah,
mental capacity,
but here's the problem, Break. Because like this is the thing that I think the problem is we ask them for a definition, but we're not actually providing a definition of ourselves, Joe. That's why they're, like I said, kind of like going on the straw man direction. What we mean when we
Very
say
good.
free will is where someone could have done otherwise in the same situation. They had a choice to do
Right.
something else, and they chose. It's like the meme that Sally woke up and chose violence today. You know what I mean?
So
The whole
now's where
meme
I
where it's like
step in.
she's going hard.
Who here?
I love
Hold
how
on.
he's literally been making the point I just said for so long now.
So
Well,
who
well,
here?
why are we arguing this
Yeah.
insincere definition of free will? Let's
Because
argue
Because
the
that
real
is the
let me
definition.
tell you
philosophical
why.
definition.
Because people want to hear it the way that they want to hear it, not with the way that's actually been spawned by somebody else.
If
yeah, and
people
I'll
want to hear
give
what?
you that. I'll give you
No,
that,
this is
Terry.
what we're saying.
But
What
then
we
what you're
mean.
doing, no, I'll give you your definition. But what you're doing is the exact same thing that Mel does, which is to just make up her own
Mhm.
definitions.
Well, let's not
We're
do
not.
that, Brick.
I'm not
Let's
making my own
look up
definition.
other definitions of free will.
You don't like it
Joe
because I
and
went to the
Rootless
extreme.
both have the
Brick.
same.
You don't like
Hey,
it because I
Brick.
went to the extreme, but I totally
Let's
just
not.
made
Well,
my
let's
point. I'm not
He's
going to
let's
say
do what you
brutalized
not
it. I'm
said.
going to say
wrong.
made my
Let's
point.
not go with one definition of free will, yours nor ours.
I
Can
You know
you
what?
identify
find
You
the
know
as
what?
search
king of
I'm,
of
you
everything,
free
know
bro.
will?
what? You know what?
Right?
Here's the funny part. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I normally don't do this especially for my own channel. I'm gonna be like Candyman. Melanie, 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 Melanie.
No.
Oh shit!
Doesn't
You
count
kicked
unless you
it
say it in
off.
front
Yeah.
of them.
Since we're making up
And
definitions
Resla
for words,
chose
hey,
violence
why
with
don't
his
you just
free
argue
will.
with the
He
first?
just
I
tried to
feel like
summons a demon.
Exactly.
I feel like I
He
used
chose to do that.
Hey,
Okay, so he can't complain when Mel appears because he
I
chose
hey,
to
feel
do
like I
that shit.
used
No,
multiple
because
if
we're
I
words
making
can,
the
that
Brick, I
same
just
exist.
stupid
googled
definition
free
argument.
will to
Yes.
move forward with this conversation, and it says the ability for man to make his own choice, not predetermined. That's Google's definition. Shall we continue and
Yes,
see if any
because
of
I feel like I used multiple words that are resistant to free will. that will stifle free will. I am not against free will. However, you will always meet resistance, and I use 3 good words, real words, that define resistance against free will.
I think you were correct, Drake. I think you were correct. I'm not arguing against you.
But we do this
yes, you
we
have.
do this in law.
Go ahead.
We do this in law. Like this when we brought up the definition of duress. It's like there's
Stop,
certain
Resla.
crimes if you commit them under duress, aka
Yeah.
your will has like the example you gave where I'm using my free will to prevent someone else's free will. Like that's in law. You're not actually found guilty for that crime because we understand we cannot hold you morally responsible because like there was a gun against your family's head or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean?
So,
Like you're
so
put in a
what is-
situation where it's like you had no choice.
let me
I
do
get
this. What is a ghost pew pew?
We know what it is.
Uh,
The ones that are made off of the computer. The
It's a
3D.
pew pew,
No,
right?
Yeah.
any weapon
It's
that's
a pew-pew.
made outside of
Why are you adding
without
a
serial
word?
codes? Yeah,
Why are
without
you adding a definitional word to it? Because you want it to mean something that it's not. It is still a pew
Agreed.
pew, regardless of whether it's a ghost.
I'll give you
pew-pew.
that. But when
And
I
so with
add
will-
to it, yes,
With will,
I'll
it's
give
the
you
same
that. I'm
thing.
trying to come up with something that hasn't been described, and I'm taking 2 words that we have to describe it. And this thing that I'm talking about is what me, Tariak, and Google just said. It is the ability to make your own choices. They are not predetermined for you.
Nah, me,
Do you agree with that definition? If that's what free will, do you agree that we have free will?
So
Or
describe the
is it
definition.
predetermined?
So describe the definition again.
I want to get a
Uh,
chance to
The
answer.
ability to make choices, the true ability to make choices, me go get cigars or apple juice, or is my decision predetermined? I will only get one thing when I go in that store. Which is it?
No,
That's
I
free will.
actually and I'm gonna let Du go after this. I actually don't
I was
agree with that
asking you, though.
definition. Yeah,
Well,
I
whether
know.
you agree with it or not, I understand because we've been arguing
Yeah.
for an hour.
Yeah.
Given my definition, do we have free will, or is that what I'm going to choose predetermined?
Because and I'll tell you why I don't, and then I'm gonna
So you
let.
tell me later and answer my question first.
I said no, I don't agree with the definition. And
I
I
know
know you
you
want to
don't
know, and it'll be real quick.
I
It'll be
don't
real
want to
quick.
know why you don't agree with the definition. I'm not interested. I am telling you, if free will means that you can make a true choice, and the opposite means my choice has been determined before I walk in the store. Under that definition, do I have free will, or is it predetermined?
Predetermined.
Ooh, anybody else? Brick is not going to answer, apparently.
Yeah, no, I don't agree to terms. It just because
You
there's
don't have
something
to do this.
outside.
You don't have to do some hypothetical, theoretical shit. You don't have to agree with it. I can say if a Martian has 7 legs, and I think they have 6, we can still continue
Well,
on with the
basically,
concept.
look, what you're doing is, do you agree with my agreement if I tell you this thing and my agreement is true?
That's
Yes,
terrorism.
I'm starting there. Yes. Is that impossible? You
Let's
never
not go
heard
there,
that
Reza.
if man were a fish.
If your
can't go
truth
no
is the
further
only
because
truth, then
you
of course
can't
I
imagine man as a
agree that
fish.
your truth is the only truth. But
Rick,
that doesn't necessarily mean that it is.
Rick, you're not
I
a Christian.
agree. I'm not
Rick,
saying that my shit is true. I'm asking you if
Objection
this is
leading.
happening.
It is leading. It is absolutely leading. That is the word.
So
Yes.
that's where your fear comes from? Is that why you're afraid? Can you not use
Objection.
your critical
My
thought?
my fear is of the Lord.
I'm
And
afraid
it's
to
not
answer
it's not
Joe's
the
question
it's not the
'cause I
fear
may
of
be
force,
wrong.
it's
I'd
the fear of
rather dance
disappointment.
for 30 minutes.
It's the fear of disappointment, not the fear of violence.
Whatever it is fear, bro. I'm not going to hurt you. It's fear.
It's not
You're
of you
afraid
either.
of something looking bad or stupid. I don't know what it is.
No, it's nothing like that. No.
I answer hypotheticals all the time. I don't say, Joe, if you were Stephen Hawkins, I don't say, I don't accept the question. I'm not
Well, I
Stephen
have
Hawkins
to
because I'm not a
understand. I have
coward.
to
He said, I don't
understand
even
the
like. I'm not. No, I reject the question. I don't even like wheelchairs. I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
Well, I really honestly did not understand the question at first. Then I realized what type of question it was. It was a leading question. It was gaslighting.
So check it out. Ooh, it was so scary when the brick. Ooh, it was scary as fuck, yo. Ooh, I almost had to answer a question. Panels are so fucking scary.
Okay.
He's let you know.
Do wants to get in, and I want to hear him.
Nah, I was gonna ride the fence.
Oh, no, dude, say your shit. Don't let these white guys oppress you.
Put you
I
on
was gonna ride the fence, man. I ain't gonna do too much more than what Brick did because I do think that things are. I do believe that we have free will, but I do think a lot of things are predetermined. Also, I feel
I
like
like it.
society.
I like that argument.
Yeah, so let me just make the case, right? So
Yeah.
like I feel like society is like social engineered, right? So there's a lot of things like yeah, I can go in the store and choose what I want, right? But the store placed the items in. So it's predetermined, right? It's
Agreed.
not like I can pick from everything in the world, which I think is kind of uh I think that's kind of
Trickery.
overreaching to say so. Yeah, I think that's kind of extreme,
Yeah.
but you can also bring it in terms of like, I want $1 million house. Will I ever be able to have that? You know what I mean? According to my
I agree.
class
I saw
and
it.
how things are socially
My mind
engineered. So
went
I
there
would
when you said the first one. Yes, that's where my mind went. It applies to your money and wealth and all of that shit. Yes,
class.
there are restrictions in the sense that you're talking about. Yeah.
So I will say that yes, there is free will in a general sense, but also our options are predetermined.
Yes, I go for that shit, and yeah, I go for that shit. That's kind of what Brick was saying. You won't be able to fly. You have free will, but you will not be sprouting wings. It's the same shit
Well,
Brick was saying.
I think that's a different argument because that's
That's a fall. That's a
because
free
we
fall.
talking about choices, freedom of choice. That's like changing your biology. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you
All
free
right,
to
I was taking it
choose?
to the extreme. I was taking it to
Right.
the extreme.
Wait. Well, so
For sure.
okay. So it's interesting that you mentioned that, right? So you said changing your biology when you're sorry, and correct me if I'm wrong when I'm saying it.
Yeah.
Just the way I heard it real quickly, the way it hit my mind. You said it's changing your biology if you understand that you have the free will to change. Is that what you said, do?
I'm saying to say that we don't have free choice and to use the example of we don't have the ability to fly is a bogus analogy because we'll never have the choice to change our biology to grow wings. That's
That
not even an option.
that's interesting. Okay, so I'm not gonna talk about it like physically, whatever.
Okay.
But part of the thing that I do, even when I train people, is I say, when people I run across, they're afraid to make changes, they're afraid to take chances, is I tell them to jump anyway, jump off the cliff and find your wings to fly on the way down.
I dig it, baby. I love it.
Find your ability to fly after you've already made the decision, after you've already made the option, the choice. There's different people. This is why I even have the whole thing about this whole will versus choice thing. A lot of people have the will, they want to do something, but they won't choose to actually do shit. I say
Yes, I agree.
because and the reason why they choose not to do shit is because they want a guarantee that shit's gonna work out.
Ooh, yes, this is true.
And
And
I
there are
I
say,
no
agree.
such things.
and the same thing I tell people is that the world does not owe you or me understanding.
Agreed.
Jump off the cliff and find your wings on the way down.
Oh my God, where's this class? Yo?
I would like to give an example also, right? There's an old saying called sink or swim, right? And I was a young man, right? And I was in the swimming pool, and I was my big cousin came. My big cousin got me by like almost like 10 years. So I was like 9, 10, and I couldn't swim, and I was just standing in the small end, right? My cousin comes out there, he's like, "Man, why you ain't swimming in the deep end?" I'm like, "I can't swim." He like, "You can't swim?" I'm like, "Nah." He like, "All right." So I get out and I run around. What'd he do? Grab me, boom, threw me right in the deep end. I panicked so bad. Like I thought I was drowning. Like I was
Yeah.
drowning. And then I got up and I doggy paddled myself to the edge. And I looked at my cousin. I said, "Why you throw me in there? I can't swim." He looked me dead in the eye and he said, "You swim, didn't you?" And I just kind of thought about it. I'm like, damn, yeah. So I say that to say, right? Like certain people, fear will keep them from doing a lot of things in their life, right? Like some people will die from drowning. They'll drown because they so consumed with fear, right? You know what I'm saying? Like you say people die from drowning, but they really don't. Like a lot of people die from the fear of just drowning in and of itself. You know what I mean? So that's just to go along with your example, Resla. I think
by the way,
fear
dude,
can
the
restrict
way I
people to do
learned to
a lot of
swim,
things.
It's absolutely
dude, my
correct.
older cousin, 10 years older, when I was 9 or 10, came and threw me in the deep end, and me and my brother, and that's how we learned how to swim too. True story.
But I said that even earlier in the segment. I was like, most of the time, the people who I wind up coaching in my business are women, not because they're not capable of reaching out to the thing they want to do. It's the fear of not knowing. It's the thing that makes them paralyzed. The men that I run across, they do shit, they fuck up, and then they come to me and they go, "I need help because I thought I had it and I didn't have it." It's the women that turn around and say, "It's the women that turn around and come to me and say, I want to do this thing, but I'm afraid that if I do it, I'm gonna fuck it up." Men go out there and fuck it up, and they come to me and I go, "Yeah, you dropped the ball." He's like, "Yeah, I dropped the ball. What could I do better?" But he made the attempt. A lot of women I run across are afraid to make the first attempt.
I like that observation, yo. You're right. A chick will come up with but what about the weather? What if this happened? What if that happened? Men will go out there with $20 on the trip, fucking
That's a
half
fact.
across the country.
That is 1,000% true, Joe. 1,000%.
Right.
I had men who have walked into opportunities with nothing to give, nothing, and said, "I just need you to believe in me because I'm here."
Yeah.
And there are women that turn around and say, "I have everything, but I'm afraid to show up." And I'm like, blows my mind.
9/10 of it is actually showing up. Just going to them, it's gonna be fucking 10 horrible meetings and one decent one. It's gonna be 10 shitty people you meet, one good one. Just show up.
So, and for the men that I run across, that I have to wind up saying shit is that they go there. This is the difference that I tend to run to. Men go into a lot of situations unprepared, and then when they get the rejection, then they learn everything that they need. You know, it's like going on to a job. It's like the way how it used to be in a job interview. You go to a job interview, you get the rejection, but then you can ask, "Hey, what is it that I need to do? What is it that I did wrong? And what is it I need to improve?" And then the recruiter or whatever, the job or her hiring manager can tell you everything. This is the reason why you didn't get it, which is why we don't get that now. It's so important, but we don't get that now. But the way how it runs across a lot of women that I run across, they had all the shit, but they were afraid of the word no. Too many guys walk in unprepared. Too many women are prepared and don't take the chance because they're worried of it's the same way. We have no choice. Oh, I can't believe I'm gonna go this route. We have to go into seeing the chick. We walk up to the chick and we get told no. We're like, "Damn, shorty. All right, cool." But we get the rejection. Women are like, "I ain't gonna talk to him, but what if he says no?
What if he says this?
What if he calls me a busted Brenda bandit? What if he does that?
What if he got kids? What if he's married? What if he's really in the closet? What if?
But there are definitely plenty of guys out here that I said it earlier that do it to each other because they'll see the baddest chick. She's sitting by herself. She got the little drink in her hand, and they're like, "I ain't gonna talk to her. Come and look at her. She knows she got a man." How you know that?
So what's your point?
No, the point that I'm making is that too many people, out of fear, just like what Do and even what Joe was saying, psych themselves out of fear rather than doing the thing and finding out exactly what they're capable of doing. And if you're a person, let's just say you get thrown into the water, and you're a person that you can't swim and you drown. Well, now you learned something, and hopefully you didn't drown. Somebody rescued you. But if you manage to actually doggy paddle your way through, you found out something new about yourself that you didn't know before, but you wouldn't have known it until you've gone through the situation, which is why even when Blind was up here, I said too many people are found. They self-proclaim themselves to be things that they've gone no fucking experience through. Come here and turn around and say, I'm a fucking leader. Well, who have you led? Nigga, I'm a leader because I'm a man.
So you
what experience? What do you have behind besides you having balls, what do you have? What
So
can you prove?
So you talk about leadership then, right?
No. It's not leadership, not just leadership. It's also confidence. People who want to put forth value towards themselves will self-proclaim shit without any testament, any testimony, any reference that these motherfuckers are about that shit.
Well,
people who are confident don't worry about showing their worth because they already have
Agreed.
demonstrated, because they already have the experience. They
The
are
one
confident
doing the
because
most
they did the
talking.
thing. They don't fake. This is what I said. If I tell you, Ruthless, to be angry, you're gonna look at me weird. But if I fucking kick you in the chest, you got a good reason to be angry.
Okay. You kick my chest, we getting down.
Right. But if I told you to get angry at me and just pretend I kick you in the chest, you're not gonna behave the same way.
And then I will start to reason and try to figure out.
But hear what I just said to you.
Yeah.
If I told you, Ruthless, pretend I kick you in the chest and get angry, you're not gonna treat me the same way than I actually kicked you in the chest.
Yeah. If you do not
So the experience matters.
Yeah. Thank you, dude.
Somewhat. Sometimes you got to jump out there. Sometimes you got to jump out there.
No.
People are risk takers.
I said it to Blind earlier. I said it to Blind earlier. If you try to pretend like you the nigga that can fucking pound a bitch into the mattress, they can sniff you out versus the dude who's actually pound bitches into the mattress.
If you're talking, you're full of shit. A smart man don't tell you he's smart. A brave man don't tell you he's brave. That's if he's talking, he's probably full of shit.
Thank you.
Let's find this out.
Joe. Thank you.
So we have different personalities, right? And some people are outgoing. Some people are to the extreme.
Sir, we have a term that's out here in the streets. It's as old as we all know it here. Game recognizes game.
Not all the time, right? Sometimes you gotta fall off. Sometimes you gotta fall off and then learn again.
Have you ever been finessed by somebody who didn't have it?
If you're talking to me, no, I'm with you. Game recognize game. Here on the West Side, we say those who blow no. If you engage, you know another nigga who engaged. That's our saying.
Because there's literally qualifiers.
Well,
it's real recognized.
Questions.
The same thing. Yeah.
So are we saying that there's no ignorance in the earth?
No, you're probably talking about the outlet liars, generally speaking.
But is there ignorance in the earth?
Is there no?
He said yes.
Ignorance in the earth.
He said yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so if there's ignorance, then there's some things that
but guess what? But by the person who is ignorant is someone who's also not of that ilk.
So
they're not of that.
I'm gonna give you one right here, right?
Because again, I didn't subscribe it to leadership because there are definitely people in leadership positions who do not have leadership qualities. So do not get it fucked up.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Because you know the right person, or it's
so if you manage to slide by a motherfucker that really is not about leadership qualities themselves, then they'll take anything you know.
So here's your point, Resla. Now, right? You said game recognized game, right?
Yeah.
Men have been bamboozled for many years of time the thought that women were good women, right? Until of late, right?
It's a growing process. You never get
there. Let me finish my point. I'm gonna land my point. I'm gonna let you go. It won't be long. It won't be long. It won't be long.
You can only get bamboozled by a woman that you think is a good woman. You cannot get bamboozled by a woman that you think is a good woman if you have never seen a good woman in your life.
Hear me out. Just let me finish, right? So I'm just saying men have been bamboozled over the years, right? And I'm not saying all men, but most. There's a lot of men who think that their woman is a good woman, that they would never do things to hurt them or to, be divisive and stuff like that, right? But since of late, because the veil has been ripped from their eyes, they're seeing now that women can be those things. So this is a new territory for men. The delusion is now being
Ruthless. How does the veil Does the veil get ripped from guys' eyes who have a woman in their life that they perceive to be a good woman that has never done them wrong?
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yes. Because when they divorce them,
Rufus, we've already seen it. If a man already had a good woman, that woman is still in his life, and if that man has a woman in his life that he perceives to be a good woman in his life, and he gets introduced to our space, what does he do? He's the person that fights against us. He does not the one that agrees with us.
So I'm just saying
No, sir. I gave it to you. I gave it to you. You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that. Nice try. Nice
I'm just
try.
saying, all
I
I'm saying
gave you
is,
the opportunity.
all I'm saying is ignorance does exist.
We
And I'm
would
not
agree
saying,
with that. I thought we stipulated that. Yes. It
yeah.
exists.
I was just making a point to go against Resla when he was
I
saying
knew he
that.
tried. He tried. I had him. That was checkmate,
Oh,
sir.
this is what I do, Joker.
He's trying to move that piece out.
I
He
am the
is.
thorn in Resla's mind.
No,
right?
you can't move it anymore. It's locked in, bro.
I'm just going to give Resla a hard time.
He tried. He tried.
But you have to admit that certain men are delusional about women.
I agree with that.
Yeah, we've
True.
all been there. Wrestler point still holds that the more experienced you get, the less likely it is to get fooled again. I don't think
That's a
anyone's
fact.
arguing against
I've
that.
seen people get fooled 4 or 5 times.
But you don't argue against what I said. The more
No, I'm not
you've been
against what you
fooled and been
said.
through it, the
What I'm
wiser
saying
you
is,
get.
no. I'm not saying there's some people get it right away. It's just like school, right? Some people they get shit right off the top, bam, right? One time they get it wrong, you tell them, bam. But then there's a lot of people that takes multiple times to get it.
I agree, Ruthless. I know a man who's married 4 times. I said, why'd you get married the third time? And you know what he said? You know what he told me? There's power in 3. Nigga, you're on your 4th.
Oh,
You're on your 4th.
there's more power in 5.
And he said there's power in 3s. I said, excuse me?
And that is a definition of insanity, right? Trying to do the same thing over and over again.
You
and trying
know.
to get the result.
And stupidity, it's the same definition, yes.
Correct.
Expecting different
So
results.
don't get married 4 times, Resla.
Yeah. Not me. Yeah, and Lindsay said, at what point exactly? Yeah, I don't know when people start learning their lesson. That's
Some
all of
people
the individual.
I think Deuce said it that some people learn slow. Some
Or-
people do.
Well, some people learn slow, but also some people learn at different levels. So, for
Oh,
instance,
You can tell me something I could learn because I consider you a wise man. I've walked.
I
I
look
can
at it
learn from shit. I don't have to get burned at this level. I can listen.
vicariously. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, but I also look at this in terms of class. Like, for instance, there's enough information out there that men can be able to learn what it is and how the female dynamics, or whatever. But then we just even recently had Shaq on the internet, and he said he has no problem taking care of single mothers because why? He's got the income for it.
So
It don't bother him.
But can we agree that some people are just delusional?
No, I don't think it's delusion. I think it's about where you are and what your means are. Men who tend to have means don't worry about this shit.
Yeah, they're not worried about that outcome that you're worried about. It's the same thing with answers.
A man of means tend not to worry about.
But your point earlier, Resla, you said a few seconds ago that the man got married 4 times, right? And you asked him why so many times.
He
right?
said it's power in 3. But guess what?
Right?
But guess
that's the delusion.
But he's also a man of means. He
Right,
makes money.
But the point I'm making is the illusion in his mind is that stupid ass concept. He believes in it.
But sir, he's got 3 ex-wives, 2.
Damn.
I don't even know how the courts do this, but 2 that he's paying alimony to.
Damn.
Both of them managed to make 10 years.
Damn. Woo.
The other one didn't. He's on his 4th. He's a man of means. He's not overly concerned about it.
But this also happened to men who were average too.
I'll be right back. I gotta check something out.
All right. But my point is that when you ask him about it, he's not upset. He's not jaded because he's a man of means. I can understand how the men that get affected are people who don't really have means.
No, I understand that.
The more I realize that there are men who have money, you know what? It's exactly the same thing as this. What we hear, and then we get this argument about it. Let's be honest. When we hear the argument about it, it's about men who have it versus men who don't. You know what they say? It ain't tricking if you got it.
So some men believe they can't live without women, right? Some men think
especially online. Go ahead.
Without living, right? So that's the illusion, right? That I got to get married to be happy. I need someone here, even though they're always leaving, right? But it's the illusion that they believe.
But Ruthless, I say that same illusion to the people who get stuck on the concept of what they think a legacy is. And I say this, oh, our legacy is my kids. Really? Who knows what the fuck Jeffrey Jordan does? Tell me the name of Martin Luther King's daughter. So obviously that's not your legacy. What you did, how you remembered is your legacy, not who came out of your nuts.
Okay, that's fair to say.
But too many guys on the internet talk about your legacy is your kids. If your kids ain't shit, what did you leave behind, really?
I ain't shit legacy.
That's not your legacy. Your legacy is what you were remembered for. If no one remembers your kids, then you ain't leave no legacy. You left offspring. That's it. Your legacy is what you contributed. Fucking is pretty easy. Getting a kid is not as hard. You just got to be able to roar in a bitch. What you've done that people will remember you for is your legacy. People keep conflating these things. Cementing yourself in history, which is why so many people go for a position that's so temporary, the United States presidency. Because regardless of when you die, your name will forever, as far as human history goes by, will be in that book.
Most likely. Yep.
Even if people way in the future will never know what you actually did in that time period. Because none of us was ever here when Abe Lincoln was around, but we know who the motherfucker is. It's his legacy. Tell me who Lincoln's kids is. What about any of those people back in the 17th and 18th century?
Robert Lincoln.
You don't know their fucking kids. What did they do? And you know what? Talk about another person. Talk about another person who left a legacy that's not even really being talked about, and we all have lived through him. Who started Playboy? Nobody talked about this nigga after he died. Hugh Hefner. But if I mention the Playboy Mansion, which is still running, we all Hugh Hefner. Smoking jacket. But if I just talk about porn, if I just talk about porn in general, you don't think about him. If I just talk about nude magazines, you don't think about him. But if I mention the Playboy Mansion, if anyone who sees anyone getting a back shot and see the Playboy bunny on their fucking hip, you know who that's attributed to. That's a legacy.
Yeah, I'll actually give you one that I bet you nobody can name one of these. And they affect the free world more than any president that you've ever known. Name a Chief Justice, a Supreme Court Chief Justice. Name one. You don't know any. I can name about 10 of them probably, but that's because I've studied it. But the thing is they affect the free world more than any president.
Free world? What's that? Is there such thing?
My point is that people think that what came out of your balls is your legacy. It's not. For instance, people talk about Hitler. Who was Hitler's father? Oh, you don't know? Cool. Nobody does either. Because he didn't leave a legacy. But Hitler did. Who's Hitler's kids? Yeah, that's what I thought. Cool. Point, check, and mated.
Damn, I was getting ready to name them, but they're all dead.
Well, actually, Snowman's in the chat, rattling them off. Actually, there's only one that he has named because I said Chief Justice, but he is over there naming off justices left and right. So that's pretty good. I'm impressed. Clarence. Is it Clarence Thomas?
Clarence Thomas is yes.
Chief Justice, right?
But yes. But what I'm saying is that most people get the idea wrong as to what they think a legacy is. Legacy is what you are known for, not for what known for what you have built, what you are known for, and what you left behind. This is why, regardless of what we do, when we think of stupidness like OJ, we think about who? Cochran. That's it. That's it. When we think of Cochran, we think of Kardashians because of who's attributed next to them. These are people who live legacies. It wasn't about who they fucked, who got born after them. But so many people, especially to be honest, men, who say your legacy is your kids. If your kids ain't shit, what did you leave behind?
Well, when I say Cowboys, Dallas Cowboys, who do you go to? Troy Aikman, Deion Sanders,
Jerry Jones.
I was thinking Emmitt Smith. Like,
there you go. Yeah, the legacy. And what's the legacy? The Cowboys.
Yes. But name any of their kids that you thinking about. None. So your legacy is not about your children. It's about what you've done to provide to society. And I get it. Yeah, they didn't do shit for society. No, they created who the Cowboys are. That contributes to society. Pride in their team. It's in history, which matters.
True.
That's a legacy.
Point made.
I agree.
Who you fathered doesn't mean shit. What they contribute to society is what matters.
Because the kids don't belong to you.
Nigga, what?
They don't belong to you.
Try that again.
Wow, wow.
Try that again, please.
They don't belong to you. The parents are only advisory. You're there as placeholders. That's it.
Wait, hold up. Let me ask you a question, Ruthless. Do you have a social security?
Yes.
Nigga, you don't belong to you. You belong to the government. Womp.
I don't. Well, I'm just saying you don't belong to your parents.
No, nigga, you got a tax ID number attributed to you. You got social security.
Right. That doesn't mean I belong to the government.
Part of the matrix, sir.
Well, I can get on a flight. I can get on a flight out the country.
Serial number is right under your left ass cheek. You got a serial number with a doctor fucking slapped you.
But I could go to another country and reside.
Guess what? And when you go reside there, when shit goes down, what's the first place you're running? An embassy. And how are you going to be able to identify who you are? That same number that's attributed to you.
But they don't. The country doesn't own it.
No.
You will be paying taxes.
Thank you, sir.
Even if you go to another country and make all of your income in fucking, I don't know, bumfuck Egypt, you will still be paying taxes to the U.S. government.
I'm disputing that I will be paying for my presence, but that don't mean they own me.
No. You will be paying U.S. taxes even while you live the rest of your life.
Here's the sad part about it. And the sad part about it, Ruthless, at any point over there when you think you's free, boss, anytime you fuck up over there, boss.
Well, does that work that same way in North Korea?
In those areas, that's gonna extradite you.
That's fine. America doesn't own.
Well, I was going to ask Joshua, does it work that same way in North Korea?
I don't know how you as a U.S. citizen could possibly live in. I think there's 2 people, on record right now. And I don't know how that works.
North Korea.
Right. So there are a couple of places you can go. I wouldn't suggest it.
I would wait.
We're not even sure they're alive still.
I don't think I would call them. I'm not sure I would call them free either.
Yeah, no. You can live in the desert.
They might be in North Korea, but I'm not sure the word free applies to them.
But your kids are their own individuals.
Sure, but they are not your legacy.
They're not your kids.
Wait, if that's the case, your nuts are not your nuts. You want to keep going this far down this rabbit hole?
Well, let's go.
Because your nuts is also a part of a social security number. U.S. property, sir.
No, I'm not U.S. property.
Yes, absolutely. You got a social security number.
No, I'm not.
That's your serial number, sir.
No, I'm not U.S. property.
Your U.S. property is a serial
Because
number.
you know, don't. Oh, good.
You have a social security. You have not claimed yourself as a sovereign citizen. You have not done like what the fuck are we doing here?
I don't have to work.
Yeah,
even with a look, even with a
where did it say that you have to work to be U.S. property?
No, I'm not U.S. property.
Wait, where did it say that you have to work for an employer to be U.S. property? You have an identifier number. You know what we call that in any product? You know what we call that in any product? Serial and model.
But that is not a claim.
Yeah, even in nonprofits,
absolutely
they do have
a claim.
a number.
No, it's
so
not.
if you like,
absolutely a claim.
No, it's not.
Even if you want to be like a church, right, and live, completely separate from the government, you actually have to apply for that. You get an EIN.
Okay.
Absolutely a claim.
But they do not own me. That's just for them to make money off me. That's all.
Sir, how were they able to identify you when you were in prison?
To my
I know that
inmate number.
Inmate number.
You remember it? I bet you remember it.
Thank you.
No, I don't have to.
I remember
I remember it, but I don't have to.
You are assigned a number, an identifying number.
Yes, to identify me, but that doesn't mean
to identify you. And when they identify you, they found you by what? Name, record, where you were born, what you did. You know what we call that? Identifiers, which mean you were owned.
They call you state property. This is what you are called.
In fact, to identify you, to quote that they had ownership over you, you know what they called you? Inmate.
Yeah, but they don't own me though. Inmates run the asylum.
Your state property.
Listen. When you're when the war finna go down, the warden and them come and talk to the inmates to try to. God dang, I'm almost there.
You even say that you had a warden.
Listen,
let me guess, you're a convict.
Listen, the warden
not an inmate.
Convicts.
You never received a number.
They're the same. Listen, the inmates run the system, right? All the warden and them do is just stand around. So if anything happens, they can try to get on it. So
Chad, can you show this Negro what a gun line is?
Let me land this.
Can you show him what a gun line is?
Let me land this. The warden and his soldiers, right? They politic with the inmates, right? Meaning they come in to negotiate terms to stop the war, or to try to avoid the war, or to try to get the war, or whatever the problem is, right? They're in negotiation mode. They don't come in saying, "Well, if y'all don't do this, if y'all war, we're going to do this." No, they come to negotiate terms. So that means they don't own you.
That's the sound of a man working on the chain.
Do you understand why they're in negotiation terms, though?
And you have
it's not because you have any power over them. It's because they've made arrangements with the federal government to protect the asset. You are the asset. You are property.
Which is under one thing: human rights law.
So
you are a human being, which means that you are.
If you did not have human rights law protecting you, you wouldn't even have a lawyer, sir.
Same as animal rights. It's
so
rights.
I mean,
the concept of rights.
I'm doing that. What I'm saying is, the government does not own you. Right? The numbers they give you, assigned to you, is to make money off you and to identify you as someone if they need to be.
Wait, if they're making money off of your property.
No, because you have the option. Because you have the option to not work, right? You can say, I'm not making the guys any money, and there's nothing going to happen to you.
Yeah, and you're not going to have anything happen to you either.
By you being registered in the prison industrial complex, you are already making the money.
Once again, right? Those
refute that. I need you to refute that. The fact that you are already registered in the prison industrial complex, you're already making money.
Yes. What I'm saying is the inmates run the asylum. They have to acquiesce.
Congratulations, employee.
If the inmates come together and say,
congratulations, employee.
Guess what?
No. That's management.
I've seen.
Wait. You know who we call? when all the prisoners decide to come together, you know what we call that in the real world? A rally, co-worker rally.
No. Dave put the knife to the warden's throat before the Cubans, right? Took
It's
over
called
the
the
whole
co.
place.
You know what we call that? A co-worker rally. And you know,
Yeah.
when they all say we don't like the way
What
how things
happened
are
once they
being.
did that?
No, when they all say we don't like the way things are going here. You know what we call that? A co-worker strike.
Okay, so when they put the knife to the warden's neck, right? And told
Called
them
a strike.
the Cubans said, if you don't release us because they were prisoners of war, whatever. After that was done, they let them all go.
It's called a strike. It's called a strike.
Because they were in there for like parking tickets, crossing violations for like 10 years. Right?
Do I need to repeat? Do I need to repeat my? It's called a strike.
Well, whatever you want to call it, you call it what you want. I don't care. But what I'm saying is, I've seen the inmates take over the prison.
So why don't, if they take over the prison, why don't they just leave?
Wait. And I love that. Tell me how many prison takeovers are run still by the. No, that's not what I asked you. No, there must be, but the same way how there are women ran countries, right? There must be inmate ran prisons, right? Tell me how many of there exist in today.
None.
All of
them. No, I know. Sorry. You made this example. Tell me how many exist today. The same way how there are women ran countries only. Tell me how many prison ran.
It's a partnership. There
are today. No.
It's a partnership.
Partnership with who? Because you can't. You cannot partner with the United States government if you claim that you're not property. So tell me how many. Wait, the same way for Amazonia. Tell me how many prison industrial complex are ran by inmates only.
So can I break it down to you, or are you going to keep cutting me off?
How many?
All of them are partnerships.
Which ones?
All of them. Every last one.
Which one?
No. What he's saying is that they chose to go to prison.
No, I'm not saying that.
So which one then?
In there, the inmates and the officers have an unwritten agreement.
Not what I asked you.
Right?
Listen.
God dang, let me finish. You gotta let me finish, then you can rebut. Right? All I'm saying is there's an unwritten rule.
Land the nuclear weapon.
Because it takes a little bit of time. Give me a little bit of time. The inmates and the staff, right, who come to negotiate, right? They have unwritten rules of we're going to run this prison together. Now, the warden, they run administration duties, and they make sure that consequences and actions are they enforce, right? The inmates, right, they have their rules that they enforce on other inmates as well, right? That if these inmates get out of line of the inmate rules, which they do, they can be, right, dealt with. So there are two fucking powers in here, right? The inmates are running themselves and managing themselves, right? And how everything's going. Then the administration, right? All they do is kind of sit there and referee. And that's how it goes.
Thank you for the filibustering, because you didn't answer my question whatsoever.
I just told you the inmates run it. The partnership.
I asked you which one.
Every last fucking one of them.
Still running themselves.
Every last one of them.
And got absolutely nowhere.
I said you every last one of us ran the same.
Which one? Which means that they should all be running. So which ones are ran by the inmates only? I asked you that.
I said partnership. In partnership.
Sure. Which ones? Which ones? Name them. Name them.
We could go with. Okay.
No, sir. Because we have federal, we have state, we have for profit.
Let's go federal first. Let's go federal first, right? Federal
Which one?
First, right?
And even with the federals, the same way the states, you have the max, you have the triple max, you have minimum. Which one?
So once again, right?
I don't have to go to prison to know about them. Go ahead.
I thought you inmate? You're a former inmate?
Wrestler. Hold on, Wrestler. Hold on. Let me point something out real quick. Wrestler. Hold on, Ruthless. Wrestler. Me and Ruthless went to two completely different prisons. Trust me on this one.
Apparently.
I've been both federal and state, right? So in the federal
there system, is no. I'm going to answer it for you because you don't answer it. There is no prison that is ran by the inmates.
The inmates run
none of them.
So Brick, let me ask you a question, Brick. Brick, you been to prison before?
Bro, I already said it. Yes, bro.
He just literally said it.
So here's a question I have for you. Can your people discipline you?
What do you mean, your people?
What do you mean, your people?
Bro, I did not go in there and intend to make any friends.
Okay, Brick. So when you
never intended to make any friends. In fact, I came out of there with how many friends?
No.
Zero, none, zilch, nada, bro.
Brick.
I have no friends.
Brick, calm down, Brick. Calm down.
It's a prison.
What level?
It's a cage, bro. What are you doing making friends in a cage?
What level? He said rep your sec.
Which
level?
What level?
What sec you run?
What level?
Bro, I'm not in a gang. I swear.
What level you go to, Brick?
He said, what sec you run?
Level
bro,
2,
it doesn't matter what level you're on, bro. There's gangs in every level.
So let me break it down for you.
What you're doing here.
Let me do what Brick's not doing, right? So when you go to prison, right, Resla?
When you go to prison, right, it is a prison. It is a cage. It is a box.
Okay, man, relax, man.
Other men with firearms put you in. That's it.
Brick, Brick, let me break it down for you, baby. So when you go to prison, right, there's structure amongst prisoners, inmates.
Sure.
Right? You have cars. You got the whites, the blacks, the Hispanics, the Asians, right? We all are under different leaderships.
No.
Right? The Asians, yes, the Asians run their car. Yes.
Nope.
They have shot callers.
You subjected yourself to some other
so when you walk in,
not mine. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't get involved with people. I did my time.
What you did 2 months, 3 months or some shit?
Bro, it doesn't matter. If I went to prison, right?
This is an episode. This is an episode of Oz, folks. This is the episode of Oz.
So
if I went to prison, right, and I did my time,
you do no time.
And then after I got out, I said that was a box, and I don't have any intent of going back. And then some other guy comes to me and says, "There's no way you did it without subjecting yourself to the inmates." I'm going to say to them, "Bro, how do you know what I did? How do you know what I did with my time?"
Once again, so Brick, I don't understand. I don't know if you just went to the police department and did their little time in there in a cell, right? You might not went to
jail. He said prison.
Bro, okay, let me put it to you this way, Ruthless. Okay, I have 2.5 years under my belt. Okay, that's a lot of fucking time in a cage, bro. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I just got arrested like a month ago, less than a month ago.
Okay? What I'm saying is, you're disagreeing with me that there's structure amongst inmates in prison.
There's structure that people pretend to produce, but that's because you're subjugating yourself to some man who's also in the box with you. What are you doing, dude?
Okay, so we have to agree to this, right? So there are cars, right? So you got, once again, you got the white people, they got their shot callers, and then they do their people, manage their people. Then you got the blacks.
I guess. Sure,
you got the
whatever.
Mexicans. You got the Mexicans.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Others, right? The Asians. So all these races, right, have structure within them, right, so that it prevents war amongst races. It's like you don't want to have a racial war.
You got muted.
And he said you got the Mexicans, you got the freaking white supremacists, you got the Fleece Johnsons, you want the booty bandits all over the place. You got all of them.
You have booty bandits.
So listen,
bro.
I have to understand though,
because you don't understand.
There's rules.
I am a man who went to a box because other men put me in that box. When I got there, I didn't say, "Hey, look over there. It's the white people. Let me go join in with the white people chanting." No, I didn't do that.
Rick, I'm not saying you did. What I'm saying is these things exist.
I did not receive any type of protection from them.
Brick.
Nor did I get involved with them. I did my time.
Brick, I understand there are inmates that come in, do not want to be part of the program, so they go up top, right? They get sent up top, which is they do their time in the hole shoe program, and they go home.
Bro, I never did my time in no hole, bro.
Be honest,
I spent 2 days in the hole once.
It sounds like you wanted to be part of the program.
Yeah.
No, I had no choice.
I did my entire time, every single time I've ever been in population. You got muted.
So, what do you mean you had no choice? I thought you were advocating for free will.
I just broke it out to you. So when you come in,
I thought you was advocating for free will. What do you mean you had no choice? You love how I bring that shit back, right? You love how I bring that shit back? I thought you was advocating for free will, sir.
Listen, when you walk into prison, right, there are inmates, rules. You got 2 sets of rules. You got the staff, right? The administration staff, they got their rules. You got to make your bed, you got to do yard time, whatever, right? Then you have the inmates, right? And they they tell you, hey, where you from? You white? The white guy's gonna approach you, and you're gonna say, okay, this is our car. These are our leaders. These are who you answer
No, I
to.
never got
Right
that, bro.
now, hold on. I'm not. Let me
Never
break it
got
down.
that.
Let me break it down, Brent. So this is how you prevent racial war, right? Because when you got a bunch of races, people living together, right?
I guess.
It could be. Well, listen, when there's disrespect and there's chaos, it could be just a bunch of death, a lot of death. So they form. The inmates
Ruthless
form.
did time in very
They
different
form.
places.
No,
Hey,
they're
Brick, you
formed.
don't understand. When they got a
Listen.
whole bunch of booty bandits, you
No,
gotta do what you gotta do. They
but
take
now
your free will.
wrestler. There's laws set by the inmates, right? So let's, for example, let's say a white guy wants to go slap you in the face, wrestler, right? The inmates are gonna, the black inmates are gonna go talk to his leaders and say, hey, your man Brick came and slapped my man in the face. So then your white leaders are gonna go to Brick.
Bro, what are you doing walking around wanting to slap people in the face for, bro? Just all of a sudden, hey man, I just don't like slapping a dude
Calm down,
today.
don't be triggered.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna pick
getting
out
no
the white guy or the Mexican guy because
No,
I'm black.
it happens though. It
What
happens
the
though.
fuck is that, bro?
It happens though. It happens.
Bro, come on, get out of that
You ain't getting no
mindset.
time, I
That
understand.
is the definition
Brick.
of
So
racism.
what happens is, wrestler, the black guys will go talk to the leaders of the white boys and say, look,
There ain't
your
no
people
leader of me.
slap my people.
Hold up. You need to go address Marcus. He choosing violence, but I'm not about to get on this gay shit that y'all be on. You can address each other.
So then once they go holler at the white people gonna come holler at Brick. They're gonna pack Brick out, right? Or they're gonna discipline him. That's how it goes.
Nope.
That's how it goes.
It ain't gonna happen.
Or it's
Bro,
gonna be a
it
war.
ain't finna happen.
Or it's
You
gonna
can
be a
better
war.
believe that.
It's gonna be a war,
I'll tell
Brick.
you straight up,
The
bro.
blacks are gonna be
You
watching.
come up into my cell with no purpose. If I even see you walking towards my cell with no purpose and I don't know you, bro, it's going down, bro.
White guys are
We
coming
ain't
to your
gonna
cell.
meet anywhere. We're not gonna meet
Brick,
under the
calm down,
stairs,
Brick.
bro.
Calm down,
It's
Brick.
not fitting to
You're
go
not
down
picking
that
the
way.
program. You're not
Bro,
picking
I'm
the
gonna
program.
hit it at the head, bro. It's
Brick,
just the way
stop
it
it.
works.
You're
Bro, when
lying,
you
Brick.
do time, right?
You're
When you
lying.
really do time, right?
You still
You don't have to
under
worry about
white
some stupid motherfucker who's gonna come and quote unquote slap you, bro.
No, I didn't
No,
say
it
that.
ain't
Brick,
finna
damn,
happen,
Brick, I just
bro.
use a hypothetical situation.
Bro,
It happens here and there, right? But what I'm
bro,
saying
no.
to you is, hold up.
The phrase is "Don't start no shit." It won't be no shit.
Brick, so here's the problem, right? You have certain dudes, like there are inmates, like me or you, right, who know how to abide by the rules. Okay, but then there are other inmates, right, who don't abide by the rules, right? They do things like steal. If you can call stealing, right? Once again, if you steal something from a black guy, the blacks are not going to go do that to you right away. They're going to go talk to your people, and then they're going to say, your people, hey, your white guy got stealing this soap from my man or whatever, and then your people are going to discipline you. If not, if there's no discipline, then there's going to be a racial riot, right? The blacks versus the whites, and they're going to lock that bitch down, right? There's going to be blood everywhere. That's why they got diplomacy and politics to avoid that. Each race deals with their own in disciplinary fashion. The police do not get involved in that.
Okay. I know what it is. This is actually what it is. So there's two types of prisoners, right? There's the ones who don't care if they get out or not. And then there's the ones who are actually trying to get out, right?
No.
The ones who are actually trying to get out are going to all of the programs. They're going to eat all of their meals, right? They're not going to fuck around. They're going to go out to wreck every single time. They're not hanging out in the shower, right? They do their business and then go to sleep, right? They do their time, bro. And what you are describing to me is the other type of prisoners who get involved in everything: the gangs, the gambling, the fights, right? The little spider fights. What, bro? I mean, don't get me wrong. I looked over the shoulder of some guys who were doing it. It was pretty awesome, bro. The little jumping spiders, bro, that shit was dope as shit. But you know what I didn't do? I didn't go place no bets on that shit, bro. I was trying to get the fuck out.
Nobody's disputing that, Brick. What I'm saying is, if a black guy coaches you in a certain manner, the white people will step in and protect you, whether you like it or not.
Nope.
Hey, there ain't no white man who's gonna step in for me. Give me a moment. Cause I'm about to start taking shit. Marcus, I'm not ignoring your super chat. I put your super chat up. I'm just not gonna ignore by turning around and have those words come out my mouth because you want to start.
You got muted.
I'm not gonna read it. I'm not. Like you wanna go ahead and address LA, you can address LA, but I'm not gonna read it, especially with some sus shit. That's not gonna come out of my mouth. That's not gonna happen. That's
Yeah.
not gonna happen.
So yeah, just so
Take
you
that.
know.
You could take that. You could take that talk somewhere else. That's not gonna happen.
So yeah, I just want to make that point. That's it. Prison is structured. The inmates run themselves, and the staff run the administration stuff and make sure that they referee correctly. That's it.
I don't know. I got classified, right? And when I went to classification, what I did was I followed the program, right? And I explained my situation. I was very honest, right?
What's
And I
your
said,
situation?
hey, hold on. What I said was that I want to be put in the right place so that I don't have to worry about the bullshit, right? I talked to the classification officer. I said, this is some bullshit, but you know what? I got to do it. And while I'm here, I want to make sure that I'm in the right place. And that's what I always say. If I have the opportunity, I will go to the kitchen because that's where the food is.
So they have a classification through the measurement of your crime. So if you commit like a misdemeanor, right, you're going to go to a camp. Now, if you commit a violent crime, right, with a gun or something, you're going to a level 3 or 4. You're also, you know what I mean?
If you commit a misdemeanor, you're going to the county jail.
Or you might sometimes, depending on what it is, if it's your third offense, fourth
Not to
offense,
prison.
you can head to a camp. That's not, but you can go to a camp. You're eligible for camp,
Yeah,
right?
there are county jails that have camps, but it's not a prison.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying this, right? And then if you commit a violent crime or a very serious crime, you're going to a level between 2 to 4, right? Which then you're going to be engaging in more structure, right? More, because once again, I understand what you're saying, Brick, and I agree with you that, yeah, I'm going to do my time. I'm going to do me. But I do understand that because you have all these different races going around, like whites, blacks, Mexicans, they form a structural program so that no one just goes around just disrespecting other races just because they think their race is better than others.
And I will say this too on your behalf, that the blacks have to deal with it more than the whites. But the Mexicans actually have to deal with it, or I should say, the Latinos have to deal with it even more than the blacks. Yeah. So there is a bit of a hierarchy there, but it's only because people get involved in the hierarchy. You can do your time without having to worry about that.
And if you go upper to 3s and 4s, then you're going to see the whites really get. They got it too. They're just as dangerous. So yeah, it's all about the respect thing, keeping the respect, the line 100%. Of respect, so that, you know, a black guy just don't go and going some white guy cells taking his shit. Right?
And I've been into I've been into arguments. I've been into little fights and things like that, but it never escalated to something like that because you're right. It was about respect.
Yeah, that's what prison's about, big time.
Yeah, you handled your shit.
But the inmates regulate that shit, not the staff.
No. If the staff wants to get involved, they absolutely
can. I'm saying the staff just stand there, observe. Right? Let me tell you what happened. So there's a war that happened in prison, right? Let me tell you what happened. Look, let me show you this war happened, right? The Indians and the
Here
Spanish.
we go. Prison Chronicles.
It's quick. So the Mexicans were stabbing the Indians and chasing them, and they had the helicopter. Guess what the staff did? They stood there and watched until it died down. Once it died down, they brought in the medevac, carried who they carried up out of there, wrestled everybody, had everybody sit down, put them in the hole, and then just designated to different places until they.
And who's charged with the task and the duty of ensuring that those prisoners either do or do not get into altercations? Who's charged with that duty?
There is none.
No, who's charged with the duty?
Who's responsible?
That they don't get into altercations?
Correct.
Nobody. They just.
So nobody gets paid.
Running.
Nobody gets paid to go in there and watch over them.
All the COs do is just observe.
But are they charged with that task? Do they get paid for it?
They get paid to report.
Uh-huh. No, they do not get paid to report. What are you talking about, bro?
That's what they do.
Oh they can't come in. They are literally paid to ensure that the prison
officers, their only job is just to observe and report.
Observe and report. And then, like, for example, right? There's only one CO.
Yeah, they've never actually dragged any man off to the hole in chains and bro. They literally will go in there with tear gas.
Rick, so what I'm saying is each dorm,
bro, tear gas, bean bags, tasers, they're gonna drag you back into that cell now. Trust me on that one.
Listen, each dorm only has 1 or maybe 2 COs at a time. Right? That's it. It's 150 inmates. So he's not going out there going crazy. Right, because it's too dangerous. He's observed and reports. If something happens, if there's a fight breakout, he hits the deuces. Then the other guys come, the other COs come to try to either break it up and take them to the hole and then deal with it from there, write the shots, and then let them back out, whatever. But they do not, the COs are not jumping in the middle of that fight and say, hey, you stop. No. They're going to sit there and hit the
Whether
deuces.
they actually do it or not, they are still being
They're paid
paid
to babysit.
to do the job.
The job is to observe and report. Yeah.
No, it is not, bro. That's security.
The same thing. That's what they are. They're
No,
high-paid.
it's correctional officers are, bro, it's in the title.
Not police
Correction.
They're not police officers.
Right?
They are high-paid security guards. That's it.
No, they are not.
Yes, they can't. They can't.
Have you
If they're not
ever
police
seen-
officers, how is it prisoners get charged with crimes while in prison?
Because then once they take the courts do that, not the the COs can't charge nobody with a crime, right? All they can do.
Give me a moment.
Well, that by definition would be the
Wait,
same with police
give me a
officers.
moment.
They don't charge
Apparently,
you with crime. the
LA,
district attorney does.
Marcus wants you to take a look at this. He's talking about this whole thing about black, but I see the hashtag, and I'm not even going to mention none of that because none of that. We got prison talk up there. If you LA, you former cop, you could talk about all this other stuff, but I'm not going to get into this talk. I already understand it's going to get worse from here. It's going to get worse from here. I'm not doing it. But apparently, Marcus needed you to see that, so I'm gonna put it up for the third time. Marcus needed you to know this because it's addressed to you. LA said. So go ahead, guys.
So yeah, I'm not saying that COs don't have absolute no power to restraint, right? But they're there to, right? Once the shit's over with, then they take everybody to the hole, and then they get statements.
Bro, if
they get
a
statements.
prisoner dies,
They get
listen.
statements.
If a prisoner dies or is injured, and that CO did not act upon it before it happened, he has to write a report as to why it was.
Okay, so the detectives
maybe
are
he
gonna come
didn't
in.
see it, but
Brett,
either
hold on.
way, he's still supposed to be held accountable.
Brett, if there's a murder, the detectives are going to come in from the streets and investigate and charge accordingly, not the COs.
Okay, and
okay, so the detectives are going to come do that. They're going to all the COs going to do.
Man, y'all taking this conversation way too far.
I know it, right, bro? This guy, he just doesn't.
I'm just breaking it down to you. The COs do not enforce.
Bro, they didn't even call them correctional officers back in like 1700s, bro. They called them guards.
Yeah, the correctional officer is just a title. That don't mean
they were
shit.
They were there to guard the
But they're not guarding anything.
prisoner. They were
just
there
there
to
to
guard the prisoner, just like a guard for any royal position.
Okay, so
it is a guard.
But what I'm saying is the inmates have their set of rules that they hold other inmates accountable for, and the COs and them cannot do nothing about it.
That is not true.
What they gonna do?
Okay. Let's move forward. How many times y'all gonna go round and round? He don't agree with you, Rufus.
I'm just saying, we just having a conversation.
I'm not getting hyped up. I'm just saying you done made the point several times. He don't agree with you.
Right. He's agreeing. I understand that he probably he did a turnaround trip, so that's understandable, right? But moving on the conversation along. Bottom line, what I'm saying is
minimizing the point, and you're absolutely still trying to go back to the point. Nobody
talking
other than
about-
you cares about this argument, bro. I left prison a long time ago.
I just find it weird. I find it weird that we really just keep running back and forth for quite some time now about who was the better felon.
I'm ready to move on.
Who's the better felon and who had it better? That's crazy.
I'm just giving him more. I'm just giving y'all more structural detail. That's all. You made a point saying that
nobody's interested.
Resla made a point that COs run the prison. I said no, it's a partnership.
Sir, I don't think any of us is aspiring to be there.
No, I don't wish that on nobody. But I'm letting you know, if you ever go, you will see that there are rules within the rules. The end.
Cool story, bro.
You're also assuming that if I did end up in prison, I would end up in the same kind that you did.
What, 10 years, 11 years?
How about just being in a better prison?
I was in a federal prison, so that's the best one.
And I might be in a rich one. Ain't gonna be the same.
Those don't exist no more.
Says you.
No, says inmates, right? Because a lot of inmates coming in are a lot of gangs now, so they don't have all the white collar.
Sir, gangs don't wind up in rich prisons.
There's no such thing as rich prisons. There's no such thing as rich prisons. All prisons are funded, federally funded for the or some of them business private funded, but they're there just to hold people until the time is up. That's it. Or
What is
life,
free will?
it's not a rich. Oh, I'm gonna go to a rich person. Ain't no rich person. Now you go to a camp who
Can you define free will?
there's no existence. Free will is free to do what you want and choices.
If that is the case, then why is it that you said earlier that you had all the stuff that you had the constraints on because of being in prison? If they couldn't rob your free will,
Huh? How stuff got? What's that again?
you mentioned all the stuff about prison and about what you can and can't do. Quite frankly, doesn't that kind of rob your free will?
Right. I don't believe in free will.
Mm.
I don't believe in free will. I don't that concept is to me free will is just a figment of the imagination, right? I know that God runs everything, so I'm not. I know that a man ain't running this, right?
I mean, you say that
Like that.
because I just find it very interesting how if I say I don't care to even think about it, that I had to get a whole sermon about the fact that I'm not I'm not caring about free will.
No, that was you guys. I said I'm against free will.
It wasn't even me. It wasn't even you guys. I literally said I didn't care because it's not really prevalent.
Yeah, you did say you don't know, right?
I don't know. I don't know, and it's not my concern to.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to solve. I'm not trying to solve the universe's mysteries.
Right. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not, and neither am I. But I do know that God runs the show, and we just read the scripture where God said every knee's going to bow to Him. So He obviously has a level of power that can't be disputed.
How do you know
that God can't be disputed? Level of power.
Yeah. How do you know?
He's assertive. He communicates that to us.
God communicates to you?
Oh yeah, all day.
Oh, what does his voice sound like?
Well,
I think Ruthless purpose is just to raise Resla's blood pressure because now, like, you're taking a completely different stance, Ruthless.
He's sure trying, but it ain't working.
What did JJ say?
I said, how do you know? What does his voice sound like?
Well, it's not a particular sound. It's a.
So you don't hear him?
I hear him.
Yeah.
What does he sound like?
I hear him.
Yeah.
I can't explain.
Is his voice real deep like Morgan Freeman, or like is the Morgan Freeman voice accurate to like what God sounds like?
How about
high pitched like mine?
Now be careful. You're treading dangerous waters here, Tayyat. So stay easy.
How much treading dangerous waters?
You don't want God to pull up on you. So that's something you don't want, right?
How does anybody know that they don't want God?
Sir, you're wrong. Most people would love God to pull up on them.
No, they won't. No, they don't. No, you don't want that smoke.
Most people want to see God.
It's gonna roll up on them. What the fuck?
Do not want that smoke. I'm serious. So we know, and then this is the thing about men, right? We talk like we're high mighty, like we're just untouchable, where God is that, right? So we do understand that He's the one who will hold us accountable.
Wait. Sorry. I'm sorry. You said that, but given what?
Given that we are exalted above all.
You said a man is doing what, and but God has what?
Men are acting like they're high and mighty, but God is that.
God, given what?
God is high and mighty over man.
Given what evidence?
That He's the creator of the universe.
Given what evidence?
Through the Bible.
Given what evidence? I
just gave you all the evidence you need. What else do you know more?
Did God create the Bible?
In your heart, right? So you know who God is.
Did God create the Bible?
Yes, of course. It's the word of God.
Wait. It's the word of God. Was it written by God?
Yes.
What?
Really? So we know who God. We saw God. God was on the mountain writing.
Yes.
What?
Oh wow. Okay, Terry, that's your boy. You can take care of him.
Jesus.
You can take care of him.
It ain't my boy. Okay. I believe in free will.
No, you was walking hand in hand. That's your boy.
I gotta know, like
he threw me on
Ruthless is a roundabout, okay? Like there's so many U-turns, it's like just full circle.
So,
this is ridiculous.
Get your man.
Figure eights.
Let me lay out my foundation, right? Let me lay out my foundation. So this is what I believe about the Bible is the full
We going foundational
word of God, right? It actually gives us or tells us about our condition.
Yeah, you're just.
How
I hate to be disrespectful. You're just throwing out platitudes.
Mhm.
Literally,
That's fine. That's
just
fine.
repeating the same bullshit that you've heard other people say.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Yep.
Narratives and talking points,
The
folks.
Bible,
Here,
I'm just saying, like,
just to put this down there. What books did Paul write?
Paul didn't write nothing.
Paul didn't write anything.
What?
Oh
Nope.
shit!
What?
Oh shit!
Paul didn't write nothing.
Oh yeah, I'm
Breaking
done.
news.
I can have him.
No, actually, he is telling the truth according to the history of it. It was his scribes who wrote it, but it's understood that it was his.
That would be
whatever.
incorrect,
on.
too. That,
Hey,
that
Paul,
would
It's
be
still
Paul-
understood that it was Paul's words that were supposed to be written down. So
No, that
it's
that
Paul's
would
words.
actually
Oh, man.
that would actually
This
be
is-
incorrect as well.
So, Brick, you're not a Christian then.
No,
Okay, that's all I want.
I don't
assumed
understand
Brick
how
was
you
a
haven't
Christian.
understood this yet.
I don't
I
think
just
you're
assumed
Christian,
you were
Rufus.
too.
I love how that question always comes back up.
I know it, right?
I just wanted clarification. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
It seems like it seems like you need reclarification all the time.
Yes, I do, because some things you guys say are wild.
I believe
Rest of
that
it,
those
you know, my 4 hair strands since you've been on this panel today. So I have to get clarification because you and Brick been jumping on.
Absolutely not.
You believe what, Brick? I'm interested.
So I believe that. Well, I believe in the saving power of Jesus Christ. That's a fact. Now you can call me a Christian, but I am
All
just
right.
a man.
Hey, Joe Cool, you see that, Joe Cool? He said he just
I
indicted
thought
himself.
so.
He just indicted himself.
Wait. How was
I
how
indicted
is he wrong?
myself because I'm
How
a
was
huge
he
fan
wrong
of
in his
Jesus
statement?
Christ. Never been to church a day in my life, but I'm a huge
Yeah.
fan of Jesus Christ.
But
Wait,
how
what?
was he wrong in his statement?
No, he indicted himself. First he said he ain't a Christian, but then he said he believed in Jesus Christ. That's what a Christian is.
Wait.
No, I
I've never
Oh,
been to church, bro.
no.
You wouldn't call me a Christian, but I
Thank
absolutely
you.
believe
So
without
cool.
Jesus you can't
So cool.
survive.
So cool. What I'm saying is the term Christianity, right, is derivative of Jesus Christ followers.
No, sir.
Yes.
Sir, did he say
Yeah.
he was a Christian? 1, did he say he was a Christian? 2, Jews know about Christian. 3, freaking Hasidics know. Oh, well, they're also Jew. Well, also Muslims know about Jews.
And atheists.
They're not all Christians,
Right. I agree with you. What I'm saying is Jesus
but
Christ.
they all acknowledge that man
Okay,
existed.
So
They all
Resla,
Muslims
acknowledge that
always
man
talk about
existed.
Jesus.
Resla,
Muslims
but
love
here-
Jesus.
So Resla, let me tell you something. The Muslims and them view Jesus in a different light than Christians do, though.
I didn't ask you that. I'm
That makes
talking
all
about
the
how you came after Brick.
No,
I
I
think
come
you
after
just
wrong.
said believe in Jesus is all you
I'm gonna come
qualify.
after Brick. You can't stop me.
But
I'm
if
after
you,
Brick right now.
if
Brick, I'm after
you listen, you can label me whatever you want to label me. That doesn't mean that I am that thing.
Right?
It's called a pigeonhole. And actually, Joshua
No.
brought this up after panel the other night, and he's like, "Yeah, I hate it when people do that. They're pigeonholing me, and I'm not that thing."
Well, Brick, I don't think you're Christian,
Cool.
right? I think you're idealist who has these ideas that are foolish,
I'm just a man, dude.
right?
Hey,
So,
can
no
you
doubt.
tell me which
Duh.
one? Because I'm trying to see if you just trolling or not. Which idea does he have that you think is foolish? Name one.
Well, he has the idea that, you know, that
You're trolling.
that men need to, you know, have choices. People have choices.
I love this moralistic standpoint. It's just all.
He
I
believes
love how they kind of count out and bring the whole religious thing into it. When really the whole thing.
Wait, hold up. Wait. So his position is libertarian. Are you saying that libertarians are foolish?
Yes.
Are you pigeonholing him?
Okay.
No,
My
I'm just joking.
definition,
Don't listen
would
to
you
me.
consider the founding
It's more than
fathers
that.
to be
They'll try to
foolish?
bring in. They'll try to bring in everything under the. They'll try to bring in everything under the sun, even religion, just for the simple fact they just want to say, "I think I'm better than you." Let's just get down to it.
Well, I'm not. I do believe that I'm not better than nobody.
I just want to hold on, Ruthless. I want to point something out to you. You go to Matthew chapter 5, verse 22. Jesus will tell you not to do what
you're
you're
not a
doing.
Christian. How dare you quote scripture to him? Apparently,
Right,
Yeah,
because if you start calling people a fool, right, then
I
you
said what you
yourself
calling-
can be considered the
I
fool.
said foolish.
This is what you call the no true Scotsman fallacy.
I think it's foolish for a man to think that he got more power than God. Or
You are in danger of hellfire, sir.
Okay, whatever you want to say, right?
According to the scripture.
You can
Are
pigeonhole
you
me
saying you think Brick thinks he has more power than God?
or equal to?
Brick,
okay. Technically
What?
speaking, you'd have to consider yourselves brothers to actually do that. Now, I don't mean like biologically speaking, right? But for that verse to actually hit, you'd have to consider each other's brothers for that to fit just right.
So
but you both are rejecting each other, so done with that one.
I'm not rejecting.
I want to go down this. I want to go down this libertarian. Go ahead, keep going. Do you believe that the founding fathers, who were libertarian, were they foolish?
Yes.
Get the fuck out of the United States. ICE needs to fuck you up. Is really what that needs to do. You need to be deported.
I miss you too, JJ.
Jesus Christ.
So the whole founding of America,
I weep for America.
what America stands for, is foolish, and you guys believe in it, and that's what makes this country. Everybody,
all right,
That
why
was
is it
wild.
foolish? Can you got a short answer why it's foolish and not one of those drawn out ones? Why is
Well,
it
No,
foolish?
because he's got to put the missile to the platform. He got to light the missile. He got to do the countdown.
I think
They got to
so.
go
I don't
off.
think he has nowhere to go. He's going to come from the hip and just create.
No. So, Joe, cool. What I'm saying is that God is the final authority on everything, right? And there's men who think that they have power with God, or even more than God, to do things outside of God's power, and I think that's foolish thinking because we know God is the winner.
Can I ask if Brick, do you believe that you have all the powers of God?
I do not.
Okay, so there you go.
No, but I'm just saying. He says
that literally just proves your entire accusation, indictment.
But by his statements, this is where the indictment comes out, right? He says he believes in choice. Choice implies that you can override God.
Nope.
No.
Wait.
Wait, did Eve override God?
Stop. Did he say now? Because now we're gonna get back to the foundation of the whole thing. Did he say choice or free will?
No, he said both. He doesn't believe in free will. He doesn't really believe in free will, but choice is what he stands on. That's what Brick stands on, choice.
Did he say that? Brick. Yes. He's here. He can speak for himself. Did Brick you say that you believe it? Like, I'm not gonna put any words in your mouth. I'm not here to indict you. Did you say that?
This way.
No,
Brick
I did not.
Brick is right there, bro. What are you doing?
Brick said he believes in choice.
Brick, did you
I
say
believe that choice exists. What are you talking about, bro?
Okay, that's the same thing. We're saying the same thing.
Oh, that's the same thing. Why damn, sin destruction. Oh, fucked up. We
I don't believe that choice exists.
You don't believe that choice exists. Very good.
I want to let you know, guys, if there's a pretty woman that's around, I believe I fucked her. That means I fucked her.
Oh, that was a profound. But anyway, right?
But you believe that all of our
that's no different from what you just put on Brick. That's no different from what you just put on Brick. He said he believes in choice. You said it's the same thing.
No, yes, it is, because I don't believe
in the context of his conversation
from what
is what
I
he
said.
meant, Resla. In the context of his conversation is what he meant. He is saying Brick believes in a thing so he can move on. He didn't mean nothing other than that.
But
Brick believes in choice, and therefore Brick is wrong. Is what he's saying, because you don't have a choice, because everything's predetermined for you. That's where he was going.
Thank you, Joe Cool.
Yeah, but he's not understanding at all what I said because he didn't listen.
Go ahead. I mean, if you want to rebut whatever he's thinking you said or think.
I can do that. So what you say is that I believe, personally, me, believes in a thing called choice. I do not believe in choice. I believe that it is something that we can make. It is a thing that we can. It's a decision, bro. It's a decider, bro. That's it. I don't believe in it.
Okay, so what I mean
sounds
is,
like you believe it again. You guys are being semantic right now for no reason.
Oh wow!
No, because I understand words.
All right, we're all gonna speak for each other.
No, you understand what he means, though, right?
No, I don't.
He simply means
that he's conflating words.
He simply means that
adding meaning to words that the meaning does not apply, bro. And this is the semantic. Yes, actually, here's the funny thing about it. When we're having a conversation, right? Yes, when arguments happen, semantics come into play. Yes, it absolutely does.
Sometimes intentionally to divert.
Yes, I agree. So when someone tells me this is what you believe in, I'm going to tell them either yes, no, or I could actually go further and explain what I believe, right? But when somebody says, no, that's not what you believe, I'm looking at them like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? I'm sorry that you were in my mind.
Outside of that, now we're getting hung up on a semantic thing. That's okay if first you acknowledge his argument and where you fall with his argument. If you stall that intentionally just to argue that semantic thing, does his argument hold? He simply means that please don't hang on my words. Brick believes you get to make a choice. Brick believes you get to make decisions. I don't believe that. That's all he's saying. Do you agree with that? First of all,
So
I'm gonna say something because we've been talking about this for a while, and behind the scenes, I've literally been collecting scripture because there are a lot of people want to put up. So when the whole thing won't become a choice, right? First thing I'm going to point up, since people brought it up earlier, I believe it was Du that brought up even in this, but I want to talk about Joshua 24:15 when we talk about choice. It's literally in there.
Go ahead, read it, because I don't. Can't.
But if serving the Lord seems undesirable to you, then choose for yourself this day whom you will serve. Whether the gods your ancestors served beyond the threats, or God, the Amorites, in whose land are you living? But as for me and my household, you will serve the Lord. That's literally explaining that you have a choice.
Keep reading.
You have your choice. So you have another one. What? How about this? How about the one that we all pretty much know? Very easy. John 3:16.
No. Hey, do me a favor, Resla.
Wait. Sorry. I'm reading. Don't.
Wait. You should continue. Context is everything, bro.
You gotta keep reading that whole
to be fair, the one before and the one after. To be fair.
Yes. Hey, just finish. What you just read in I think that was in Joshua.
Yeah.
Right? Could you just read down just 4 more verses, please? And then that'll answer everything about this argument.
Do you want me to read the entire book?
No.
Yeah, please. Not the high, just the verses you was reading. Read about 4 more verses down. 5, 6.
Let's see if it helps us. Let's see if it's helped us. There's no harm.
Yeah.
Hold up, I gotta go look.
And I would agree so far in the sense that the Bible is talking. I don't have a choice. I am gonna choose Jesus. I am gonna roll with God. So if you're saying that, Joe, you don't have a choice but to be with God, you're damn right. I'm rolling with that shit no matter what.
But I'm saying, but you have a choice. I mean, like I said, even in the most basic one that we say, John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his own begotten son. That's whoever believeth in him, which means that you have a choice.
No. That's not what that's saying. That's not what it's saying. But go back to that one scripture.
Not what it says.
Please read it. It'll answer the question to John.
What?
It'll answer John 15. Hey, Resla, if you read Joshua, if you read Joshua, right?
See if you got your
it will answer John
translation or YouTube on.
Resla, if you finish reading those 6 scriptures under the scriptures you read in Joshua, it will answer John 3:16 for you.
I'm looking. Hold on.
Okay.
You think you can fix your mic, baby?
I really don't.
We need some estrogen up there.
Even if we stop right there at John 3:16, it literally says for whoever, which means that it wasn't implied that you have to. Whoever believeth, that means it implies choice.
Okay, because you find Joshua yet?
I'm looking. So far, I'm not really seeing anything.
You just read it.
No, I read that part. I'm looking for the ones afterwards. I'm not really getting a clarity.
No, the same part. Read the same part and then just read down. That's it.
No, but that's it. The part, the site that I'm reading on goes into other different things. Okay. I'm trying to find something very specific to follow all the way down. Right.
Yeah, I get it.
Sorry, Rufus. I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I'm trying to get the real shit.
You want to do a mic check? I don't know her name.
Polly. Welcome to the
Miss Polly's never right. That's Miss Polly's never right.
Dang, that's not nice.
That was crazy.
That's mean. Why you say that?
I'm just welcoming you to the chaos. That's all.
Oh wow.
He is the chaos.
That literally, he's been trying to put chaos for a while.
Whoa,
I would agree to that. I would agree.
no, Polly, we don't need you to agree. We need you to stand on something.
Wow. Wow. That's crazy.
Well, damn, you in your office. You better be standing on something. All that typing you doing.
I don't type. I mean, I can, but they gotta pay me a little bit more for that. Extra skills, extra skills.
Looking all professional and shit. You want to be my lawyer for tonight?
Thank you. Oh, you talking about Polly?
You want to be my lawyer?
He needs
I'm a lawyer right now.
Wait a minute. Sir, you probably committed a crime. I don't know.
I committed several crimes against Brick and Resla over here with the black and white sticking together coalition.
Oh God.
Oh wow. Okay.
See, I knew you was causing problems. As soon as you see it, it's always something wrong. But ain't right.
Probably take those glasses off so you can hear me.
What?
He just
listen.
Ruthless refers that if you say something
okay,
like with enough conviction, even if it's a contradiction.
Oh, somebody got
it makes sense.
Let's do.
Everybody mute.
Hold up. I got feedback. From someone.
He muted up. That was Doof. He was gonna say something, but he unmuted but he muted up.
I think somebody got YouTube on.
Don't do that. Don't judge nobody for having YouTube on.
No, they need to stop that shit.
Wait,
We gangsta here. We gangsta here. Welcome to our world.
Oh, wow. Now you a gangster? Oh, that's
Do
crazy.
you have a choice to go to hell?
I want to go back to the.
Do you have a choice to go to heaven or hell? Do you have a choice to go to heaven or hell?
No.
Oh, he
that's
said
a
no.
good one.
Interesting.
Hey, Polly, and Sasquatch, do you get to make your own decisions, or has all your decisions been predetermined?
Oh man, oh my God.
What if I were to take the Norse approach to it and say that time is cyclical? Your choices are your choices within the context of your permitted lifespan, but you're not going to do anything outside the purview of God.
I think we were getting there when he said read the rest of that. I think that's where we were going. Some wrestler just read in Joshua said that choose here or there, go with these people, but me, myself, I'm going to choose. You will choose to go here, something to that effect. And we were trying to find it again.
So if you read the scripture, because I said for him though, right? I can paraphrase it. So the people, they told who you're going to serve, the Hittites or the Amorites. Then they said, no, we will serve the Lord. And he said, you cannot serve the Lord. Neither will he forgive you for your sins or your transgressions.
Woo.
That's what Joshua told him.
Woo! Holy hell! That's, oh my God! That is horrible.
Yeah, that's bogus. That's bogus.
No, it's in there. It's scripture.
Damn.
You gonna read it?
Well, I got a scripture for you there, Ruthless, since you consider the concept of you're hating Brick and claiming he's not a Christian. I'll just throw 1 John 3:6-9. You're not a Christian, sir. Matter of fact, you hate God.
So I couldn't find everything right now because for some reason my search is just really stupid right now. But to go from the points that I'm looking at, it says that the people insisted that they will serve the Lord but reject other gods. Joshua warns them that their commitment is serious and that his God is a jealous God and will not tolerate their rebellion. That doesn't mean that they will not. That doesn't mean that they will not choose. But he will warn them. They but keep in mind, they reaffirm their commitment, and Joshua sets up a stone as a witness to the promise. They still chose.
A witness against them.
They still chose.
Yeah, this is so silly, Ruthless. You just being contrary. That's the whole point of having a devil and a God, like a heaven and a hell. You can't choose. So, I mean, that just kills your argument.
I love it. That's good, right?
I love that you were trying to get to the point that
I'm going to get the scripture right now. Since you
I
playing,
love the fact that you mentioned that Joshua was spitting some shit, but at the end of the day, they still chose. They just said,
Let
"Oh,
me-
we
let
heard
me-
what you said." You know what they say? They say, "Hey, Joshua, we heard what you said." Next, they still
Okay.
chose.
But I'm gonna get the scripture for you since you don't want to read it.
Why
So
don't
he
you
just
respond
did.
to what I just said? What? Please rebuttal what I just said, please. That way we ain't gotta
Stop,
do this.
stop flicking through that Bible and start addressing what we're saying.
Okay, I found it. I found
That
it. I got
You're
in
it.
not
your
gonna
life
do
you
it.
get to choose between being
Okay, here it
good
is. I got
guy
the
or a
scripture.
bad guy.
I got the scripture right here. I'm gonna read
All
it.
right. Okay.
For the Lord our God, He is that brought us up out. Okay, let me go a little bit more. And then, okay, so and because here it goes right here. So 14. Now, therefore, fear the Lord and serve Him in sincerity and in truth, and put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the flood and in Egypt, and serve ye the Lord. And if it seem evil unto you to serve the Lord, choose you the day whom you will serve, whether the gods which your fathers served that are on the other side of the flood, or the gods of the Amorites, in whose land ye dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. And the people answered and said, God forbid that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods. For the Lord our God, He is that brought us up out of our fathers out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, and which did those great signs in our sight, and preserved us in all the way where we went, and among all the people through whom passed. And the Lord drave out before us all the people, even the Amorites, which dwelt in the land. Therefore, we will serve the Lord. He is our God.
Did not help this argument at all.
Hold up.
No,
I'm
it
almost
didn't.
done. I'm reading the scripture. And Joshua
He
said,
tried. He
hold up
tried.
now,
Reading the whole
hold up
book,
now,
bro.
hold up. That Joshua said unto the people, ye cannot serve the Lord, for He is a holy God. He is a jealous God. He will not forgive your transgressions nor your sins. So they try to choose to serve the Lord, and He said you can't, right?
They didn't try. They chose.
And then He said you cannot serve
He
the
was
Lord.
mad, but they still chose.
Yep.
Right.
It's a fascinating thing. Hold on, Ruth. I want to point out the name that you have
Baby
is a
Ruth.
direct correlation to what we have been telling you. The book of Ruth. She was not of the people of God. She chose to follow that God, and she was what? Blessed.
Oh yeah. Ruth's but that's Sister Ruth.
Yeah.
But she didn't choose God. God chose her.
That's Sister Ruth. She the exception. Of course.
That was
That's Sister Ruth.
crazy.
Man, Ruthless, just give it up, bro. Give it
So
up.
what's up, principals? How you doing, due diligence? How you doing today, sir?
I'm good, bro, but I wish you would drop this argument, bro. Don't make us go round and round
I
over this
just
thing,
want to let
please.
you know.
So
I just want to let you know. You called Candyman. Just let you know. You say the name enough.
so we
Y'all did
understand
it.
that.
Redefining words.
Okay,
We're now redefining words.
Ruthless, you
You're the
just
one.
being
You're the one who
contrary,
summoned them,
bro.
Resla.
Yeah.
Look,
Listen,
Yeah, you summoned.
y'all was talking, so I summoned.
Anyhow,
welcome to the stream, Melanie.
We gang banging up
Be
here.
quiet now.
We gang banging up
I'm
here.
listening to Welcome to the Jungle. I'm gotta prep myself. Gotta hype myself up. You know what I'm saying?
so on the topic of free will, I think here's the issue that you have with free will when you say you don't believe in it because you take it to be literal, right? A lot of people, whenever you say free will, they think it means just like free to do whatever without consequences. That you know what I'm saying, like nobody's going to try to stop you from doing whatever you want. Of course, that doesn't exist, but you don't take it literal. When people say free will, no one takes it literal. Everybody knows every part of the planet that you go to where there's other people there, you're going to have to abide by some rules, some law, some policy, some regulation. It's not a stitch of land on this earth to where you're not going to have to follow somebody's rules. So when people say free will, it's not absolute.
Well, that is where I actually don't agree with the term. Because people do get it mixed up, right? And this is the problem where people say, well, I have the free will to do what I want to do, and it's not necessarily a choice. I kind of get to do what I want to do. Well, you go to another land and say, I got free will, right? And then you find out, oh, they have laws against doing certain things. Take, for instance, in this country, it's drinking and driving. Now, I don't know about other countries, but we definitely have laws against that. But one person could say, I have free will. But as soon as you get stopped and they drag you off to a dungeon, now you no longer have that quote unquote free will to go drinking and driving anymore, because now you're in a
That's the point that
dungeon.
I'm making. No,
Does that sound
you arguing
logical to
against the point because
anybody?
I already said there's no such thing as if you taking the term free will to mean absolute, you are mistaken. Don't do that. Don't even argue those points. Don't say I don't have free will because I can't do absolutely whatever the fuck I want. That's not what free will
Yeah,
is.
No
Free
one
will.
thinks it's that.
What?
No. The problem is
I
that
say no
people
one
do.
thinks it's that. Brick acts like someone up here is saying that free will means that you can do whatever you want without consequence. No one understand that. Wrestling them and fucking, I think it was dude was just putting it good with the you have a choice to go here or there. That'll do for free will for us.
Yeah, but it was Ruthless argument. Just to go with what you said though, Joe. I'm not arguing against you, but Ruthless said
No,
he
no, I
don't
remember
believe.
Ruthless was going down that path too. I wanted to
Yeah,
jump him too. Yeah, I got a phone call and got knocked off.
But like I
already.
said, it's a matter of, because you are actually redefining the words, and I don't agree with
I
that.
think you
That's
I'm not
are.
not
Melanie.
true.
We have
I'm
the.
not Melanie. You're not Melanie. We're not going to redefine words. Words have meaning.
I
here
don't
we
know if
go. Here
Melanie
we
does
go.
that, but
Oh,
we all have the same
that
definition
Candyman
of it.
shit.
I think.
Melanie,
So
come tell them about free will. How the genders can change.
Here you go. You're
uh,
starting that shit.
Come tell
um,
them about free will. How you can make a
You already got
apparently.
but the looking glass now.
that's 2 times. Say it one more time. She gonna appear.
One
Fuck.
more time.
Remember, Candyman's 5 times. You gotta do it 5 times.
Bloody Mary is 3 though. I mean Bloody Mary.
Bloody
So,
Mary is 3.
so let's have this conversation. So, what actually do we have a choice to do for it? Are you talking versus good versus evil, or versus our
Yeah, I
position?
have a choice to be a bad guy or a good guy. Yes,
Okay, so
I choose good.
so we're talking about good versus evil, then, right?
And some
Not
Not
necessarily. I mean,
necessarily.
it could just be in
not
nature.
necessarily in some respect. If he's going
I'm
somewhere
not
with
sure you can
this,
really
let's hear him
define
out.
that.
Like in any respect, Ruthless. Like, what's the point in any
Yeah.
respect?
So the point is, are we talking about good versus evil, or are we talking about our position in life?
I don't
I just
Well, we're
said
talking about choice. I think you're taking it
yeah.
somewhere else.
So either you can you choose to choose your parents? You have a choice how long you're gonna live. You have a choice you want to be a millionaire. Like those are things that people equate choices to, right? Just throwing something out there, right? Now are
you're
we
not
talking
listening.
about?
Okay.
Are
Okay.
we,
Let me answer the question again. I'll respond to that. It's not absolutist. We know that we're not talking about changing biology. We're not
I
talking about flying. We're not talking about none of that shit. We're talking about in a general sense. Do you have free will to make general choices, not to do magic?
okay,
Ruthless.
Low fat
let's
milk
figure
not
out
for
what.
versus whole
redefine
milk.
existence.
So let's figure
God
out what
damn,
is.
Ruthless. You got come
So
Ruthless.
let's figure out what is general, right? What's general? What are we talking about?
Low fat milk worth or whole milk, or
Okay,
you can choose to seek revenge on this guy and hurt him, or you can choose to forgive.
well that's a opinion.
He want to redefine the world. No more low fat milk. Just breast milk and regular milk. That's all.
That's too many choices. He'll argue us. You can
No
only give
almond
him
milk.
one.
No almond milk. No soy milk. Just
No
whole
goat
milk,
milk.
and breast
So
milk. That's
okay, so this is
all.
what I'm gonna do.
No cat milk.
I'm going to concede this argument. I'm going to concede
What?
this argument
Blow
because
him
I
out,
know that
Resla. What?
I know that I'm right, but there's no
He
way
ain't
to prove that I'm right because you guys do not have the wisdom and knowledge to stay with me. So I concede.
Oh, we don't have to wait. We don't have to be because you're white. Wow.
He just called us stupid. Don't be trying to call us stupid, bro. I heard
Oh
what
my
you said.
God.
That's you, due diligence.
Y'all too
He's
stupid to
saving
keep up
us
with
because
me.
we're so
Due
stupid.
diligence. I'm not
I
talking
heard
about
that. He said we don't have the wisdom to keep up with him because we not white. That
Yep.
shit was
No.
crazy.
I'm
Oh,
saying
that's
this.
racist,
I'm
bro.
going to concede
Nah,
this
fuck you,
argument.
Rufus. I ain't fuck that. Hell no.
Right. And I want to point this out too. So I'm not disagreeing with you if you were to define it your way. However, I'm not willing to define it your way. So here's the thing about that, right? I'm not going to go out on this wild limb that Ruthless tends to do of trying to explain to you how you're wrong. I just have a different view.
Okay, Brick.
And it's not such a wild limb, because if you go with Andrew and them, all them debate kings, they're going to be talking about free will in the sense of predetermination, like we're talking about, not
Right.
like you're talking about. Yeah.
Yep. And that's where I would hope that people would actually open their minds, because I talk about it, like I said, that predetermination and free will on that concept are two sides of the coin. But what I'm saying is there's the inside of the coin and then there's the outside beyond the coin, where I'm talking about free will is if free will, according to my definition, exists, it can only exist with God, right? But some people don't believe in God, which is
there.
fine.
All right, let's go there. I don't want to go with your definition.
Oh God, do we gotta go there? Do we
don't
have to
to,
go
'cause
there?
I
don't want to.
Now that I think about it, that might not
always,
be wise.
why do we always get
look.
stuck on? Why do we always get stuck in these niches? Why?
I wanted to go to the inside of the coin, not the outside of the coin. What I'm talking about is choice, okay? And so we all have the ability to make choices, and that exists.
Not for nothing. I'm gonna say it. Y'all don't have freedom of choice because y'all stuck on politics. You're stuck on religion. You're stuck on dick and pussy. Y'all stuck.
What are you stuck on?
Y'all don't have free choice.
What
Y'all
you
stuck on the internet.
You guide us because we're slow.
Y'all live your life every day. But when you get on the internet, you box yourself in these little fucking areas.
Where else do we go?
I fucking love a puzzle, man.
Every day. Every time I get online, I try my best every day not to talk about these things, and you rope it back in there all the time.
What? Talk about what things?
How about not religion, not politics, not dick and pussy, not celebrities?
So what else to talk about then?
Yeah.
The fact that we can't even think about what's beyond that says so much.
I have no idea what's left.
I love this, Ruthless. I love this. Because if you say, what is it to talk about?
Yeah.
What do you think I've been online for a whole year doing?
It hasn't been that.
It hasn't been that. It hasn't been that. I have a whole year's catalog not talking about that.
Let's see, Resla, you talk about shit that we can solve in like 30 seconds.
I have a year plus catalog of not talking
about leadership.
Wait. And guess what? When I talked about leaders, guess what? It wasn't about being a man.
Right.
It wasn't about being a man.
Which goes back to religion. Right?
It wasn't about being a man.
This is what you have to learn, Resla.
Ruthless, every time you want to talk about these subjects that he brings up, you have to bring it back to politics, religion, sex, these things. And that's his point, is you have to bring it back to this point that you want to make.
But this is the point that I'm making to Chad, to the panel, because those who've been watching me long enough, I have over years content. I literally, when I started this channel, was specifically the goal not to get stuck on these shits, because why? That's all motherfuckers think that exists.
Resla, you are not bigger than the program.
No, I am. You know why I'm bigger? You know why I'm bigger than the program? You know why I'm bigger than the program? Because I can do this any fucking day, any fucking time I feel like it. That's why I'm big. That's why I define the program. Because at any fucking point in time, I can drop any mofo I feel like. Because when you go everywhere else, they dictate that they want to talk about these things, but you already know about it when you do what? When you click on the fucking link after you already turn around and you see what the subject of the title was. When you get on my titles, you see my subjects, they're very fucking clear. But that's not what you know. Well, you want me to talk about real life shit with real life people? I can't. What do you mean I can't talk about vagina? What do you mean I can't talk about what a man is? What do you mean? I can't talk about the oppressions of the black community. What do you mean? Y'all fucking stuck. You're indoctrinated. You're stuck on stupid because that's all you know on the fucking internet. And I'm guaranteed at a certain point, despite the fact you get up every day and you brush your teeth, I don't know, probably some of y'all got some stink ass mouths, but you got some You brush your fucking teeth, you wipe your fucking ass like everybody else does. You can find so many things to talk about. But when you come online, you're stuck. It's not about politics. I don't give a fuck. Because when Trump is gone, when Biden's gone, whatever, you're going to find something new. Everybody wakes up every day and has something in relation that they can talk about that's not stuck on these key sins. But that's all you bring up. Which means that when you die, that should go on your fucking tombstone. I'm dumb. I couldn't think because this is the only theft that was ever brought to my attention. That's your fault. And you don't want anything different. Pepsi or Coke, you never think about Sprite, you never think about Mountain Dew, you never think about nothing else.
But your title says Sunday Catch-Up.
On what? Tell me what, nigga. Tell me what, nigga. Tell me what. What's the catch-up on? What's the catch-up on? What's the catch-up on? You should have been here early, right? You should have been here early. You on Negro time. You show up late. You show up late. You showed up late. You showed up late. You showed up late.
And we had a good
time. Negro time. You showed up late. It's not my when you show up.
Sorry, we absolutely did not have a good conversation. We spent about 45 minutes talking about prison life.
When you show up late to work, it is not your boss's job to tell you how to catch up. You're late for work. You get docked. You get written up.
If you pay me, I'll be on time.
Well, guess what? You know, what's part of my shit? No one pays me. That was part of my fucking intro. So, nigga, we both not getting paid. You should have been here early to understand that.
Let's do it. I got the guns. What else you got?
I don't need the guns. You know why? I don't serve prison time. That's why.
Okay. I'm ambitious.
Oh, I know. That's all I use behind bars. That's why.
Yeah. You know,
I don't think it's logical a motherfucker gonna stay on one topic for 6 hours. I don't think that's realistic. No, I don't think it's realistic to expect that.
Thank you.
So that's what you're expecting, Resla.
When?
We talked about a variety of topics on your topic. You said Sunday Catch-Up, which is a variety of topics.
Do you know what my topics were when I started? No,
because I know where it started, but I know where it ended.
You wasn't here. Wait. You know what it wasn't about? Prison. You know what it wasn't about? Women.
Free will.
We talked about women.
You did, sir.
Religion.
Oh, I did? I love women.
And prison.
Miss Polly always wrong. What's up?
And prison. Oh, Polly, you was in prison?
No, she's in prison of her mind. She's in prison of her
Wait, we ain't what we're not gonna do. No, we're not gonna do that today. No, we're not, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. You gotta pay me to talk to me any kind of way. That's not gonna work. Okay, no, sir.
It's always already stated, ain't nobody getting paid.
I know. I said ruthless got to pay me to talk to me any kind of way. That's not how we gonna do it.
Oh, okay.
How much?
No, sir.
So let's have a conversation. Let's talk about what is prison. There's different types of prisons, right?
I don't.
Ruthless, you missing it.
I don't need to talk about prison because you know why? I don't plan on eating prison food. I don't plan on looking at prison cable.
Oh, not that type of prison.
I don't need to worry about any prisons. Because you know why? Sir? Whether the past or the future, I freeze, boss. If I want to, I take these things and I go outside. There's no gun line, boss.
You are a prisoner of life.
There's no gun line, boss.
You are a prisoner of life.
I walk outside.
Yeah, but you got to pay bills, right? That's a prison, right? You've been.
Oh my
you got to.
God, bro.
Wait. Is it a prison if it's the norm?
It's a normal prison.
No. Wait, sorry. Wait. And is it a prison? Because here's the thing about the delusion. I know I'm a property of my government.
So you're in prison then. So you're a prisoner of your own government.
But here's the truth of the matter. You pay bills, sir, and you still in delusion because you said you're not.
I'm not. My government don't own me.
Here we go.
I love it, baby. It's just
You guys will just turn into the flash.
Kyle say something, save me, man.
I can't save you from your own doom, bro. You're making this happen. I'm not doing it.
Well, fuck you.
I like you too, but we'll have to get friendly, buy me a drink, maybe cuddle a little bit first.
So this is a good
I'm
conversation,
going that
right?
limb with you,
That
Ruthless. I
shit
go
was
on that limb with you.
insane.
So
I go out on that limb with you, Ruthless. If anybody owns me, it's God. And it'd be tough for someone else to have ownership. Even if I play like he does, it'd be tough.
yeah, but I would say this, right? We all are a prisoner in certain ways.
Then
Right?
nigga become a sovereign citizen. See how that turns out for you.
Another word for it is slavery, right?
I like
Become a
slavery better.
sovereign
That's
citizen,
what I
nigga.
was saying in my
See
head
how
when you
you
say
get treated.
prisoner.
Sasquatch, don't laugh. Don't fucking run off. Don't run off. Don't run off, Sasquatch. Don't do that.
I like slavery better,
Ruthless
Ruthless.
become a sovereign citizen, nigga. Don't
So
try this bullshit.
when you said that,
Try that shit with the no. Try that shit. Get yourself a court case. Say that you're a sovereign citizen and see how the fuck that shit works out for you.
ooh, I love this
I got a
shit. This
question
is
for the
why I
panel.
love life. This is why I'm glad these panels continue, because at some point someone is gonna fucking raise up and show that he doesn't even want to discuss that indoctrination shit. It's conspiracy theory. I won't talk about it. That shit is
So I have a question for
interesting to
Resla.
me, bro.
I got a question for Resla and the panel. Can one be a slave to an addiction?
Yes.
Can one be a slave to economic triumph?
Yes.
Yes.
So then that is a form of a prison, right? You're a prisoner of the moment, or a prisoner of your environment.
But you're missing it. You're missing it. We agree that we are them. You say that you're not.
I said
There's
it.
the delusion.
Right.
No, there's the delusion. You claim you're not. There's the delusion.
I said it.
That limb is getting slim, bro. That limb is getting slim, Ruthless.
If I go to AA and I say I'm an addict, but you keep doing it, you fucked up. You keep getting in and out of rehab, but you say you ain't got a problem. Only one of us is correct.
Well, I'm saying that the government doesn't own me. I never said I wasn't a slave, though.
Sir, you say you claim. Wait, sir, we're gonna do this again.
Slaves are property. Slaves, people own slaves.
By definition, I think he just checkmated himself.
You said you have a social security number.
Yes.
In fact, sir, you live at a home, which hopefully that means you pay for light, gas, whatever, which means that you need to have an account number for that, which means there's an identifier for your particular address, sir.
Numbers.
Which means that if anybody wants to, whether any of those motherfuckers can kick in your door to go do whatever. So quite frankly, anyone can identify that when your lights go out, the first thing you doing is like, my lights off. Why you turn my lights off? I'm so and so. I'm ruthless. Oh, you're ruthless? How do we know that? Can you give me the last 4 digits? It's blah blah blah. You got owned. You're owned.
Okay, so I can see to say I'm a prisoner of the Lord.
So can I take this?
Armor of God.
I want to say something regarding slavery, but I'm going to take it a different direction if you guys don't mind.
I'm totally down.
So I want to know if you guys like realize this aspect of slavery. I'm going to go down this route, but it's not going to be no black thing or nothing like that, but just in general, right? So whenever we talk about like chattel slavery, right, and you get in like they had over here in the U.S. and say like 3 generations of slavery, right? You born in it, like your slave master is telling you were born a slave. He's actually getting the Bible and telling you that God said you were born to be a slave, that slave made you, right? So imagine somebody coming to free you, right? And you look at that person and be like free me and go where? Like, master treat me good. Like I'm a good slave. Like, what are you talking about? And go where? You know what I mean? So
I understand.
Right. So this is the question that we're talking about, like a mental prison, to bring it up to the aspect what Ruthless is talking about. So I could never in my life imagine being in prison and not knowing it, to where people just build this construct around you and you believe it. Like you actually believe it, that you're a slave, that God intended you to be a slave, and I better be good to massa. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a mind fuck right there. So here's the caveat. Here's the caveat. So let me add this. Now, look at the socially constructed environment we in right now. and we don't have anything to necessarily compare it to. So we could be in the same type of slavery right now and not even know it, being born and bred in it.
Kill it.
I,
Stop
I
it.
love I
Anybody
love the
fucking
fact that you say
disagree
that
with
because
that?
that's exactly what happened to a lot of slaves after it was already happened. Because there were still plenty of people that were still sitting on plantations that still thought they were still slaves. The same way how even after the war, World War II, they were still soldiers holding down their posts. Were not told that the war
Killing
was
people.
over.
Killing people, hiding on them islands, killing people. They
They
had to
did not
be the
know.
guy's commander to come over and tell him the war's over.
Correct.
It's been years. He's still
Correct.
slapping motherfuckers.
I have a toast. Super chat come in for Resla. I have a toast. Here's to virgins and lesbians. Thanks for nothing.
Thanks
So-
for nothing.
Hey, so check it out. Check it out. There's a famous quote by Harriet Tubman. It goes like this. They asked Harriet Tubman
Why
something.
didn't you free more?
You could free more slaves.
Yeah, and she said, I would have freed more slaves if they would have known they were slaves. How deep is that?
There you go. There you go.
Yes. Oh, here we go. This is where the conversation's going where my dick is hard. This is what I love. Let's point out.
I'm
the Uncle
aroused.
Toms, the house niggas that say, I'm content with the way it is. Stay on Master's plantation. Who are those? Raise your hand. Who's discontent with this plantation? Tell me now.
Me.
Fucking ruthless. I know you discontent with this fucking plantation. I ain't even gotta say. Do go slice somebody's throat, motherfucker, when they go to
Ladies and
sleep
gentlemen,
on
I'm
the
going to tell you the truth. I'm quite comfortable on my plantation.
Yes, sir, Master. Yes, sir, Master.
I say, boy, stop rocking the boat.
Stop rocking the boat. Start up to
Hey,
get niggerous.
why
What is
sound
it doing?
like Foghorn Leghorn and shit?
I love you.
I say,
introduce me.
Oh, stop stirring up the good niggas. Everything's fine.
so check it out. I wish I could maybe one day Resla would allow me to share it, but I got a video, right? And in my video I'll talk about reality. The video is about reality, right? But I incorporated this clip from this Asian chick that escaped North Korea, right? And she was, yeah. So she was saying, I'm gonna paraphrase what she said when I interviewed her. She said, in North Korea, I didn't know I was a slave. She said, I thought I lived in a paradise because that's what we were taught. In my country, we don't even have a word for slave or oppression. So how does it even come to your conscience that you are being oppressed if oppressed ain't even in the lexicon?
Correct.
So she had to step outside of her environment to even know that things like this exist. Now think about this. We're talking about slavery, oppression, and think about other systems that exist that we don't have a concept for that's working against us besides stuff like that. You feel me? How deep is that to where she was raised in this environment and was a slave to this dictator, but in your mind, from the propaganda they give you, this is a divine king. Like this dude is divine kingship, and you believe it, and you're bred in it.
So you're saying you are making an analogy to the systems we have over here. What are we ignorant of, or what magic do we believe?
Well, I think about it in terms of what.
Clue made a chat. Highlight Clue's chat right there. Freeing a slave that doesn't know he's a slave is animal cruelty. That is savage.
He's not wrong.
That's dope.
He's not necessarily wrong. I mean, I think about it even when I think of the terms being used, like the prodigal son returns, right? I think of people who I know who travel quite a bit. Like when I look at people who just get stuck, they get stuck in their cities, they get stuck in their towns or whatever, versus the people that just pick up and go. They backpack or shit like that. To go somewhere you've never been, you have to do things you've never done. That's just
bingo.
In order to know, it's the same way you're saying. In order to know that you're free, you have to go somewhere that's totally different from where your norm is.
Yeah, I think so. It makes sense.
That's it. Well, the same way it got put to another to one of my mentors. He says, in order to be around interesting things, one must become interesting.
Damn, I think I've heard that before.
True.
You cannot find yourself in the most interesting places around the most interesting people until you first become interesting.
That might be true because you're not going to be invited to the parties if you're not interesting. That interesting people have whatever interesting is.
If everybody's asking you what you do and you sound boring because if your words are like you're listening to everybody else and you're like, I ain't got nothing. Guess what, motherfucker, you boring. You shouldn't be there.
Yeah,
What if
you
they
better
want
have a
to-
talent.
If they have talent,
Can I bring you some tacos? Maybe some barbecue. Then can I
You
go?
better be able to cook.
Barbecue tacos,
Madman, son.
I have to say, some people
brisket with the barbecue. I'm telling you,
talent.
and you
Sometimes
put it
it's
on a
just-
taco.
You don't have to have the great speech. You don't have to be fun. If somebody wants to invest in you, they invite you to the party because they have a vested interest in your.
Incorrect.
Do we have a duty?
Incorrect. Let me tell you why. Like, talent might first be the thing that gets you into the tour, but when talent takes a rest day, skill is the thing that prevails.
So if you're a singer,
What about luck?
Skill beats talent.
We're saying talent and skill are different.
Yes, absolutely.
That's
Can you
subjective.
explain? Because
No. Yeah,
damn near
absolutely.
interchangeable.
Hold on. Talent is something you are born with. Skill is something you acquire over time. You
But
can
nepo-
put
Therefore, the
10,000
definition
hours
rests
into
on
something, acquire
but
the skill.
nepotism trumps them all.
I
Nepotism
understand
trumps
what
them
you
all.
guys are saying.
Yeah, talent is what you are born with. But here's the thing about people with talent: they don't tend to develop it because they think these are the
Agreed.
motherfuckers that don't want. These are the motherfuckers that don't want to come to practice because they think they're already great ball players.
Yes.
But the motherfucker that's not that great, that keeps working on it, ends up.
Dennis Rodman is not that great, but work harder, outwork everybody else, and suddenly he's a
Correct.
superstar. Yeah.
Because the one thing that talent doesn't have, that skill has, is discipline.
But Shaq was
Yes.
lazy and was the greatest center, one of the greatest centers of all time.
Wait. Let's look at it this way: a motherfucker that wasn't
Talent.
playing basketball at all wound up being a really great.
Yeah. Shaq was lazy. That's why Kobe and him broke up. He didn't want to work out. He was chilling on vacation.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't look at it that way in the world. A lot of people are actually out here working hard to think that they are talented, rather than working hard to become skillful.
Well, I mean, you have to have confidence.
No, damn it, Ruthless, you're so late to this goddamn platform. Because we talked about that way early.
I was here.
Because you can't fake confidence. Confidence only comes after doing the thing.
Confidence compensate for lack of talent.
I like
Wrong.
that.
Wrong. I'll say it again because Blind was up here when I said it to him. If I ask you to act angry, you're not gonna feel the same way that I fucking hit you in your chest.
You got a point. You're not going to leak as much as you would if you hit me in my chest.
You're gonna be way more authentic if I hit you in the chest rather than just me tell you to be angry.
So if you're authentically confident, then you can never fake to that level.
If you're authentic, it's because you already had prior experience. You can't fake experience.
But confidence,
you can lie. You can lie, but when someone else already has the experience and comes into the same field as you, you're gonna find yourself overly unprepared.
But if there's two people with the same skill, but one has more confidence and more,
no such thing.
People like that more. They tendency to go to that more.
There's no such thing. There's one that's more skilled than the other, not one fake and one real, and they both have the same confidence. It's not the same thing.
No. I said they both have skill, right? And they do the interview. One is a bad interviewer, right? And the other one is a great interviewer, right? He's most likely going to get the job.
Because why? They don't have the same skill.
They both got the same skill.
The whole start of your shit is fucked up because you said they have the same skill, but one's a great interviewer and one's not. They don't have the same skill.
Well, they don't have the same social skill, but they have the same working skills.
They don't, because one has a social skill. Because you know what's the first thing they teach you? Hard skills can get you the interview, but soft skills win everything.
Yeah, that's just talent sometimes.
No,
I have a
it's about
This
being
is nowhere,
relatable.
bro.
Yeah,
It's about being relatable. I don't give a damn how much of a hard worker you are. If you cannot convey a message, you're doomed.
So here's the thing, right? Everybody doesn't have the gift of gab. Everybody doesn't have it like it. Some people just
which is why they are not as skillful.
But no, they still get money though. They still get jobs. Right?
No, you know what they become? They become really good workers. They become really good number 2s and number 3s. They never become the first.
And that's a necessity.
Wait, but the problem online is that they keep pushing people to say that you need to be the best. And I say, no, you need to be very comfortable and very accepting about where your strengths are.
I agree with that 100%.
Too many times. This is why the whole last stream that I did, when they turn around and say, well, as a man, you need to be the top of your No, sometimes you just be very good at what you do. I do not desire to be the president.
Hold on, take your W and run, Resla. He just said he agreed with you 100%. Let that dude go, please.
Sorry,
I don't know what Ruthless is. Ruthless is just a I
just want to hold on. Sorry,
tap him out. Ruthless is super contrary tonight. I don't know what's going on with Ruthless tonight, but he on it. Keep it going though, bro. Shit.
He been like that all night, boy. He trying wrestler to no fucking that.
I'm just fascinated that he's not talking about the man-woman dynamic. It's just that part right there is a win.
We're talking man talk right now, right? And understandably, in a basketball
as a man,
you got Michael Jordan, you got Scottie Pippen.
Here we go. Ruthless, you gonna take it there every time, bro. Every time.
I'm 100% agreement that everybody needs to know their role and their position.
Where is your congregation,
Problem is, everybody think they Mike. That's the problem. Everybody think they Mike, right? Don't nobody think that they Scotty or Rodman or Armstrong.
And this is where leaders come in, right? To imply.
Hold on. That's an interesting point because Michael Jordan is also known for having put in the freaking hours. Be the last person to leave after it was too dark to see the freaking ring, you know? That's
another one. Here's another one, Sasquatch. One could argue that it was his leadership as well as his skill. His leadership is what got there. He took it over. The coach got to sit down and suck Slurpees, and he led them to fucking victories with this.
Well, if you get a round peg in a round hole, why would you fight it?
Damn right.
What's that coach supposed to do? He's got 5 of the greatest men to ever play the sport. I'm going to drink Slurpees and eat freaking hot wings, man.
I think I know better. I'm going to sit 3 of you down and try some of these other guys. No, let them go.
Michael Jordan had to learn leadership, though.
Sure.
He wasn't always a great leader.
Sure, but I love the fact that you say that, because you know what a lot of these guys in the internet will say? Because just by virtue of being a man, he should have already had that. No, he had to take L's and learn.
Yes. 7 years.
2 are wives and girlfriends, man. They'd never meet.
Yeah, he wasn't naturally talented at it. He had to build on that.
Yeah, I don't think no one is innately, leadership. It doesn't come innately. It's something that's a skill too, like anything else. You have to learn it.
Well, that was part of the conversation I was having on my last stream, because I've been around a lot of people in space that believe that just by virtue of being a man, you're supposed to be on top, and therefore by testosterone given, we've heard this kind of shit, you should be leading. And I'm like, do you know how many people in the world have regular degular fucking people?
So let me say, hold on, Rufus. Let me say this. I agree with you 100%. And I even got a new term for it, especially for men. I say spineless, mindless men. You know what I'm talking about?
Mindless.
Yeah, and I say men, and I'll throw that up in quotes, air quotes, because they not men if they're spineless and mindless. And I do see a lot of these guys running around out here like that. Like, that goes to your point that all males are not leaders. You feel me? Right. All males are not men.
So
maybe
be a leader. Hold on. When it comes to leaders, there can only be one leader in any particular group. And so if you change any component of that group, there will be a reshuffling to determine who the leader is after the components changed. And trying to say all men should be leaders is like saying all ants should be queen. It does not work.
Thank you. I don't care how. I don't care if you have some of the most top performers in all the companies, in sports, whatever. If they go to an area, one guy's gonna wind up being the one that overruns them all.
Yeah, we understand that though. We fall in line.
So
is that the way how they no, we understand that, Ruthless? Is that there's a difference between real life?
Wait, hold on. No, I get it. Ruthless over here leading from the rear.
Oh shit.
Right.
I want to give a good point. I want to give a good point, and I want to hear y'all's opinion on this. Right? I've been thinking about like the so-called alpha role lady. You know what I'm saying?
You there?
Boss bitch.
So right, and I've always my whole life, you know, I'm 5'11", like 180, 190 on a good day, right? So I've always had issue with these so-called alphas because, you know, because someone is bigger and can put their hands on you and be more aggressive, right? We call that like alpha. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't make me less than because I'm not 250, 230 and can whoop somebody. That makes me an alpha. But intellectual, I'm an intellectual giant. You feel me? So I've always had issues with guys that are bigger than me my whole life because I've always been an intellectual giant and a damn so-called alpha, a guy who's just mediocre but is 230 and can probably whoop me. You know what I'm saying? I've had to fight these guys my whole life, and I don't consider everybody that's big and can bully people alphas, and that's the issue I also have with hierarchy. The man with the biggest stick rules, that type of deal. You know what I'm saying? So anyhow, I want to know what you guys think about that in the terms of men and roles and alpha, and you know.
I'm happy you said that. I want to get down to what other men said, but let me tell you what I said my last stream because that's exactly what I was covering. These self-appointed men who call themselves leaders, especially the guys who just talk about virtue of leadership just by being men. Because this was even a conversation that I had, and I'm not going to say which channel I was on, but I was literally in a whole, and I will always remember this one. Well, not always, but I will remember this one for a while because it was me on a panel, and I was one of 8 of 9, and literally guys are like, "We're all alpha, we're all leaders, we're all this or that," and I said, "No," and I was catching so much heat, and this is why even the whole as a man shit drives me nuts because if you get a big panel full of nothing but men, that phrasing as a man puts something in every other man head on that panel that if you do not agree, you may not be that thing. So when I say, you know, when one guy says as a man, you know, this is what men do. This is what it's like the other guys now need to say something to seem like they're all in accordance with that thing rather than say that's not what I agree with. So when I turn around and say something like, well, no, I don't agree with that. And I know, I'm sorry, I'm not a naturally born alpha. I'm not a natural thoroughbred.
So the question is, Resla, the question is,
when I say I'm not a natural thoroughbred, that I had to learn my skills, I had to learn my thing all the way through, right?
Let me ask you this, Resla, before don't lose yourself. What constitutes an alpha to you?
That was a better phrased question.
Great. So to me, an alpha is a person who, quite frankly, is the same way how I look at a lot of different things in leadership. It's the person who not only has the instincts to be able to lead, but also the person who can make the decisions that no one else wants to make. You don't need to be the strongest. You don't need to be the biggest. You don't need to be the baddest. You have to be the person who's.
Sometimes you do though.
That cold, hard, calculated decision that other people will not make.
Sometimes you have to be bigger, stronger, faster.
No, you don't.
Depends on where you're at.
Wait. I can tell you. I'm also 5'11". I weigh less than do this, and I fought people for the majority of my life, and I have fought guys way bigger than me that have lost.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying.
Because you know why? Their height, their mass meant nothing if it didn't have anything to do with the very thing we're talking about.
If you
Skill.
smash a man's knee,
I'm not saying who can beat up who, right? What I'm saying is sometimes when it depends on what situation you're in, right? It's a football, right? Let's take football, right? Usually the guys with the most, size and timid, it helps them to have that.
Already destroyed your argument. You said usually.
Man, let's take it out to sports. Sports is out of context.
If you cannot touch someone, your mass means nothing.
No. My point I'm making is it ain't always about size. You're right. I'm agreeing. But sometimes size doesn't matter, right?
That's too
obvious. What is your definition of alpha?
Let me finish my point, man. Damn, I'm almost done. Damn. All I'm saying is, I'm not saying it matters in every fucking aspect of life, right? There's different situations, right? But sometimes the guys who are the most, I guess, intimidating presence can be assets as leaders if they have a little bit of brain on them. Yeah,
wait. That's your conflation, though. That you think that mass equals intimidation.
I said
he didn't answer the question. He should have did that first. What's an alpha to you?
Right. I mean, alpha is not necessarily by size. It's one who is very assertive and knows how to be extremely aggressive when necessary to get for the further to the good.
What do you mean extremely aggressive? What does that mean?
That means, for example, right? So if you have, let's say you got 5 friends, right?
Violent.
And all of them like to do dumb shit, like start fights or talk shit. Now, then you raise up, you look, right? You say, fuck all y'all get over here. This is how it's going to go. You niggas ain't finna do this shit no more, or else, right? That is a alpha move to bring structure.
That can be very foolish.
Let me make Rufus's point.
That does not intimidate strictly someone who is just
off
the chain off the chain. Just someone who's off the chain does not put you in.
I got you, Rufus. Let me interject.
All it means is that you're this manic. You're a fucking imbecile.
So check it out. Check it out.
Think far. All you can do is, in fact, those people are the ones that they don't know how to do. You're literally the type of people, that cannot do anything outside of intimidation. They are not good intellectually. All they've been, it's no different. It's no different from the chick that is dumb, fucking idiot. But only thing she knows is that she's pretty.
Allow me to make the point, Rufus. Allow me to make the point.
A big, strong
nigga. You're wrong on that, Resla.
Hold on, Rufus. Hold on. Check it out. So, Resla, Resla, whenever you made your point about not your point, but you define what an alpha is, I feel like in an idealistic way, yeah, I think that's my definition also, right? Ideally, I would want to see alpha like that. But whenever I look in history, I see the person who's willing to kick somebody's ass, the alpha. Even though, like, let's take the United States for example, right? So I think we have a nice propaganda story, a nice mythological story that we had that they propagate all this positivity.
We're the strongest, so and so.
You know what I'm saying? But hold on. I got you. So, we fall for the propaganda that America is high and mighty, but we know America is founded on bloodshed, right? But the point that I'm making everywhere, you know what I'm saying? The people that's leading nations are the people that are powerful people that are willing to put the force down, right? Regardless of what the ideology is, regardless of what their constitution say, their laws say, it's a group of people who packed it together and say, we holding this down. And if you want to live here, you follow these rules. But that's in a very, very broad sense.
Well, even when you say that, right? Just even on the premise of what Ruthless said, when we take a look at these powerful people, right? These people, top dogs, do they look intimidating? No, they fucking do not.
But they got enforcers that will do the work.
I mean, guns ain't gotta look intimidating.
I'm making my point, which means that you don't need to have muscle and mass in order to be intimidating.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that that's all you need, wrestler. No, all I'm saying is there is a way like that too.
Those same enforcers, what do? They bow down to someone much smaller than them.
Wrestler, I'm not saying that that's the only way to lead. I'm saying that
aggression, force. He was talking about all of those things making
right. It's
alpha.
different styles. It's different leadership styles.
I would stick with Resler's original argument that doesn't make you a fucking alpha.
Thank you.
Only if we define an alpha by who has the biggest gun or dick. If that is our simple definition of alpha, you have an
That's
argument.
me.
But I would think the alpha has overcome his temptations. Right, he's learned from his experiences. He's kind, and he learned also.
I will go
Let me
back
finish.
to the
He
original
also
point.
learned how to move around and get things accomplished without aggression. Right? He
Going
has
on the
ways to
point
get that
of
shit
having
done.
people who would do things for you too, having a lot of charisma would also be a very alpha trait, in my opinion.
Yes, it's a very good trait to have. To go on Joe's point, like when we talk about the term alpha, because people like to look at them in terms of like wolves. They're not the strongest of the pack. They're not. They're the ones who have the most keen sense of hunting.
Like Melanie said, charisma in
They're
that
not
sense.
they're not the biggest wolf.
But they're ready to fight for that though. They're ready. The wolves are ready to fight for that position.
They're not the biggest wolf. They're the most skillful. That's
But
the one that
they have to fight for that position though.
It's also worth noting that like these experiments that reveal this about wolves happened with like wolves in captivity. In the wild, it's not the same. And I think the same goes for humans in the wild, quote unquote, as we are now versus how we used to be. If you look at history, it used to be like when we were cavemen, it was who was strongest, it was who was fastest, and maybe more clever and less so charismatic until we started talking more. And then when we started having larger civilizations, it's who had the bigger army, right? So it then that starts to change things. It then becomes who has more money and stuff like that. And now we're in a time that like if you have more money, you can get more done. It's that simple.
So check it out. I think that is an interesting dichotomy, right? The alpha is the person that can just, take what they want. And is that the reality, or is the reality the real alpha is the person that can use his mind and really, like dictate his surroundings like that?
Well,
I think that one more last point.
Sorry.
I think that each side is valid. You know what I'm saying? Like
there's some validity to both. Yeah.
You feel me? I think both of those things exist.
What you just sort of said was like there's an internal way of being an alpha, which is like self-improvement and like you feeling confident in yourself, versus a societal way, which is having social power.
I agree. I agree. But we do have, like, on a day-to-day basis, we have guys that, who by force get, like gang leaders, like people that bullies. You know what I'm saying?
You definitely call them alpha. They may not have two brain cells to work together, but I'd consider them alpha because they run the neighborhood and all of that shit. And they're usually fucking restless size and got 4 cars of motherfuckers following behind them just to go to the liquor store.
Indeed.
Here's the funny part about that, Joe.
Got all the girls, got a little bit of money.
Yeah. Here's the funny part about that, Joe. Even when I worked in particular industries, right? Shit that I did not think that even was close to being deserving of. So I went to a place. I went to a place in freaking fucking Ohio, of all fucking places, to do an assessment on. Because of what I knew, there were definitely people in my department that were way more in the field, bigger guys or whatever. But everybody felt weird when they kept defaulting to my freaking opinion about everything. The same way, when I was a bouncer, I used to be a bouncer in Hartford, Connecticut. Every fucking guy was bigger than me. But when some shit went forward, they were pushing me forward. And I would be the one dragging motherfuckers out.
Yes, it was that leadership shit. They went to you for the leadership.
Because why? At the end of the day, yeah, sure, they can go ahead and act out whatever they were. But the idea is, and this is the most important part of most important part of a leader, who's going to be more efficient?
So does everybody agree that an alpha is more, like, I think we're talking about the idealistic idea of an alpha, but I don't, in an everyday level, I don't know. Everybody agrees that the alpha should be like this. That is, like, not should be, but what we see as an alpha today.
Alpha, that will help do. Was Jesus an alpha?
Yes.
By Dude's definition, what do you think?
Leader of men.
The answer was yes. He was efficient,
but Dude, he wasn't violent. And he didn't beat up people.
But that's the part that we're fucking up on.
I think that's a good point.
You don't
Joe, that man once beat a group of moneylenders with an oxtail. That is violence, sir.
Right. Yeah, sure. You can say that. But The
He just
idea
fucking with you. Don't
I've
the
listen
never
to him.
wanted.
I want to answer the question.
the idea that people believe that alphas are all just violent is absolutely crazy.
According to the
Caucasian,
story,
I gotta say, I gotta respond to
Jesus is
Caucasian to
actually
say,
the son,
okay, not
the father. He is not the leader. His father is the leader.
May I
right,
respond
but
to Joe?
relative
'Cause he
to
asked me.
man, he was
Hold
our
on,
leader.
Mulaney. Let me respond to Joe because he did ask me a direct question. I'm gonna get out the way fast, though. Excuse me. So you
Was
said
Jesus
according to
an
my
alpha? Was the question.
yeah, according to my definition, yes. But I generally think other people's definition wouldn't like when you think of like the movement, like people like what's his name, like Tate or whatever. I don't know if he would say that, but he might be a Christian and would say that. But whenever you look at the Alpha today, the movement, it's like aggressive. People getting money, people that's like dominating women, shit like that. But idealistically, I agree
That
with you
goes
guys.
to Melanie's point. Now it's about who can get money, caveman. Now it's about who can get women. The alpha changes throughout history.
I would actually say that like when you said that we're talking about an idealistic form, yeah, some of these things are more idealistic, right? Like I think an alpha who can take accountability for what they do. Sorry about the sirens outside. And in general, like just is responsible and tries to like and cares and also cares about others without feeling like that weakens them. That to me is like true strength. But I also want to point something out, right? Like I think that there's an alpha who can communicate. People who are good with dogs because they kind of read the dog's behavior and figure out what they need to do for it. And who know how to talk to dogs. Like I find that to be a very strong thing when someone knows how to authoritatively, not as an authoritarian, but authoritatively give an order.
So I like the fact that you said something that I was trying to get to. When we talk about people who are leaders, and this is the point I'm really trying to get into people's head, because people talk about mass and muscle and whatever. The leader is the person who looks out for the betterment of the group. If you're authoritative and it's just about do what I would say, you're not caring about the group because you're only caring about your own selfish interests.
That's different leadership styles.
I think I'll put it this way. I learned from raising a dog.
If your group perishes, you don't have a pack anymore. You're not a leader. You're by yourself.
May I also point out, I learned from raising a dog that if you just yell every order, then when you actually need to get that dog's attention, it's not going to pay attention. Like if it's running at the road and you're like, stop, but you also yell sit every time, then that's not going to mean anything different to the dog. The dog's not going to take any more heed than it normally does. And if it's already a little bit disobedient, you're not going to get anything more out of it. So I think, I've met a lot of authoritarians in my life who just lay down the fist every chance they get, every slight sign of disobedience. And it loses its effect so quickly on people like me. But the person who can work with me can be like, hey, you want this, I want this, or specifically, you want this from me, I want this from you. Let's work together to both get these things. Those people have a lot of better chance of getting what they want out of me.
Let me ask you guys this. What was the main driver of civilization? Because you started like Mulaney in the beginning with caveman, how it was like, the hierarchy, man take what he wants. And then we became hunter-gatherers. And after that, we became more quote unquote civilized. That means we started having cities, societies, rules. What initiated that push? Was it force or was it smart men being alphas galvanizing that thing and putting it together?
I would say basic necessity.
Well, I could say
food, shelter, water.
I could say they came down to the most base things, and Brick already said it: resources, having more.
Yeah, architecture and language evolved with us as well, right? And so as those things evolved, so would like densities of populations, the ability to have more children per family and stuff like that. It seems to just like go with the natural progression of humanity.
More family, more land, more resources. Or as the Chinese say when they try to conquer all under heaven.
Sorry, just to point out, horticulture, being able to cultivate land for food and stuff like that. That was one of our.
But I want to hear your answer. What pushed towards civilization? Like, what do you think there was a definitive? You think agriculture made people civil? I'm talking about
we started making rural.
Hold on,
I'm going to explain.
Let me before you go too far, because agriculture gave people the ability to live in cities, but agriculture, farming and animal husbandry
led people to have cities. But when I say civilization, I'm stressing the civil part.
So naturally, we would see populations converge on like anywhere where there's like water, like fresh water all the time, if not fishing on like the ocean and fertile land. There's some exceptions like with mountainous regions, stuff like that for various reasons. But for the most part, we see people just let me explain. So then we would get.
But I'm talking about civil. You're talking
Yeah, no,
about
I'm getting
people,
there. You have to let me get there.
I'm sorry.
Then we had our farmings, right? And then we'd have rural communities. Those rural communities would then aggregate together into larger city type things. And it wasn't until you could I think it was the Greeks and the Romans that they were, or maybe there were some earlier civilizations I'm unaware of, but they were like, wow, cities can be like centralizations of power. You can centralize power here and then rule over an entire land from a city. And that's when you started seeing cities pop up more than just like kind of happen. I don't know how else to explain it because you're talking about like when did this happen? I can't even draw you a clear line when civilization started.
Since the beginning.
Yeah, I was just asking what was the push towards it, but you got your answer. What about anybody else? Does anybody think there was like some determining factors why men became civil? I said civilization, but I was stressing the civil part. Is it force or intellect or agriculture?
Is all force.
Civilization's been since the beginning.
Warring tribes, the one that was the strongest are the ones that first started in order to help force. But let's be honest, civilizations didn't last without the people who were actually able to sustain it, which were your farmers.
Well, I would say too, treaties. In other words, building
Good
bridges,
answer.
right? So when men gathered as a society, they would create certain agreements. We call them contracts nowadays, but either way, it's a treaty, and you as different tribes or even families, just a group of families can create the tribe first, and then the tribe creates that bigger society, whatever you want to call it, country, nation, state, whatever. And so those agreements, as long as those principles or standards are kept, then those nations, those ideals can flourish, and then you can sit down and have like the Parthenon with the Greeks and perhaps even what we've got going on right now.
Yeah, the legal side of things. I also wanted to point out, and I'll admit, I chat GPT'd this just to double check that it was actually a thing, but mercantilism used to be nomadic, meaning like merchants would go from place to place or sail across the oceans and try to sell goods all around. And cities provided a place like where you could live and also sell your goods from a centralized point because people were coming in and out of there instead of you trying to sell goods to the people who already lived there. So that was a huge shift in civilization as well.
So I'll give a different perspective because the point I was trying to push is why men became civil, and I would say religion is a big part of it too. So you got to think also in the beginning, whenever people are creating gathering places like galvanizing, creating cities, you have to have a common ideology, and a lot of time it was people's cosmology, mythology / religion that kind of got people to get people to be civil, right? Because imagine you coming to another man. Imagine you going to another man and saying, "Hey, you got to follow these rules." And another man would be like, "Fuck you." But if I can convince you to believe in my God or my mythology, we come from the same ideology. It's easier to get people to be civil. You know what I'm saying?
It goes into what Resla was saying too about the tribalism.
Before even the ties of religions being tabloided down on tablets. The conquest was the way how you had people strong arming people, getting rid of those who were already the elders and thing, and raising up in a whole new generation under rule. That's the way those things happened. It was way before religion.
But those are one and the same too, because what you think the Inquisitions was, what do you think the Crusades was, what do you think all the religious wars were? Colonizing agents. But even Melanie made the transition from cavemen to being civil. You have to have some type of ideology to create civilization. You know what I mean? These are rules. These are rules. Like, okay, why not?
And let me tell you why. China and all its dynasties did not come up under religion and built huge civilizations.
That is true.
We're not saying all, but he is saying that certainly religion would be a way to garner people, and then you could
Sure, if
pull
you want
something
to,
up.
but sure, if you want to look at it even from a Western standpoint, even if you want to look at small civilizations that started coming up in Africa between different tribes, because that was the thing. No religion there.
I think we're getting
no
lost on like the size of the civilization and and what it did. Whereas Due Diligence is talking like, when did humans start becoming civil?
Correct.
And I don't think you're ever going to be able to draw a clean line, but I think language was a huge part of that. Being able to like problem solve using language, discuss.
Well, I would say it's as soon as you have babies. Once you have babies, your whole world changes. Now you have to be peaceful because you got babies. You can't just go out there and fight and take and do whatever the hell you want to do. You got babies.
Well,
that applies more to modern times though than how it used to be.
Yeah, I can even say this: the most basic things. Even if I would say the language part is definitely all that, but also understanding that there are strength in numbers. And I say this all the time when I say life is about choices straight up in other people. Is it easier to hunt? Is it easier to hunt by yourself or easier to hunt in a group? Because by yourself you can get killed. In a group you can all eat.
Let me say this. I got to get out of here. I don't think these things are contrary because like the oldest literature we have is like religious writings and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So whenever written history is in the beginning, religion is there also. But I just want to say, yeah, that's true. But I want to say I appreciate you guys. Peace, rest. I thank you for letting me on, man. I enjoyed myself. I'll talk to you guys later.
Peace.
Take it easy,
All right,
bro.
man.
He ain't had nothing but fucking
Yeah, I'm sorry.
fire tonight. Everything he dropped was stupid.
Yeah, I'm always one to say that religion wasn't always there. That's just my thing.
He's got a good argument. The Sumerians, the stories of Noah were taken from the Sumerians, which were the first writers.
Sure.
He's got a decent argument.
But we're all going back to the fact that only if you want to believe that, quote, Adam and Eve are the first humans. Not everybody takes that into.
Well, the Sumerians were way before Adam and Eve. They had their own story of a man and a woman, but it would have been under different names.
Not everybody believes that.
Well, no, not everybody's a Christian. Not everybody believes anything. But his point was that since the beginning of speaking, people have used religion to garner people. He's got
you need to be able to explain hundreds of years of Chinese dynasties.
It wouldn't change the fact that the earliest writings were Sumerians, and that is where our religion is based from today. It doesn't
discount, not theirs.
Yeah, but some people don't even consider Samaritan quote unquote writing actual writing. It's just pictographs like hieroglyphs.
I don't think writing it has to be letters, so it might make my point.
And that's fair. And see, this is where the whole ideal behind, everybody has a different view of the way it started. But regardless of the way it started, let's get real, because he did ask a very pointed question before he left, is how did it really start? And to me, it's babies. It's because you have babies. If you have babies, you have a reason why you need to be
We never stopped being civil. We've always been civil by that definition because we've always been having babies.
Yes, we've always had babies. I was going to go there too.
There needs to be some sort of delineating factor where we go from having something that made us uncivil to not having it, or not having something that makes us civil to having it.
Right. And I would say that the reason that actually the better question, in my opinion, if that is the case, is why do people become uncivil?
That's clear. It's advantageous if you have low moral character and you think that an alpha means that Ferrari. It's advantageous to rob your neighbor when he's not there and blame it on someone else. It's advantageous to pay your workers as little as possible in order so that you can get more as possible as get that Ferrari or whatever and be a boss man. So that one's obvious why a motherfucker would not be civil.
Well, then when people do those things, right, it's kind of like goes back to the seeds you sow, right? So now you are doing this thing to certain people, and then they look at you and you say, you know what, I'm going to get after you and your prodigy.
Yes. Which is why people mostly would do that shit in secret, because they don't want to pay the price. They don't want nobody to come after them, the cops, the neighbor, or anything like that. But let them find the wallet. and see who delivers that motherfucker back.
Okay.
Would you consider the times when like the Bible was written to be like we were post civil? We'd already had that civil shift.
Oh, before the Bible, yes, right. We already had civilizations. We already had rule. Yeah.
Well, here's why what Brick said doesn't convince me, because the Bible seemed to be like in a transitory period where some of the authors thought it was wrong to do that, to like take out revenge on especially someone's offspring, punish their kin for the consequences of their parents. Whereas other parts of it, God just literally does that. And some of that's Old Testament, some of that's New Testament difference. And I don't want to get into that because I'm definitely not a biblical scholar.
It just helps your argument if you go into that. It helps.
What's that?
I know. I'll admit I'm not great at that, but all I'm saying is that I don't even think we had that. I don't even think we had those wrinkles.
I don't understand how it has anything to do with my point.
Well, because we already had civilization.
Talking about the delineation of civilized line. Where is it? It becomes more blurry.
So I don't understand where some things in the Bible came into the picture there. Why is that a thing?
The Bible as like a historical record shows us that like culturally we were in between that. We hadn't.
What's that got to do with my point?
Certain people were for it, certain people were against it, that sort of thing.
But what's that got to do with my point?
Well, if we had already become civilized, then it wouldn't make sense that would be what explains it. Because how would we have become civilized before the causative factor?
But I still don't understand how you are drawing.
Are you saying that the Bible calls religion, which helped cause civilization? When that was one of your arguments?
No.
Okay.
No, you said it was when we stopped, or maybe I did hear this wrong, but to me it sounded like you were saying that it's when we stopped trying to like take out revenge on kin for the actions of their parents.
No, I didn't. No.
Okay, my bad. I misheard.
No, I did say something about the seeds you sow, and I mentioned that it's funny what happens is that you start to take actions that are immoral, whatever you want to call it, right or wrong. They're wrong against certain people, and then they look at you and go like Hatfields and McCoys. I'm going to get after you and yours. That's a Hatfield and McCoy reference, right? So one kills one, and then the guy says, "I'm going to get after you and yours." He goes and kills two or three, and then now you got a big like family feud.
You also said when you have the baby, you don't want nobody to come after your kids, so you humble yourself. You started there.
Right, yeah. So there in civilization, the very basic formulation is the family arrangement. Right. So you can't get any smaller than that, really.
You know that's like really recent, right, Brick?
No.
Like the nuclear family arrangement is real, like definitely like
it's
only
man
like
and woman have baby. How is that?
I'm not sure he said nuclear.
So how your family is arranged though is like you'd usually have like a lot of your family in one household, maybe even multiple families under a single house.
Man and woman have child. That is their child. That is the family arrangement.
Right, but what you might have described as your family before we had that arrangement could have been a lot more broader. Like I'm saying, all I'm saying is that this is really recent.
The family arrangement for those who don't understand it is that a man and a woman, okay, they meet each other, okay, and then they do the thing, they date the bop, 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 right, and then they have a baby, right. Now they have a child. Man, woman,
that's
child.
Reproduction. That's not
Brick's
family arrangement.
Anyone who has a kid is a family, therefore it's been around since the beginning of time. By Brick's
mother, father, child.
That's just a family, but the arrangement of a family is how a family exists under a household. Do they exist just as mother, father, and child? Do they exist with mother, father, grandfather,
mother, father, child,
uncles, aunts? Another family underneath there.
I would think that way back then it was more than just mother, father, child. It was an entire family.
It really was.
And you can believe that, but well, let's say the first, I don't know, human beings to ever exist, right? You can call them Adam and Eve. You can call them whatever name you want to call them if they were the Neanderthals, if you believe in that. Okay, a man and a woman, right? They have a child, okay? That's mother, father, child. How is that complicated?
All you've described is a family. You haven't described a family arrangement. What you're thinking of,
oh my God.
what we know today.
Could you say that like that's the family arrangement, but literally when we have the whole premise of even saying that it takes a village, that's the reason why that reference exists.
Okay.
So what
Which
you're
means
mostly talking about,
it may have not just fallen simply on a mother and a father and a child. They may have actually been actually a whole village contributing to the benefit and the welfare of all offsprings that were coming up.
so what I think you're talking about, Brick, is the nuclear family, which again is something we only really seen emerge in like the
Thinking,
past 200
and
years.
that's the problem. I hate it when people do that thinking stuff.
Let me just extrapolate a bit, because the only way you go from a family to a family arrangement is you talk about how many families and how that
I don't do it. You do it.
live under one
You
house.
talk about when you say when you think about, and then you're gonna tell me what I quote
Because
unquote.
all you've done is
about.
described a family so far. You haven't described anything more or less than a family.
Why are you doing? Why do people do this, Resla? I say a thing and they say, well, if you say this, it must mean this other
Here we
thing
go.
that's way out here in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. So what's the difference between a family and a family arrangement?
Got going on, Joe?
I gotta get this going before Joe get arrested.
Rick, what's the difference between a family and a family
Hold on.
arrangement?
Joe got trouble. He's got to talk to him or move one. Yeah, he's got to move. Don't let him get you, Joe.
Run, Joe.
He's fuck this. I'm out here. Too much smoke. Yeah, buckle up, Brody. There it is. Okay, go ahead, Melanie.
So how do we go from a family, which is just inevitably two parents and a child, because that's how reproduction works, to a family arrangement? What do you think makes calling it a family arrangement more
versus family?
Yeah,
because people want to call family things that it's not. So I do add the word. Yeah, I do intentionally add the word because people
you've made it more
like
confusing.
I can call you guys my family. This is my family, right? All human beings are my family, right?
So then I think you were talking about like a biological family versus like a social family then.
The family arrangement according to the structure, the very smallest scale. Mother, father, child.
So what I heard, by the way, when you say family arrangement, just this might be why you run into schisms with people if you keep saying it this way. Because in like research literature, it talks about how many people are under one roof and what their arrangement is, why they're under the same roof, right? So a nuclear family is usually a parent, two parents and children, no other family members.
It's funny too, because I actually did add a third word there, and it wasn't nuclear. It was actually prior, of course, as well, but I said basic. I don't call it the nuclear family arrangement. I call it the basic family arrangement.
Oh, yeah, the word for that is basic family unit.
Okay, well, I say arrangement.
That makes it confusing.
Basic family unit. Well, see, the basic family unit, right? It could actually include other individuals that are not mother, father, child, correct?
Like it very well used to, yeah, like 200 years ago.
Right. So
you're
when I
way
say
more likely to see a whole family under a household.
Right? It's arranged a certain way, okay? And so that is first and foremost, the very basic of all of those things: mother, father, child.
Just to point something out, right? If you had two sets of parents under the same house, so mother, father, child, aunt, uncle, and their and niece or nephew, then it's whoever owns the house that it would be considered to be like the actual family who lives there, right? Or whoever the house was given to by their
the house
family
does not make the family.
Well, when you're just
a household.
Sure, that's another way of saying what I can interpret as family arrangement. The arrangement part just has to do with like you can have multiple types of households with different arrangements
Are there
of
nomadic
families.
Basic family arrangements?
Pardon?
Are there nomadic families that we would consider still being among the basic family arrangement? Are there nomadic families?
Sure, but they would also take means of shelter with them.
There.
But they would take
take like
tents and stuff, right?
Yeah, it's not a house, it's a tent,
Right. And there are some who actually don't even have tents.
Well, no,
Yeah.
definitely
No,
not now.
absolutely. You go
Where?
down to South America, okay, and go into the jungle.
Okay, I could
Find
be
out what
ignorant
them
on
families
this.
down there are doing.
Okay, I could be ignorant on this.
Are they? I'm sorry. Are they considered nomadic?
Yeah, some. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And some certain islands are, well, they're not necessarily nomadic, but they do wander the island. So in a way they are, right? You don't have to have shelter in certain areas, right? Until the monsoon comes.
All I would say is that like these definitions we were using did seem kind of like a domicile centric, right? Where it has to do with like, we all probably grew up living in homes. That's probably the point of view we're talking from. If what you're saying is also meant to be inclusive of nomadic things, I guess it makes sense. I've just never seen family arrangement used that way. I've seen it used to just.
Yeah, that's because I consider, and I don't mean to give you a hard time about it or anything. I consider all human beings to be, that family of, all people. That's and people want to separate them out, but just because they're wandering around or they don't have a shelter. I mean, we got a massive homeless population in our country. People want to separate them out and say that, that's not, even though that they have a child, it's a couple eating out of the dumpster, and they make sure to get their milk every week or whatever, to feed their baby, that they're not a family unit because they're homeless and on the street and that sort of thing because they don't have a house. Well, no, they're still a family unit.
Well, yeah, you're saying family unit. Would we say that that's like an arrangement though? I wouldn't say that that's arranged.
Absolutely.
No, I don't think I don't think that they've arranged their
family arrangement, mother, father, child.
So, and the reason that it matters to me is because in anthropology, which is largely the topic we're discussing here, if you look this up, the literature will talk about a family arrangement as being who's under a roof, or like a rooftop, right? And why are they there essentially? And that's the only thing is like, if people look this up, I don't want them to be like, why is it talking about it this way versus the way Brick was talking about it? Since like for me personally, that gets me tripped up on a lot of stuff when I'm trying to figure out what people mean. It's like,
yeah, absolutely. I get that 100%. Yeah. And so, yeah, it's definitely a difference of viewpoint as far as the language goes. And what I see that you are describing is called a household. I wouldn't call that a family arrangement. It wouldn't be the basic family arrangement. It would be something akin to just like anybody could live in that house. You don't even have to be related. You could just be a family friend and you would still be considered part of that family because you would be in the household.
Right. But then we're going between biological and social family, which would, if the literature were to research this stuff, it would definitely make that distinction.
But the literature is something that's teaching you. What does your actual mind tell you? The truth. What do you know? So, well, you believe it so much that you could say you know it. What do you know? Right?
Oh yeah, the nuclear family is definitely the norm in the 21st and or between the 20th and 21st century. So
it's the basic, the basic way to describe it, is mother, father, child. Like that right there. If you don't have that, there's nothing more to start. Now you can go out from that, and that's where the tribes come in, and that's where the cities come in. That's where these counties, states, nations come in, right? Going out from that. But you cannot have any of that until you have babies.
Well, no, like if you're part of a community and someone else has babies, then you can, like Resla pointed out, it takes a village. Like,
well, that's they're having the babies. The babies have to exist.
Sure. Yeah. The reproduction number of just anything greater than one.
Yeah. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a tribe.
Reproduction rate.
If you have one, that could be family. You have two. You and your mate have two. You're still a family. You have three. You're still a family. But as soon as you go out, now there's other families, other babies involved. You become a tribe. So on and so forth. It's very basic.
I just want to point something interesting out that I was thinking about is like our population is so sufficient. That's what I'm going to call it. That we could have like a basic reproduction rate, or no, sorry, what is it? A general reproduction rate. There's a better word for it, but we could reproduce at the rate of just 1.0 almost to infinity, and then 1 children per average household, and the population would still go up, right? It's not going down,
Sure,
but it's just going up so slowly that, and this is, you know, assuming everyone's reproducing before they die, but it actually gives a lot of room for people to die by accident and still keep that rate. So it's an interesting thought that like everyone's making this big fuss about it, but you could have incredible, like a number so close to 1, as long as it's still above 1, it's so close that you wouldn't even know. It's way more zeros than any of us can hold in our brain, but it's still going up.
So did you hear that there might be some changes here to the panel, Melanie?
No.
Yeah.
No, Melanie is in really late. Didn't catch a lot of that. A lot of people came in late.
Yeah. So from what I understand, old Resla here, he might be taking on some kind of work that might draw him away from us. But he said he's going to make sure to try to get in on the internets.
I'm going to try to see what I can get on, but I know my time will be heavily on with dealing with a lot of work stuff. So,
well, I wish you the best of luck, Resla.
Well, that's if I accept it. We'll hear more about what's going on this week. Yeah, and then if anything, I'll just have to have a very limited amount of time. I can't do these long streams that I used to. So they definitely can't be like 6, 7, 8 hours long. But I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Unless you run them while you sleep.
Ha! Yeah, we got that much trust.
I'm just kidding.
So I'm gonna just go out on a limb here and guess that maybe that's why you allowed it to go so long tonight, because it was something that you wanted to do because you were enjoying it and you wanted to spend some old time with us. Appreciate it, bro.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
pretty much.
It's good, man.
I think I'll have a little bit more information. I don't know. For what I understand, I've been told I'll hear either an offer or rather a refined offer or a counter later today. I don't think I will, but whatever. And then we'll know more from there. But I think the future of this channel is something I've been thinking about for at least half of the quarter, which is why I wanted to start making some changes. But then this came along really last moment, so now I'm wondering about the changes I was going to make. I think a lot of ways I was going to try to bring a new show into the fold of this channel, but now I'm wondering if somewhere along the line I'm just going to take everything that I've been thinking about all together and try to condense it. And I'm not ready for such a leap yet. But in the meantime, in between time, I will try to still be live and with you guys and everything. I just think my time will not be as long as we normally would have it like this. And also, I don't have as much time as I did before, or that's if I accept this. But to like really have these thoughtful conversations and come up with a topic and then really think a lot about it and then look at YouTube videos or whatever else to try to push it together. So that means if I have something in my mind, if it manages to just come up like in a conversation or whatever, then I might just have to literally flesh it out in real time with you guys. Which is gonna be, it won't be difficult, but might be a little bit more rambling since I wouldn't actually be writing down like bullet points for myself. That's normally what I do in my monologue. Like I have key questions for myself, and then I just kind of run from there. And if I feel like I'm talking too long, then I kind of switch over to the next question. We'll see.
Well, I'll try to make sure to write down points for you because I do like to take notes myself. So yeah, at least somebody will be taking notes.
we'll see from there. Maybe who knows? Maybe it'll turn out better. Maybe it'll turn out whatever. Um, I don't know. Until I know more, I can't even say what I can do right now. It just kind of put everything I'm thinking about on pause.
God damn it! I'll have less airtime.
Did you get away? Did you get away, Joe? Everything is good.
I was chasing them. I caught them. Shit.
Did you?
I did. Yes. There was a guy, something happened inside an apartment building. They brought him out in cuffs. He was all fired up with his shirt off and torn all open and shit. And they took him in an ambulance. There was a bunch of yelling and shit. And they uncuffed him and he walked off. They were like, "You sure? We'll take you to there. I'll give you a ride." He, "Fuck you, Nichols." And he walked out.
Oh shit! Did you go live or did you video it?
No, I got the video. It's over static.
All right, 10-4. 10-4.
Man, my man out here being Batman and shit. Waiting for the signals and shit.
It sounds almost certainly like a mental health call or something.
Sound like I got the mental health call.
Wait, no, that's Peter Parker right there now.
I'm with you on that shit, man. I think the true patriot says the daring thing, which is you don't believe the myth. I wish Due Diligence was up here. He was hinting toward this, that they tell you that this is what authority is, this is how to be, this is what's moral, and when you don't question it yourself, that's when I think the brave man questions that shit. I think that's what a patriot does. You know, that's the slave who takes time to know that they're a slave. You can ignorance is bliss. And I think the patriotic thing to do is to try to enlighten these people and show them a better drink of water, an alternative, and that type of shit. Uncloud their judgment with the magic spells people work on them. I think the brave motherfucker, the patriot, is the one who says that in a place where it's unpopular.
I agree. It's like a civic duty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
And,
Go ahead, Joe.
I was going to say, most people don't even know it exists, let alone do such a thing.
Yeah, it's quite exhilarating, really. You know, and when you go out there and you have these conversations with somebody who's got that authority to really just take you out immediately, bro. You have this exhilarating feeling that, oh, wait a minute, I could have done this all along.
It is. It's like a high. I'm an ex-addict. It's great. And these guys were like, "Joe, where you been?" The police is like 30 of them out there. "Where you been?" I've been gone about a year, man. They're like, "Where?" I'm like, "Everywhere." Yeah. It's easy to name the places I haven't been since I've been gone.
Right.
Joe Cool, street vigilante.
I love the word Resla, you fuck. I'm the real guy with authority. It is me. It is my job, my duty. That is not vigilantism. It is not. It should be everybody need to do, man. That's the only way we make a difference. I don't control nobody. At the end of all these conversations, the only person I control is myself. I got to do the best I can. Now, if I get lucky and lead through example, great. If I get lucky and blessed and talented, as Resla said, and was born and developed some skills through taking the time to learn, read, and do, then and some people see my vision and see the things I see, I'm great. I've been lucky. But the only thing I know I can control, and Brick might disagree, is myself. You might think I don't have that.
No, I agree.
Joe's
with that
smoking that
100%.
sativa tonight.
Yeah, you have full autonomy over your body, right? And yeah, okay. So there's individuals in the past who it's written about who didn't have that full autonomy the way that they believed it. Take for instance, and I don't want to go into the religious argument, but Jonah, right? But there's other individuals who also claim that they've had full autonomy to basically do whatever they want. And of course, within the natural realm, of course, but they just go on doing Alexander the Great, right? He believed he could do whatever he wanted.
Some of the pharaohs, they thought they were gods, man. They were really big-headed.
Right? The little mustache man, Napoleon, right?
Yeah.
They believed they could just go on and go on and go on, and then they found out the hard way that they can't.
Yeah, that's how we get like war crimes and stuff. It's why I'm against like concentrations of power in general.
It seems like the only way it works if it's on some type of local level. If I can't see my governor or whatever in the grocery store, if he can insulate himself and doesn't have to me and go off answer to me and go off to Springfield or Washington D.C., it doesn't seem to work when he's governing 3.5 million Chicagoans. It doesn't work.
I agree, Joe. Like I say I'm an anarchist, but since reading some works by some social ecologists, I'm more of a communitarian. Like I do believe in like a localized, maybe a council, maybe a government. I'm still not fully decided on yet.
But it's just a name is the only thing we're discussing. Whether you call it council or government, it will be when you get big enough, you get a couple hundred people. We're going to go with what Resla was talking about. Who's the leader? Well, Mabel is good with finances. I've seen her do it. Mabel is going to be the person who handles the money. Suddenly, someone could call that government. She is the clerk of so and so. We're going to get Bob and them, the big strong boys. If someone messes with somebody to go yank them up, Bob and them are now police. Maybe we call it something different. On a smaller level, I think your first thing you're going to form is some type of government.
And I don't know if we always need like leaders. Here's my thinking is like, to run systems at the moment, we've needed leaders. I'll give you that much. But we know enough about these systems that we need to run humanity to make them kind of self-sustaining, like automatic almost. And
I'm not even sure
so,
we need leaders. I'm not even going to grant you that, Melanie.
Well,
we may need a leader in the sense that you build bridges better than me, so you're going to be the architect, the leader of that. Resla can do the reservoir, so he's the leader of that. But someone to lead me, like
central oversight,
kings and queens, I'm not sure we need that.
Like someone who just has like the mission in mind and can guide everyone. That'll always exist. But in terms of like, we have all these financial systems and stuff like that. In terms of trade, I think a lot of this, it can all run itself, and the people who actually do the trade, like the shipping and logistics and stuff like that, the people who might work at the markets and stuff like that, they'll see the end products. They'll if anything, come together within their own committee and make decisions on what to do. We don't need like a central authority. We just need central observation, central kind of
Yes, but try to stay out of it, right? Try to stay out of it. You can't be like, if I want to build something, I got 40 acres, I want to build a tree house for my kid. Don't come in there and tell me about all the permits. You didn't do the right so-and-so. Try and stay out of it, man.
Well, it's like mailbox, right? So in order to get the mailbox up, you have to go downtown and put it on the plat. You actually have to put it on the plat where that mailbox is going to go, right? And so because of that, you're actually having to do something that really you should. It doesn't make sense to have to do, but guess what? The mail clerk has to know where to go. He needs to know, is it on the left side or the right side of the driveway? He needs to know, are you going to actually have it up by the door? Does he need to get out of the vehicle? So these things,
Rick, you can dial GPS coordinates down to like a freaking centimeter now.
You can find my house and get your lazy fat ass out the car and say, hey, it's on this side of the street. Fuck, I ain't got to go make your job easier. Nigga, drive around, move around. I got it labeled. You'll see it.
And also,
and
like,
it all costs more money.
This goes back to like, that's great. That's actually, I think that's fine when like you also have a chance of knowing that person, of meeting them at like the town hall, city halls, or like any sort of social function. But when it's like your city's so big that, this person doesn't know who the fuck you are. They've never seen your house in their life.
Yeah. Half a million people city. Yeah.
Then I think we've overgrown
people in line to see them. You'll never see the fucking mayor or any of these people. They're going to put you on a list, and you're not important enough unless you can garner another 1,000 people behind you. You're not important enough. I've been there a million times. I got to ambush these niggas coming out of courthouses and shit.
Well, you got to be the squeaky wheel.
Yes, it helps.
And the only thing I think we need beyond that scope, by the way, are people to represent those communities, to be voices of the communities, and to go and to like work with other communities to find, mutual agreements of anything that might, happen at a scale larger than the community. Because that's going to be inevitable, right? Like trade between cities and stuff like that. There's always going to be issues. But I think at this point, humans have learned enough that we can figure this out without any of our traditional ways of like using war or even currency to do this.
It's
So actually,
fucking
I like that. Now, let's try to logic this out. I like that. I got a question. Does it require someone outside of that said community to come in and be a spokesperson?
For what? For another
For
community?
for
Why
an,
do we need them?
they would be for another community.
Right.
What are
So
they
that
speaking for?
so let's say, for instance, a disabled community, and you've got the various types of disabled communities, right? Certain ones of those.
I think you're broadening it too far, but I'll still try to follow.
So like a weak community, the community of the weak ones, right? So
The people who can't work, sure.
Right. We would say that the strength comes from the strongest, right? Well, the weak come from the weakest, right? So the weakest of our community is the strong, it's the other way around. Excuse me. So the strongest you are is the weakest you are, correct? Is that it? I forget.
I think I think it's just a nuanced thing where I see it as like people who are disabled are typically stronger because they have to overcome more just to do the same as everybody else.
Did I hear you, Brick, just say the stronger you are, the weaker you are?
Well, okay, and the other way to put it is like, if let's say you have complete physical and mental capabilities, no disabilities, no barriers whatsoever, then there's certain hardships that you can encounter in life that you can't just solve with being strong or mentally clear that you're not prepared for.
But you still need enforcers, though. You still need enforcers.
So then the question, who is the best representative of each community? Would it be someone from within that community?
It depends on. It has to be someone because that's ideology got to line up, right?
Right.
Yeah, and I think that when it comes, like, you're never going to be able to represent a totality, right? Like if we're talking about the disabled community, there's maybe an infinite amount of ways to be disabled, and that means that no single person will have all the disabilities. But to some extent, I think it's more that it's the person who's most passionate about putting the voice out there, about standing up for your community, and about actually effectively communicating those things.
If a guy puts other people first, and that's in his nature, then when it gets to whoever he is representing this community, whether it be disabled, black, white, that won't be a burden or barrier for him. He's been fucking in the trenches helping this dude, in his garden every fucking day. The disabled guy, he sees him every day at the store. He'll have no problem speaking for him.
Oh, and just to be clear, Brick, just in case I think you might be getting in this direction, I do believe in direct democracy. So if it comes down to like them voting who they want and stuff like that.
But we have to be honest. Which community we talk about? We talk about different communities that have different needs of different styles of leadership.
Right. So that's kind of where I was going. So there are the different types of communities, which means, and this is of course us putting people into boxes. Ooh. If we do that, and we say, as the people say, we're looking at this community over here. We see that they don't have everything that they need. We believe that you need someone to represent you. If we're talking about a mentally disabled small children who don't have the capacity of learning.
Holy cow, you're taking this to an extreme example. I'm not going to know how to apply it to the regular shit. You should have started in medium or mid-range so I'll know what you're really talking about.
Okay, also, I'm kind of stuck on a point. Can I just ask something? Would you agree that if we're not actually saying that that box excludes you from any other group, then it's not really boxing anyone out, right? So if I say, sure, you're disabled, but that doesn't mean that you can't work. And if you're working, that doesn't mean you can't be disabled. I don't think we've boxed one group out from another. We're just describing them.
Yeah, I didn't give up the box theory either. I didn't give up on that either. Yeah.
And all categories are reductive. I'll give you that. But at the same time, we're also not hive mind. So we need categories to describe people.
There is nobody who could speak for the black community because, damn it, I disagree with Resla. So who the fuck we gotta
So it's a little nuanced.
I don't speak for the black community. They can't speak for themselves.
And they can't speak for me.
So we do have representatives that do that. The NAACP.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Baby. Jesse Jackson. But okay.
You say Jesse Jackson.
Absolutely not.
Reverend Al Sharpton.
Definitely not.
So if it is the case that we'll say the strongest of the community.
Just
can
grifters.
speak.
Why can't we all just get along?
So let's say the strongest of the community can stand up and speak for that community. What relation can he have to the weakest of the community when he, in fact, is the strongest of the community?
Well, I think we're going to your definition of strongest. It would go to our definition of macho. The strongest guy who we send will be that charismatic guy, the guy with the big heart, the guy who puts other people before. Every day he's out helping Bob, as Bob lazy ass don't do nothing but sit around and drink beer. This is the strongest guy. God says, let the wisest among you lead you. These are the people that we look for leaders.
So we have to
no. So the thing, Joe, is that it's not. It's what we used to look for leaders.
Not that we do now. I'm talking about in our community, that our imaginary community that we're forming.
Well, that used to be not even our community. That used to be across the board. But somewhere along the line, keep saying this. Somewhere along the line, we allowed the stupid people to have a voice.
So we have
and then we learned there are more dumb people than there are smart people.
Check
TikTok, yes.
But we're playing in between the numbers, though, right?
No, we're not. Stupid people outnumber smart people.
No. This is what I'm saying. We're playing in between the numbers. So you have law enforcement, you have government officials refereeing on the outskirts, right? And then you have the actual community, the people who day to day, right? So now, because the law enforcement and the government officials are basically laying out the laws of the game, the rules of the game, so then you have to send a representative who can articulate, because articulate their demands or whatever it is, so that they can get a voice. So maybe their community needs certain things done. So it wouldn't matter if strong or weak, right? It'd be who has the best articulation skills to be able to convey this or relay this message to our government officials, et cetera, our police.
So we'll get a guy who speaks well, okay?
Right. Because you're going to right. If you're in the police department, right, and you're dismayed, we don't like the police brutality. How you guys are taking niggas out the car and putting them on the ground and they ain't did nothing. You want to send a representative that is weaker, right, but great voice. Because if you just somebody too strong, the police gonna feel like he's a little exalted. They're gonna crush him. So So now here's the thing. I'm learning.
The black community they say anyone that sounds like he a pastor.
So here's what we got to understand, right?
For too long.
Because we got
that's all Obama got there.
Law enforcement.
That's a fact.
Law enforcement is the actual enforcers, right? They enforce whatever there's need for the community. Period. Right? Sometimes
give me the arguing with you. I'm just gonna let you keep going.
I'm just saying that.
I get hung up on that.
No, but we're talking in between the numbers, right? Then you have the community.
Know what we're talking about.
You Resla, Brick, right? We out on the street. We do work every day, but the police. We don't like how the police is treating our youth, and we believe they're being a little too aggressive. We need to send a representative that's going to have this conversation with them to be able to articulate, right? Because we do understand that law enforcement is sometimes they're not understanding, right? Sometimes they don't want to hear that shit. So yeah, it is about who can articulate the people's views without being confrontational.
Okay, so the guy should not be so confrontational too. We could calculate that in there. I think that when we send a motherfucker, we're not gonna send fucking who's a hothead. I guess Brick or Melanie is the most hothead motherfucker up here. We're not gonna send Mel.
Joshua's a hothead.
Joshua, we're not gonna send Joshua.
Joshua's just gonna put everybody in concentration camps.
We have to send Joe Cool.
I don't. It's hard for me to see. I would have said Resla, right? I would have said Resla. He's got that gift again.
Hey Joe, since we seem kind of on the same page with this, I posted a link in the side chat. It's a free ebook from Murray Bookchin. He's a social ecologist. He talks about a lot about ecology and stuff like that. It's really dense, but the main idea is that he's talking about how anarchist communities can form.
How they conform or can form?
Can form.
Dope. I'm interested because I just started studying that after becoming a cop watcher and running the Sov Sits and everything in between. Never met a Sov Sit who calls himself a Sov Sit, by the way. Then I'd like to examine all arguments, and I think they have some good arguments. Anarchists meaning no rulers. There's some good shit over there to study.
Yeah,
Not
to be
anarchist
clear,
meaning blow shit up.
Anarchist thought is an umbrella of thinkers. I'm more of a green anarchist, which is why I like Bookchin, because he's a social ecologist. Not perfect, but he is. What he says in terms of social ecology is very valuable, in my opinion.
Yeah, just so you know, those soft sits, they call themselves cops. Yeah. No, I'm kind of trying to go down the logic train because I haven't considered this type of thing before, and I actually do agree with you. The strongest are the best representatives, and I've kind of gone into the different in my mind. I've gone into the different various.
Can I give a caveat though? Because Hitler was very strong, right? I don't think he was the best representative of the German people.
We would have had to define strong, and I was trying to avoid it. We know it don't mean muscle. What does it mean? And that was going to be a long conversation.
Right, yeah. Because I mean, when
I
we
think
say
we know
strongest,
it doesn't mean muscle.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. It doesn't always mean the most knowledgeable. Doesn't mean always the most charismatic either. I mean, there's
easy to get
various
stuck on what that means.
But it does mean muscle.
Yeah.
It does mean muscle. So for you to go out and for somebody like Hitler, right? He's making sure that he got to put
in this day and age, it still means a big muscle.
No. Muscle is leaders is the sheriffs, right? And they're coming to your house armed. They're not coming
metaphorically and all
that.
Bro, a lot of these sheriffs are like 70 years old, bro.
That's a fact.
Wait, aren't the courts leaders though? Because they're taking orders from the courts.
Right. So I mean, they coincide with power, but what I'm saying is they're armed and dangerous. They're not coming, like, oh hey, we just they got them guns right there, and if you get out of line, right, that's why they civilize you to have this conversation in their favor. Okay, what you ain't agreeing with us? And if you move a little too aggressive, they're gonna put their hand on there.
Man, Rufus been tackled too many times. This is what's going on here. This is
crazy. So can I just be clear? Are you talking, Rufus? Are you talking like the entirety of a sheriff's department, or the sheriff himself, who's actually leading?
We just say any police, any law enforcement, right? That's called upon the scene.
See, I don't agree.
He's automatically the representative of the states or
position. Actually, it's not even set up that way. He is literally part of the executive branch.
Okay,
he's not a representative.
The same thing will do for his lineup. He represents the government, is what I think. Rufus is saying.
Yeah, but he doesn't. We're more representative of the government than he is.
Well, no one knows that when a police shows up, all the sheep on the street think the police is in charge. He knows better because
right. So he's
for the lay man.
Hey, Rufus, since everyone's interrupting, can I ask you a quick question? And maybe this might help you elaborate. With a cop who interacts with a protest on the street, do you think the better one is the one who causes it to become a riot because they start knocking people on the head who disagree, or the one who can talk to the protesters, calm them down a bit, and get them to do what the police want them to do to make sure everything's safe and the public's moving on? I would just argue it's the cop who can talk to the protesters.
That's the one I want.
It's subjective. It's subjective because
you want the one that beats up on the protesters. You never want that, right?
What the hell? Why is that subjective?
But the Constitution.
I mean, I wanted it during Jan 6, just to be clear.
The rights of the citizen is at the discretion of the police officer, right? So if he feels threatened, orders, and you're not listening, and he needs you forced to move you up out of there, then the sheriff and all
he may himself get cracked.
They're going to back him.
I mean,
he may himself get cracked. I'm sorry. No, you're wrong. If he is out there by himself in the middle of a protest,
look what happened.
Get cracked.
Look what happened to the cop during Jan 6. I'm not saying it's his fault, but he was by himself. He got isolated and he got absolutely mobbed.
Yeah, ask LA Wilkes. He'll tell you.
No, I'm not.
They were telling him to go home.
I'm not saying that they're right. What I'm saying is the law is at the discretion of the officer in charge, right? So if he tells the protesters, y'all need to leave or move out of the area, hold up, y'all need to move up the area, your time is up, and the protesters don't listen, they get, officers, like he can impose force. Now, whether that force be effective, that's a whole other conversation.
No, it's not. It is the conversation. What you're saying is the law is the force, but then you're saying the force is another conversation.
No, I'm not. I'm saying the law is the officer has the objective to enforce law if need be.
And then you're
Who-
saying
I'm
that
sure
force is
that's his
another
objective.
conversation. It
So do
is
the
not
police act on their own self-interest,
the same
Ruthless?
conversation.
No, they act on the self-interest of the city or state or
Of the
federal,
courts.
whatever they represent.
It's usually the
They
courts,
always, they
right?
always act according to whatever the city or the state tells them according to the statute. They always do that.
Well, pretty much the cop is going to write a ticket or he's not going to be a cop for long.
Oh, no, not necessarily true. It's very difficult for them to get fired. But
yeah, if you're going to make claims about quotas, like my local policing department has quotas, and we've been able to prove that, but it's not been proven everywhere, so you can't always make that claim.
New York and also other places, they just have them by different names. Now I'm trying to make a video about this shit. But even if they don't have quotas, if your job is to arrest motherfuckers, give them tickets or do whatever, if you don't do these things, you're not a cop anymore. You won't be a cop for long. You got to do what they tell you to do.
Yeah, it's two sources of income, okay? You can write a citation ticket and then the people pay for it, right? Or you can take them to jail and then they get paid for the body that's in the jail. Those are the two sources of income.
I got a video of them in New
Wait.
York saying
That
what
was
the
just
quota
wrong.
is.
Wait. Sorry, I got to push back on that. That was just wrong. The city can also
Okay.
grant you a budget to run the police department with, and that's
why do they grant you the budget?
Because you can scare city councilors into thinking you need them more.
No.
That was a bit facetious, but yes, because
they
do their job. When they do their job, the city's more likely to grant them a bigger budget. I'll give you that.
You don't understand the politics of policing.
Oh, lobbying groups? Yeah, no.
guess.
The police union here basically works as a lobbying group.
No, you actually have to have data that you turn in to the Fed, and then the budget comes down from the Fed to the state, to the county, to the city. Okay, and it's all based upon your numbers in the jail.
Okay, are you sure that this? Wait. Can I ask something? Are you sure that the budgets entail that you must hand out this data? Because I've just never seen that, and if it is, then I would agree with you. Okay, because it could also just be that like the feds want this data, ask for it, but also happen to hand out the budget. So I'm just making sure to be clear about that.
Because it's based on numbers. You turn in the data, and then what they do is they budget it out for the next year. They budget accordingly to what you have had in the past. So they look at the year before, they look at the past 3 years, they look at the past 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and they budget it out.
So that's American. I can't speak for there, but here, by the way, it's actually what the police budgets here correlate stronger to how much money the police unions spend on city councilor elections, and it's very blatant. It's disgusting.
Yeah, they're
also,
not supposed
they have
to
to justify that shit. If they say they have $1 million budget, and so we're gonna need a whatever budget, and we need an extra $1 million for these cars to bust into these dope houses, they have to justify that they are using those cars now, or they will lose that fucking money from the budget.
Proposals for those grants, yeah, for sure. But in general, I don't think police operate based on what gets them money. Maybe like the police chief tells their police officer to do certain things, but that's not on the police officer's mind. Actually, probably their own safety because they have been trained into being paranoid.
It's a job, and so because it's a job, everybody's always looking for a raise.
How are you judged at your job?
Sure, but can I point something out here? Can I point something out? Like most people who are working like long hours don't necessarily care that much to make more. It's just because they're working so much. Like, what are you going to spend it on? And there's a lot of police officers here who are on what's called the sunshine list, where they make 165 grand or more per year.
So we do understand that
sunshine list. But I thought that you don't get a promotion. The people who get promotions are the people who make the most money.
And
people who get the most arrests, write the most tickets, those are the people who get the promotions. Everybody wants to be a
Make
promotion.
yourself look good, because if you don't, you ain't going to be looked at even for 1 second for a promotion or a raise of any kind.
Again, this is more I can only speak for my own police department because I've only ever seen like data leaked out from here, because it doesn't get to like broader news. But here, the police, it has actually more to do with who your family is. It turns out.
So okay, I
if you're
guess
from a
that's
cop
feasible,
family,
but generally speaking, then yes, in some small town or so and so, but generally speaking, where there's more than a dozen police in the station, you want to compete with motherfuckers.
No,
by
Joe, I'm in
bringing
London,
more arrests.
Ontario. We're a medium-sized city.
Okay, so in Ontario, well, I don't know what London, Ontario is
Yeah,
now.
we're over 100,000. I'll put it that much. I don't know what else. I think it's 200 something thousand.
Right. And
299.
you think that all of those cops there who who want to advance, you think that the way they go about it is to find an uncle, or do they try and get arrested?
No, I'm saying like what happens here is that we have like a lot of cop families. In fact, they even live outside from the city. Most of them from out of the city as well. And those are the people who tend to get the most promotions.
So can we agree that cops are corrupt?
Go ahead.
Can we agree that they're corrupted as well? That they run all the street organizations?
Oh yeah, even just like turning a blind eye to the corruption around them is like
money too.
They have to at least be doing that in every police department.
They're making money too, because I've seen them on trial in federal court go to jail for selling dope.
It's all about money and the numbers and how many people you put in prison, or the whole system fails. If there are outliers who get it by other ways, but policing is all about the money. Them out there on the side of the road is not to protect you, it is to make income.
Correct.
Yeah, it's job security.
See, I again, I think that applies more for like the police chiefs and stuff. For police departments, I don't know about sheriff's departments because we don't even have those here. But I can speak more for how an urban police department works, where they're relying more on the budgets. So the police chief's more concerned about numbers than how much revenue they're making. In fact, most of the tickets that are given out here are given out by the city, and like they have like a contract with a security company that does it way more than the police do.
Someone who's not a cop can write you a ticket there?
Someone who's a security officer and is licensed by the city do that job.
Would try and write me a ticket.
It's like having meter maids, right? It's like having meter maids, but instead of it being the cops who do it, it's a security company.
Yeah, but you know, a meter maid is she's got to live by the same fucking shit as the cops, the same rules, and you know, all that shit will apply. If you hire a private company, I'm not sure they have any authority over me anymore if they don't going through the, you know, if they don't fucking wear a badge, whether it be sheriff or not even sure the cops do. That's another
well, this is the whole thing. This is back to the whole thing of like when these things get out of control, that's when we start needing to find people who park on the side of the road in the wrong way and shit like that. But if that was your neighbor and he parked in front of the side, wouldn't you just go over to his house and be like, hey, how long's your car going to be there? I might need it tomorrow. I might need that spot tomorrow.
I think the police are insane. If you wanted a good image, man, what you would do when I have a headlight out and you pull me over, you'd be like, hey, your left headlight's out. You better get that fixed. When I break down or something, if you're going to stop, it's going to be to help me. What are you doing in this lot? There's known to be no, where's your ID? Where you coming from? None of that's going to occur. If you're going to help me, just help me, motherfucker. The police are out to put you in a system. They're out to every time they stop you.
All right. I know. We can get into a whole other thing about policemen bad. You know?
And maybe they're different in where you are and different where I am.
You know.
I do have a counter anecdote, by the way. That's kind of interesting.
I've been up for a bit. I do need to get some sleep so I can be up.
All right, I probably need to take my ass home too.
So I do thank everybody who's been up in the platform. I will see if I can get an episode going up for actually opinionated for later today. But I'm gonna be pretty much sorting out through a bunch of stuff what's been going on. With that being said, guys, if there's anything you want to say before we close out,
deuces.
Yeah, good to see you, Joe. Melanie, I did add something to the back chat. I know you like the links. It's the Mullen Commission, so you can look at that if you'd like to look at some of the tactics that they use regarding policing. But I appreciate you, Resla, man. Look forward to the next one and the next one, and keep doing it, bro.
All right, Tarek, I don't know if you're still here. Josh, I don't know if you're still here.
Just one question I want you to think about before we go is, do you guys know what an Irish goodbye is?
Nope. I still don't know what it is either. So, my name is Melanie Cosmic Fox. I have a debate tomorrow on the Raging Tomato. The question is, do women gain value with sexual experience? I'll be taking the positive side that they do. And there will be an open panel after for those who are interested. So hopefully I'll see you there. Thank you for having the show, Resla.
No problem. Thanks for stopping by. I had to summon you.
Wait, did you?
literally everybody was talking, and then someone mentioned your name, and I said, "Oh, you keep it up, you know, your people's names are popping up." So I literally said your name like 5 times, and I put it in the chat, and next thing you know, you popped up.
That's funny. I literally just saw your thing in like my subscriptions and clicked on it. So have a good night.
Have a good night. Josh.
Sup.
Not much. Another night. Yeah, I got to end this one. I already feel the tiredness because I've only been literally. I got home and then I only had a few hours, and then I just said, you know what, let me go live. So I've been sitting in this chair for a while. I need to get some sleep.
Yeah,
Just a little bit.
I think the highlight of my night and the most I learned here was don't go to prison. Apparently, that's what I learned.
Pretty much, guys, don't go to prison. Cops are bad. Don't go to prison. You might get hit in all kind of ways. You don't understand jail, and no one's a bigger fugitive. So you're never good enough. The rules do not apply the same way. So guys, that's your lesson for today. Let me do a quick drop. All right, everybody, this is gonna be the end of the show. This show wasn't really a show. Thank you everybody for actually stopping by. I didn't expect to be this long, but I did really enjoy what was going on. Like I said, I'll try to take some time because I don't have too much work, but I do have work to do, and then I'll see what I can pull together for an episode of Opinionated, and then sort out the rest of the week as well. And of course, as I get more news about what's going on, I'll be sure to let you guys know as well. It's very interesting time for me, and hopefully it'll be only more of what we can do together and what it'll be great for us. Outside of that, guys, I am actually going to redirect. I don't think I've been doing that for a little bit because I didn't know how I was feeling about things. Let me see who's on. Who is on? Let's see. Nope. Don't know who that is. Let me do this. Boom, because I see somebody. Let's just do this. Will this work? Ha, it will work. All right. So we have somebody that we're gonna redirect to. John Gold was up here earlier. Do me a favor as we go over there. Be sure to let him know that he's got a Resla sent him over there. And guys, just be sure if you haven't subscribed already to the channel, be sure to subscribe. I am very fortunate for everybody who's pushed us over to this point where we got 800. It's been a very long year. It's been over a year. We're still trying to make that threshold, at least to try to get to 1,000 authentically. And I appreciate you for everything that you've done. I'll let you know what's going on. And until then, take care of yourselves, take care of your loved ones. It's not opinionated. So I'll see you in the next one. Later, y'all. Have a good night. I'll see you in the next one.